I want you to get next to a certain. I want you to get next to a certain. I want you to get next to a certain sense of a coolness.
Original music.
I want you to get next to a certain
Hello, good morning, and welcome. Tug of War, Mad Moon continues here with almost playoffs. Yes, we'll have some matches to sort things out, but we're gonna have an awesome show here. We're gonna treat you to all the Dota, to all the awesomeness here in Kiev, and I'm not gonna do that by myself. It's not a job for one person. It's a job for 3 people. Actually, no, it's a job for a couple more. But we'll get to the other people in our team later on. But for now, let's get these 2 on my left in. We got Lizard, we got Gods. Good morning. Actually, it's not morning anymore here. It's good afternoon, but it feels morning because we're at the start of the day. We're gonna have some awesome Dota. Lizard, how are you feeling?
Feeling great.
Yeah.
Happy to be here for yet another tournament, and man, WePlay just constantly impresses with these setups. Just look at this. Look at this whole area. It's cyberpunk team. This is how people usually actually dress in Kiev. It's normal. It's normal.
I feel like I go to a rave right now.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
I mean, we didn't have maybe the right music for it, but the music was fantastic to kick off the show. The stage looks amazing. The Dota's been fantastic. We had a group stage action yesterday to kind of kick things off, tease us a little bit, and it's going to be more great Dota today.
It really will be. I think also we got some of the matches out of the way, perhaps that would be a little bit one-sided. I think, what was your guys' first impression? You saw the teams announced. You're like, okay, these are the 8 teams going to Kiev coming week. What were you guys' thoughts in terms of how things would play out?
Like, instantly you see Secret.
Yeah. It's like, the question is, can anyone beat Secret? And
and that's how the last day pretty much went, right? Yesterday we have seen these 2 teams that we're about to watch first. It's Gambit and Bait.
Yeah.
They both faced Secret, and it didn't look great for them.
But I mean, that's Secret, they're on the Secret is at the moment feels like a little bit on a different level. I actually thought that coming into this tournament, yes, Secret's going to be the top dog, and we're going to have a couple people proving themselves to us, not against Secret, but against the other teams, but also having a couple people having a shot at beating Secret. I was thinking maybe, Nigma's going to get a shot perhaps, Ninjas in Pajamas maybe getting a shot, and then, we had some group stages yesterday. And we already had 2 teams eliminated yesterday, and I think there was one big surprise in Group B, with Ninjas in Pajamas being bottom of their group and therefore out.
I was literally watching Peter talk about this tournament.
Yeah.
He was like, all
yeah,
right.
he did an interview.
Yeah. He was like, before the qualifiers, we were like, all right, we're not really feeling that great. Our form isn't, it isn't impressive. But after the qualifiers, we gained confidence, and we're coming here at least to finish in the top 3, right? What happened? I don't know, but
so they need no confidence. They do well when they just don't believe in themselves at all. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, you have to feel like you're trash.
So that means going into the major, this is good that they got last place here. They'll be like, okay, we're bad again.
They're doing
strategic loss. There you go.
Yeah.
You're all part of the grand scheme of Peter. He wishes it to be so. This is our schedule for today. We are going to have 4 games, or 4 series, but the first 2 are best of 1. So the last 2 are part of the playoffs. The first 2 are still part of the group stages, because even though we know which teams are at the top of their group, we know which teams are at the bottom of their group and therefore eliminated, we still need to know which of the group is second and which one is third. At the moment, it's they're tied right now. So we're gonna sort that out with some best of 1s, with Gambit versus B8, followed by Nigma versus Aggressive Mode. I am personally, I think both of these games are going to be very even. Sure, it's best of 1, and it doesn't mean that, it's a seeding game. It is literally a seeding game. So both teams will play more after this, and I am very curious though how they're going to do, because I feel like it should be even.
It should be even. What I think about is, at least the first series, when it comes to Gambit versus Bait, I think Gambit might have a little bit more of a seasoned captain. Dandy is definitely a seasoned player and is a skilled mid player, no doubts about it. But FNG, he knows how to harness the power of the CIS, and right now Gambit looks like the most CIS team I have ever seen. They have literally a player from every single country in the CIS.
Yep. I must say, Gods, if you're talking about CIS teams and the spirit of CIS Dota, I know Aggressive Mode played in European qualifiers and they've got a lot of European players, but yeah, with the Greeks, of course, too. But I feel like they kind of embodied that CIS spirit as well.
Yeah, they'll just fit right in. I feel like Spartan has always been a CIS player at heart. This guy just loves to go full divide, loves to charge in. He's a 5-position player, but you never really think, if you didn't know what his heroes were and see his farm, you'd think, by the way, he just charges in and looks to make plays. He's playing like a 2 or a 3 position. So
You think he can actually survive? You know, you think that he's actually that he has some BKB or something, and you check him, it's brown boots and wand, and he's just rushing into you.
Yep. No, so he's always a fun guy to watch. That second series is very volatile. I mean, Nigma have been a bit disappointing. Obviously, high expectations on them. And aggressive mode have been surprisingly impressive. Their qualifier run, you know, they caused some upsets. They were a reason why we have no Alliance, no Liquid, no Nigma at the major, because they finished top 2 in their group.
Yeah, not even not at the major, even at the minor. No, like it's crazy. If we look at this lineup with all these teams, you cannot not talk about the European qualifiers, because obviously we saw quite a few of them, or not even European qualifiers, just qualifiers as a whole. We saw a whole bunch of them attempted to qualify for the major, but only 3 of the teams we have here have actually managed to do that, and one just got eliminated. Like, what does that say about how these teams are playing and what level we're gonna expect to be the Dota on today?
I think, firstly, the pressure is off, right? It's not a DPC event, so perhaps for a team such as Nigma, they obviously care, but at the same time, maybe they went into this tournament a little bit too relaxed. Testing some stuff, experimenting like we saw yesterday with Secret. Secret managed to do it, though for Nigma, didn't work out.
No, no. I feel like for Nigma, a lot has not worked out lately, including the qualifiers. But they came very close though, and they did already also beat aggressive mode in those qualifiers. So at least I feel maybe Ninjas in Pajamas also just got thrown off guard by the aggression of aggressive mode, maybe not being entirely sure what to expect from them. Nigma does not have that problem because they already faced each other.
Yeah, I feel like the patch is so new that every week new stuff is happening and things are changing.
Yeah. We are witnessing this stage, and we are gonna soon be welcoming our first teams on stage. Can I just point out, I mean, I can't translate what he's saying, but what I would want to say is, look at that FN stage.
It's amazing. Just look at that. So cool.
It is actually super cool, and everything here, like, it's not just the stage, like everything, lounges, places where players can just, or where players can chill, but also where just the audience can walk around. Everything is in theme.
It's time to play some Dota.
Yes,
That's what he's saying.
I think also.
There you go.
That's what we got you here for, Liz. You can help with the translations a bit.
I'm helping.
Okay.
I'm doing something.
So I know that this is not his real mustache.
Oh.
And he kind of wanted to like have a little bit of a homage to Dr. Disrespect.
Is that Ukrainian Dr. Disrespect?
I mean, I know that was his request, because they have a brilliant team around, like, in terms of outfits and makeup and all that. And his request, like, I just really want to look a little bit like Dr. Disrespect, so they got him a mustache, they got him a sunglasses.
Welcome on stage, Team Gambit Esports.
All right, it's time for Gambit to take the stage. FNG, they're taking the lead, and of course, we all know Gambit. Gambit has done so well in the previous season of DPC, being 1 game away from qualifying for basically everything, including TI, but then falling short 1 step of the way every time as well. This season, he's gathered himself a group of people, a different group of people. So he's got fresh faces, even with FN being the freshest face, with GPK recently being replaced. I'll talk more about that in a little bit. I can't wait to see what they're doing this season, though. I feel like they have got the potential.
Definitely any team that plays under FNG does well.
And they will face up against the even fresher squad. Gambit has been around since September, but Bait's like a month old. And it's not just the 5 players that have been a month old, but also this whole organization. Bait, Dendy's organization, Dendy stepping up as a captain.
was a matter of time before he did this, right? Ever since he got benched in Navi or left it,
Yep.
we knew this was coming. Like everyone was
We
just
knew
waiting.
something was
Yeah.
coming.
He's always talked about how he wanted to have his, his own team and really kind of be a leader in many ways. Like he's not necessarily going to be the guy drafting and calling all the shots in games, but he wants to be kind of the figurehead of this team, and building his own org was an actual part of that.
Lizard, we need your translations. If you can get anything.
Пару слов
I
буквально,
would.
да,
I am
перед
happy to hear.
Как там с вашим беглецом дела? Все еще в бегах. Как и удивительно.
He asked him like, "What's how are you doing with your Biglitsa?" But I do not know that word, so it could be good, could be bad.
Ну, как я говорил на самом деле в интервью, что пару дней будет, я думаю, уже какой-то стейтмент и будет что-то решено.
Я понял,
In
хорошо,
a
Тём,
few
удачи
days,
вам,
they will
идите.
release a statement and everything will be sorted out
Oh,
about
this is
what I
probably
didn't
about
catch, but
drama.
probably GPK, yeah.
Yeah.
Как тебе в роли? Ты вот, у тебя очень ответственная
Both
роль.
Gambit and
Фактически ты,
GPK
можно сказать, что ты сейчас
victims
батя этого
of the,
коллектива, да? То есть
recent
ты
drama.
отец, который собрал
A tournament in
других
Kiev, I
сыновей
can translate that
и,
point.
Ну, в принципе, то есть, я не знаю, ты создал организацию с нуля, и сейчас будешь проходить все этапы формирования.
So you made an organization right now and
Какие самые
you're gonna
большие
be leading
трудности
it,
вот,
commanding it.
сейчас на сегодняшний день ты испытываешь вот с чем? Что сложнее всего тебе дается?
Никаких трудностей, у нас все
What is harder for you today? But I didn't catch the rest of it.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I know your Ukraine is a little rusty. We give you like 3 extra days before we'll send you on the stage to do the interview yourself.
Давайте сжечь.
It was just about hearing it all,
Yes.
not necessarily translating it.
I am super excited to see these two teams play, and I do feel like before we head into this game, let's just quickly touch upon the CIS drama. That's the only drama we have. We got to take what we get. But I mean, the quote-unquote drama it's actually super important for these two teams because they basically were forced to change their roster. And for Bait, they had to change it right before they went into open qualifiers of the major. They were planning on playing with Kuman, and Kuman, right before open qualifiers, got snatched by Virtus Pro because they last minute needed a carry. We'll get to that as well. What kind of impact do you feel like it has been for Bait? Like, how do you feel the difference? Like, what different result would they have had if they could have played with Kuman? How? Because they practiced for a month before that with Kuman.
I mean, to be brutally honest, I don't think it changed things for BA. Obviously, the final roster maybe is slightly... Obviously, Kuman was their first choice, and they feel like it's maybe slightly weaker. But to me, they're not a team that we're going to make it to the major or minor when they're newly formed. They're still looking to find their groove. I think it's had a bigger impact on Gambit because GPK was looking like this next big superstar mid player. Gambit suddenly no longer looked like that consistent tier 2 team. They remind me a lot of like team like Chaos in North America, where it's like they qualify for these events, but they're never really doing top 6 performances. Finally, with GPK, they was like, man, Gambit are actually really good. They're winning like tournaments now. They feel like they can contest against teams like Secret, and then he's gone. So I think Gambit took a big hit from all this.
Yeah, I completely agree with Parker, with Gods. GPK is that young star in the CIS. He's the fresh blood. He's the one that not necessarily you're building the team around. It's obviously built around FNG. But if you need a carry that's going to be playmaking carry, you get it so that GPK can be that late game hard player.
So I have it on good authority that it was Virtus Pro that approached GPK. Is like, hey, you want to play with us? I think he would have switched to the carry role, and then no one would still be mid. And he's like, playing with no one in solo? I'm down. Sign me up, I'm saying yes. And then
the salary is 3-4 times bigger as well. It's very hard to decline.
That's all good and fun. And then he kind of forgot about this tiny detail. It's called a contract. And, he's stuck with it.
What's that, Shiva? I never heard of
I know.
Correct.
I don't think he realized that was a thing either. It was, it's super unfortunate because he is this young, promising player that has all this potential. And he's literally said, like, I want to play with Virtus Pro. And his team's like, well, if Virtus Pro doesn't want to buy you out, you're kind of stuck. And then you're benched. Now he's just not playing at all.
The thing about CIS is, like, I've been listening to a lot of different managers talking about the whole drama and everything. And usually, if a team wants to buy a player out, they don't really buy him for the buyout clause, right?
No.
For the full amount. They kind of settle the deal
They
a
can
little bit.
negotiate a little bit.
Yeah, they lower it. Perhaps they give some player to them, like when it happened between Lil and Roger, right? The problem is when you're too aggressive and something like this happens, when you're just like, I want to leave, that's it. Then the organization can get a little bit salty,
Yeah.
and then you're just back.
Well, it's not just that. It's also like it's a competitive environment. You're literally, quote unquote, giving / selling your best player to your biggest competitor, Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Right before the qualifiers for a major.
Yeah.
Like theoretically, that could have. I mean, I guess Gambit didn't end up qualifying for the major. VP did get that slot, but potentially Gambit could have taken the slot over VP by not selling them or letting GPK go play for them. So it's obviously a lot of strategy and tactics involved.
A year ago, if you give GPK to Virtus Pro, it doesn't matter because they're on a different level. They're on a different league. They're playing to win majors. You're playing to qualify for a minor. So
Yes.
it's different. Right now, they are competitors, like you just said. But this has been going on forever in CIS. If you remember Empire and Navi, like Navi is so salty right now about Zayats, and 2-3 years ago,
It was Navi
it was Navi
taking
doing
every
the same
Empire.
thing.
Yeah. Oh, I remember Empire being called the Navi training ground
Exactly,
for a
yeah.
while.
There are some teams that have that pull that if there's a roster slot, any player in the world wants to go and play for them. I think, I mean, obviously with CIS, it's VP. In the West, you've got Team Secret and now Team OG. You know, when OG had the roster openings because they had players retiring, I don't think it took much convincing to get the likes of Sumel and Mid1 to join them. Those guys are like, play for a 2-time TI winner, sign me up.
Yep.
They got the secret recipe, you know. We'll have some of that, please. Yeah, I don't blame them at all. Let's talk a little bit about the Dota that's being played yesterday. I remember, listen, we opened the show yesterday and we talked a lot about saves and how we were or how I was expecting like Oracle banned all the time, and that first game did have tons of saves, and then no other game that I commentated yesterday kind of had any of that. Like what happened there?
If you remember, even in the second game of our series, they forgot about the saves. They were like, listen, we're in Kiev, this is CIS Dotes, screw these saves, let's just go all in, davai. And I liked the Dotes yesterday. We have seen a couple of Void victories, like some teams did really well with him, some not as much. We have seen Nigma do well with Medusa, but pretty much with nothing else.
Nothing else, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely an interesting patch. I think Void Spirit and Snapfire, just these two heroes being in the competitive scene made a little shift in the drafting stage.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a few new things to think about, and especially both these heroes seem very strong right now. Despite maybe not having the best win rate, Snapfire doing particularly poorly at this tournament, there's still the hero just looks good and does a lot. And I don't think you can read too much into like a support hero having a bad win rate. You got to put the right pieces around it to, you know, let it shine.
Yeah, you got to have all the setups of the kisses, because that's kind of why you pick Snapfire, right? But we do see Snapfire still first phase ban / pick material, and the same thing goes for things like a Troll, which every time I talk about Troll Lacoste yesterday, yeah, I don't really like Troll, and a lot of people are like, you know, Troll, you know, it just doesn't feel that good, but apparently teams think it feels good because we see him a lot.
I think one of the reasons why we see a couple of these heroes come back into the meta like Jug and Troll is because of the Battle Fury changes as well. It's a little bit of a better item, and because of that, perhaps people think that Troll can be good again. However, I have to share my sentiment with Lacoste. I don't think that the hero is really that great. We actually watched Troll.
First pick material for almost every team.
It's a strong laning here. I think that's where it feels safe, and they're also, you know, looking at what OG did. Yeah. OG had a pretty smooth run through the qualifiers. Obviously, they're the TI winning team. They were playing Troll. They had Topson play at mid. They were doing it safe lane. So I think teams see that and they're like, oh, OG thinks Troll's good. That means Troll's good. So maybe there's some follow the leader kind of syndrome going on.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, then if we're you know, the leader being Team Secret in this tournament for sure, they Monkey King first phase for Matuma Man almost every single game. So why don't we see more of him on other teams?
I think we have seen Monkey King first faced by Secret since the major.
Yes.
They have just been doing it because they
Which
believe.
major? Like 3 majors ago?
Yeah, 3
4 majors ago?
Since Matumba Man is there, pretty
Oh,
much.
even
Yeah.
mid one used to play
Yeah.
at mid. They used to first face for him. They love the hero.
They play really well around it, and also Matu can fit any role with that Monkey King.
Yeah.
Like if Monkey King needs to be the late game carry, he fits that role. If he needs to be creating space, he fits that role as well, like we saw yesterday. So that's one of the reasons why they pick it. It's not an easy thing to replicate, though.
It is. It is not. You gotta have the player that is super comfortable with it. So let's talk about the matchups that we have here for these two squads. I feel like with GPK not in Gambit at the moment, the star player for me is gonna be Dream, that we're gonna keep our eyes on, and he is up against the player that wasn't initially supposed to be on bait, a PO65. How do we feel those two players compare to each other? Is there like a big gap? How big is the gap? Because there is a gap.
Yeah, I mean, it's to me, PO65 is like an unknown. Like, I'd never heard the guy's name before this team was announced, to be honest. Like, this team got announced, I'm literally like, who is it? I'm like going on Dota Buff, like trying to see if he's on what his past teams were.
Gentleman. He was the former carry of Forze.
He
And
was.
we did see Forze in the qualifiers. They did okay-ish. I don't think they qualified for anything, but they came close. But I personally, that's only because I looked it up after thinking, oh, who is this player? Because he never really, even though he was on teams that people have seen, he never really made that name for himself.
He's young. He's been around the tier 2, tier 3 scene, let's say more, in the CIS in EU for a while now. He's been top of the leaderboards as well, like top 50. So he's definitely good. Is he ready to be in a competitive scene right now in a LAN such as this one? I'm not so sure. I think Dream might be a bit better.
All right, well, we're gonna find out what's gonna happen with this first game. As we are in the draft for game 1, it is a best of 1, so there's only game 1. But we are in the draft. It's a seeding match. So the winner of this match will be counted as second in their group, and the loser will be counted as third in the group. So in terms of bans, I'm actually super surprised. Actually, no, I am not. This is the only team that you would first face ban Mars with.
They played offlane, but most importantly,
They
played
played Dandy mid, yeah.
If you remember, Dandy owns Cinderan on mid.
I must say,
yeah, Danny loves it here. And he also played some great puck games. They had the series against Secret yesterday was not that one-sided. Like, yeah, Secret won pretty convincingly, were better, but it looked competitive, especially that game too. And I think Dandy's puck is a big reason why Bait looks so good.
They also played it on 4. They played that puck on 4. I believe it was
in one
King
of the
Gar,
games. Okay.
right? Yeah. So they
first pick, Nyx Assassin.
Nyx has been a first ban in a lot of these games. It just seems to be re-emerging a bit. I don't feel like this hero exceeds and does anything amazingly well. It kind of blocks a lot of those popular int mids and stuff. The mana burn is really good, prevents heroes like Medusa coming into play. So it's just this annoying hero that makes you not want to play a bunch of heroes against it.
One of the big things about this Nyx as well is the new build that they go for with the Meteor Hammer. You grab that Meteor Hammer, you take the talent for the extended duration of your stun, and you can always set up out of Vendetta stun, Meteor Hammer, the hero is just locked in for 5 seconds. So it's also one of the reasons, but like you just said, most importantly, your ODs, your Leshraks are finding themselves in a lot of problems if they're matched up against Nyx.
All the in-heroes and then even all the heroes that have a way to proc Carapace, it's annoying to play against. So like we saw a game with like a Spectre, you go Radiance and suddenly there's this free Carapace Impale setup that can be really pesky to play into.
Actually, one hero that was always picked when Nyx started being picked was Batrider. And Batrider is already banned, but Nyx is picked up. So there is this strange situation in a meta in which there's a hero that's picked specifically because of some heroes, but then those heroes are banned, but teams just get too comfortable with that hero and they continue picking it. It doesn't have to be too great.
It's whatever feels good, right?
Yeah.
For the players. What do you think about the opening of Rubik Pango?
I think it's more flexible, definitely. I mean, not more flexible than Nyx, but overall it's a very flexible opening.
We did see FN play Pango mid yesterday, so I think that is always one to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, when you're picking cores in the first stage, I always like when they can go multiple roles.
Yeah.
Like you have the option to play it mid, you can put it off lane, but if it looks like you're going to get destroyed in lane off lane, yeah,
This pick with Enchantress being picked in the first stage is also really good, as you can't really know if she's offlane, if she's position 5, and because of that you have to be careful on Gambit. You can't just pick any carry, as you just might get crushed in the laning stage.
ENG to me kind of feels like this new and improved like Skywrath Mage in lane, where you just go there, you throw this nuke, your first spell, your impetus. It kind of reminds me of the Skywrath spamming this Arcane Bolt, and it just does so much damage. It just bullies heroes out of the lane, but then you also scale really well with your ability to go late game with the impetus damage as well, so very annoying to play against.
PL is a hero that's overall picked very often right now, and I pretty much think that it's one of the strongest carries in the meta. However, he's also a hero that's really strong versus ENG at any given point. In the laning stage, you can't really harass him. He can gap close super easily, and also later on, he does have enough attack speed to deal with ENG. So maybe this might be telling us that ENG is going to be their offlane, but knowing LeBron on bait, I think it should be him playing it.
Is there any heroes that you guys feel like is missing right now, like in terms of opening bans and opening picks? Any surprises that you're not?
Maybe Snapfire. I feel like that hero.
Yeah, we just talked about. Yeah.
That hero just does a lot. Like
Void Spirit as well, just completely ignored, not picked, not banned.
I've been a little disappointed by Void Spirit. I feel like the laning stage can be punished by, and you do have some bad matchups. Like we saw Weeha really struggle mid against an SF. I'm not as sold on the hero, like as being like first pick worthy, but to me, Snapfire is just like this support that's always seems good because you have such a good laning stage and you have a huge team fight spell.
I feel the same. I wasn't sold on the hero until I started playing versus players that really played well.
On the
Void
Snapfire?
Spirit. Yeah,
Oh, Void
on
Spirit.
Void
Oh, yeah.
Spirit. Yeah, and suddenly you're just disappearing.
Yep.
If they get that critical timing on Crystallis and Medallion, they just deal so much damage early on and are so difficult to catch. AA ban. Could this be a Huskar or something similar?
Oh, yeah, because right now I mean, they have the ENG heal, but that's normally not reason by itself to ban an AA.
Yeah, it could be. It could be because ENG might be core. It could be a Huskar pick in the second stage, and it could be a Morphling pick as well for them.
I'm sure Gamba wondering what are they planning on picking with this AA ban, but they're just going to ban a Void now. A carry we've seen a bit of, but also hasn't necessarily been winning a lot of games. Has looked a bit rough at times, particularly that long 160-second Chronosphere cooldown. Makes it very important you pick and choose your fights as far as when you want to use it.
It's very interesting that they ban it out this early on. It's one of those heroes that can deal with Pango in the laning stage. If he gets 2 raid bans or just power threads, Gloves of Haste, 1 extra level and Pango is just done. In that laning stage, only thing he can do is go behind the tower and creep skip. So perhaps that's one of the reasons, if the Pango is offlane.
You know what is a great thing against Pango? Clumsy net. I always am worried when I see a Pango picked up that you're just countered by something that can randomly drop for your enemies.
This hero right now, the Witch Doctor, is picked mostly because of Enchantress. That ward does not care about Untouchable, and if you cask her, you can just kill her off super easily. Also, the cask versus the creeps works well.
It seems like one of these supports that's maybe just being undervalued too. Every time I saw it in the qualifiers, I was like, wow, Maledict does a hell of a lot of damage. This hero with a couple items, Death Ward, really good in team fights. It just seems almost forgotten by some of these 5 positions because they've been so used to playing the standard 5s that are more meta, if anything.
Really great against Enchantress as well. Doesn't care about Untouchable at all.
Yep.
Of course, the Death Ward. So, yeah, team fight-wise, Gambit is looking pretty solid so far. Mostly single target for bait. Obviously, there are only 2 picks in, so a lot still possible. But we're going to assume that those 2 are their 4 and their 5, right? For bait, the first 2?
I think after the Witch Doctor pick, it's safe to assume that the Enchantress will be 5.
Yeah. Good enough reason to move her to that position. All right, well, let's see if what Ghost Take, Dendy, and Pio are going to play then after King or LeBron's hero are secured.
Yeah, wondering where they want to go with their cores here. Leshrac? Okay.
Lesh.
I was thinking who's good with Nyx, because often you don't want to get those like tanky melee offlaners.
That's a Ricky carry right there, I think. Yeah, we have seen...
That's some fun stuff.
We have seen some Ricky played by different players, different teams, different builds. Some would go Battle Fury and go super late game. Some would go Diffusal, fight early on. In any case, I think Ricky right now is in a good spot. This hero is is coming to your pubs. If he's not there already.
I was gonna say, I think he's in a lot of pubs
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, the carry Ricky, at least in the NA pubs, has become quite a go-to pick, I think, for a lot of players. It just seems good because with all the base HP regen, your laning stage is also pretty solid. You've got Tricks of the Trade early on as an escape spell, so you just don't lose most of your lanes. Like, you can at least trade evenly.
All right, so we got last pick going the way of Gambit, so they'll probably pick FN's hero last after they see what Bait is planning with their mid. I think that we just figured out what they're planning with their mid.
They pick this TA. They will cover it with the last ban if they're thinking that Pango isn't mid. Overall, TA doesn't lose too many matchups at the moment. We have seen her just crush versus... let's see. If they pick Huskar or Viper, that's pretty much what should be good versus her, right? But anything else is not really that great.
Yeah, I don't feel like those are heroes that they want to be playing with Ricky Pango cores either.
Yeah.
Like, thinking Husker plus Ricky, I just don't feel like those heroes synergize well. They don't hit very different timings in the game, so...
So how does a Pango do against TA? Like, do you feel like they'll want to put FN on that, or
I don't
will they
think so.
still pick FN a different hero?
Pango can mid with like the disarm against the TA and stuff.
I don't think that's a great lane for Pango. Yeah, you can secure the range creep, right? But overall, TA should take over that lane super easily.
No, that means it's going to be Shaklo on the Pango, and Shaklo will be up against what is most likely position 5 Enchantress. And that's not a really nice place for Pango to be either. If you're like, it doesn't matter really which core, but Enchantress is going to be in a really annoying position 5.
We did see Kingar play that Lash yesterday, though. So that's also an option for them. They could put that Lash on 4 still, and Enchantress could be offlane. But that puts Nyx in this 5 position, which isn't great.
The Nyx Leshrac lane, I feel like we've seen teams do quite a bit. You've just got the Duo Suns, easy setup for the Leshrac, and then a lot of kill potential there as well.
Well, Gambit ban out the Timbersaw. Is that a PO hero? Like, I thought PO was more like of the traditional carries. Meta carries, rather.
I guess theoretically they could do safe lane Lesh. Maybe PO plays that. I think Lesh is one of those heroes that a lot of safe laners just have in their repertoire. So he could play the Lesh and then you do the Timbersaw off lane.
They covered the TA right now with the Huskar ban.
Yeah.
Just to make sure. Maybe Huskar isn't great with Pango and Ricky, like God said earlier, but still it's a Huskar, and he can take over a game super easily if he has a good laning stage.
All right, final pick time. Whose hero is it going to be? PO or
Probably
Ghostic?
PO.
I'd say
see it likely being a safe lane Lesh.
I'd say it's their carry as well. Let's see what they go for. They're playing versus a Ricky, and it's kind of a hero that you don't really know how to counter him super easily at the moment, like with what carry does. Oh, Abaddon. So it could be Lash safe lane, Abaddon off lane.
It could be Abaddon.
It could be Abaddon carry too, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it good old Beast Coast with all their interesting safe lane carries? They've done K1 Hector playing Abaddon safe lane.
Shield, does it remove Maledict?
No, you can't remove
You can't remove it anymore, right?
Remove the Pango disarm.
Yeah.
I think the main idea behind this Abaddon is you have a core Lash and Abaddon, and when TA is farming that Desolator Blink, you can pretty much just go forward with the Lash, shield him up, and take objectives. It's a really, really strong mid-game lineup to protect that TA until she gets all she needs.
Do you like it?
I like it. I like their draft a lot. I think it's very solid. It isn't missing way too many things. They have catch, they have push. Their lanes look solid as well. It's all about how they actually lane. And okay, Gambit finalized their draft with a Kunkka.
Pretty standard mid.
Something that GPK played a lot.
I see this. I'm like, oh, GPK Kunkka. Oh, wait, no.
Oh, wait.
But, I mean, it's a good pick. It gives them some team fight out of one of their cores because Ricky, to me, is just, he's like this kind of single target-y carry that's going to look to isolate the supports. You need something that can kind of frontline and start the fight off, and Kunkka provides that for this lineup.
So what is important in this game? As we're about to, like, it's a best of one. What kind of timings or items or maybe rotations should we look towards for these teams? What is going to be key to their victory?
From bait, I already pretty much called it. They need to start rotating early on to protect the TA and her farm. But they have to be very, very careful about how they do it, because this last pick from Gambit can catch them off guard. You have that X marks the spot always, and if you push and you retreat one by one, one of you will fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like Bait are going to be the ones setting the tempo, and then Gambit have to respond, and they have the better team fight. So they're going to be looking to defend their towers, because they start losing towers, losing map control. That's where Bait's going to be able to take easy Roches, get that Aegis on TA, and then they win the game from there. So Gambit have to be proactive and take good fights.
All right, let's find out what's going to happen here in this best of one. We got Gambit and Bait. Let's see it with Capitalist and Lacoste.
One Lacoste between Gambit and Bait. What do you think?
Oh, I think Bait's lineup looks way better. The last pick, Abaddon. I'm not a big fan of the hero in general. He has a lot of bad matchups, but in this one, he's gonna delay there's no real burst damage until they get the items on Gambit's side. And with Lash, with TA, you can easily snowball, transition that into Roche, and this lineup can easily just pop off.
It definitely feels like a much more traditional lineup. Meanwhile, you have on Gambit's side, they're trying to show off a little bit. They're bringing back that Riki carry that people keep on trying. And I'm not sure how you feel about it. It was obviously a little bit unsuccessful at the previous major. We had a little bit in the group stage, didn't do so well. Ever since then, though, I just see more and more of it in my pubs.
Yeah, it's just been all over the place. Feels like his laning stage got way better because of the Blink Strike, and he can deal more damage before he gets level 6. And I've seen a lot of people just building Diffusal Blade so they can fight early on and then go for Battle Fury. A lot of the times you're playing against this super duper hero called Phantom Lancer, so you want to have a built-in cleave, and it also increases your farm ability. I'm fine with that kind of a build, but I'm not a big fan of Battle Fury first on Riki. No.
Yeah. Is there anybody that you've seen doing that, Lacoste?
Yeah,
Any names you want to name?
For minor or major.
Okay,
He's also a former panelist. Shout out to our boy Black.
Maybe the Battle Fury first build is in the play, but we'll have to see what our Riki does for Gambit, because it is a pretty good Diffusal Blade build for this game, right?
Always
it's matched. I mean, it's Diffusal Blade. It's a Diffusal Blade meta after all, but you're matched up against heroes like Abaddon, for example, which are very critical to be able to keep your mana intact in order to play out those team fights.
Yeah, Abaddon wants to be a frontliner. He really suffers against the mana burn heroes Medusa most of the time against Phantom Lancer. You just send illusions to him. He can't do anything without mana. It's really hard to itemize against mana burn in general.
Yeah, and then we've got our, Safe Lane Leshrac as well for Bait, and then just a mid-TA. It seems like they've got this nice combination of team fight, take towers, create enough space to be able to take a Roshan for a TA, and then bada bing, bada boom, do that 2 times in a row, you're going high ground, nice and easy. What do Gambit need to do in order to take this game against Bait?
Well, definitely Kanka needs to make moves. This is going to be an off-lane Pango. Yeah, Kanka's on the mid lane. For now, Riki needs to have a good laning stage, and you and me had a little chat about the Witch Doctor before the game started. It was not on the stream. I don't think this hero does anything better than any other strong position 5 heroes. If you compare him to Lich, if you compare him to Snapfire, let's say, who's one of the most popular heroes right now, and though win rate so far in this tournament has not been great for Snappy.
Yeah, he's kind of looked at as what we kind of agreed on is it would be a better support if this Enchantress was a core.
Yeah, for sure.
If it was a 3-position Enchantress, then great. You've got a support that counters a core, fantastic. But as just an ENG counter, and she being a 4-position, played by LeBron, we feel a little bit like it's going to be lackluster. But we'll have to see what happens, as FN is already going to be losing his career.
Easy 30 gold for his team. Let's see if he can get a revenge. Not really.
No, nothing. FN could do the same. So our safe lane matchup is going to be Dream and FNG, the Witch Doctor, plus Riki against Abaddon, Enchantress. Say one thing about Enchantress, laning phase, incredibly strong, and Abaddon doesn't really have a whole lot to fear for laning phase anyway, right?
Yeah,
he was very popular in previous metas for that reason.
They might want to skill heal in this lane instead of Maledict, even though having 1 point in Maledict will increase your kill potential, but there's going to be a ton of harassment from the position 5 Enchantress, and Abaddon is self-sustainable. Even if ENG decides to leave, maybe try to make a rotation on the mid lane, I don't think you can get a kill.
speaking of self-sustain, that is something that a big part of the reason that Ricky's safe lane has been so big, right, is his incredible amount of starting regen, and certainly going to be put to the test. I think he starts off with like 6 or 7 regen to start.
Now he's new Mixed Assassin.
Yeah, but that's certainly going to be put to the test by this very harassment-heavy lane. Meanwhile, at top lane, telekinesis over to the other side. Shachlo blocking him in a little bit, but Pio will back up. He's got a Nyx Assassin to be able to help him out.
Runes, no one is controlling them far. Haste Rune on the bottom lane.
Looks like LeBron is going to make a break for it here. And may just take it away from Denny since he doesn't need it. But 13-3, Arkanka doing a very good job despite his courier being sniped away. He is still winning that CS battle. Top lane should be pretty free farm for the Pango. Leshrac isn't really much of a threat to you.
You know, you're a Pango spammer, right?
Oh, yes. I love playing Pango.
Talking about spammers, we checked Pio's Dota buff before the game, and guess what? He has 600 games on Slark. Yikes.
Disgusting. Granted, that was before 2018. He pretty much has not played on that account for pubs since 2018. But yeah, that's apparently how he got his competitive career started, is him just playing a bunch of Slark games in pubs. King Arc going to be in trouble here. Turns around, fakes the impale. May go for now as he lands it onto Shachlo. Chain the stun with the Diabolic Edict doing so much damage. Shachlo's in serious trouble. He's just going to be chased down by Pio, and that's going to be your first blood for Bait.
Yeah, if you use Swashbuckle that aggressive, like it's a really long cooldown, level 1, so you need to be careful. So there's going to be another follow-up.
They're going to be getting both
2-0.
Vampire, he'll live a little bit longer with the stick, but there's no way that he'd be able to juke the two of them. So, yeah, as you said, those first 2 levels of Swashbuckle, you got to be really confident if you're ever going to be using it aggressively, especially against a chain stun like that.
That seems like we had a kill on the bottom lane. Abaddon.
That's a little surprising to me. Oof. I wonder if our Witch Doctor ended up going the Maledict build, because I imagine that's the only way they actually get a kill on the Abaddon in the first place, but...
There's no way to dispel it. Oh, good X mark.
It's going to be pulled back into the Torrent with the Maledict on top of the cask, and the Refraction just been burned through. The tower shots come in, and FNG collects another kill for Gambit. Bottom lane, though, Dream in some trouble and doesn't have the creep wave here to be able to jump to. He's going to be silenced again right as the creep wave shows up to the tower, but it's too late. A third kill now for B8, also known as Bait. We're going to watch back that ghost stick kill. We're calling him Bait, by the way, because apparently we talked to our main man, Moose, and that's kind of what they want their name to be. It's open. You can call them B8, but it's kind of meant to be Bait.
I assume they want to be baiting a lot this game.
Yeah, with the potential for an Abaddon turnaround.
Yeah.
5-minute battle runes coming up, and King R's not going to try for the 2. So it looks like they're just going to be split 2 for 2, nice and easy.
Kanka is level 6, while TA is only level 5, so if they make one more rotation on a mid lane, it's kind of guaranteed kill.
And certainly the most important hero, would you say, for Bait anyway? The TA.
Yeah, every single time you kill a TA, it's the same feeling. All right, this was interesting.
A farming boat? True. Oh, okay. Well, shots though.
Do you think Kanka said that was a fail boat after this one?
Yeah. It's for a farming boat, it must be a fishing boat, right?
What?
Dream. Gonna be ensnared down. Does have a blink to be able to jump over to the Witch Doctor, so should be fine, but still takes a decent amount of harassment. And that's just going to continue. You can see a CS really suffering here, but so is the Leshrac. They're actually about the same area. In fact, all the cores pretty much matching each other, but now Vampire's going to show up. They already have the Maledict onto LeBron. LeBron trying to push that last bit of damage onto FNG. Does manage to get the kill before he dies. Now Ghostic with the Aphotic Shield can actually turn around on that Riki. Not scared because After all, he's got that troll. That's one of the big scary things. Top lane, they're going to be able to get chain stun onto the Pango once again, bringing him down underneath his tower and keeping the siege wagon alive. Bait is managing to get tower pressure on both the side lanes right now.
They're using the info very nicely on side of Bait. They make a move on the bottom lane. They instantly start playing aggressively on the top lane. They know Pango is alone. They get a kill. They pressure the tower. And they're going to even put some pressure on the bottom tower as well. Same thing happened when they killed the TA. They got a return kill on Ricky.
That's going to be basically a bonus tower. It always feels good. When in safe lane, you're able to take that off lane tower before you start rotating around. It goes to show how far you've won your lane. And nice, an impale. Okay, no follow-up though. Pio a little bit out of mana there. And FNG, a Maledict with nothing to follow it up.
Witch Doctor, level 4, going with the aggressive build, 2 points, and Maledict 2 points in stun. Gives them a lot of kill potential. This Abaddon, like this is a core position 3 Abaddon that is having a really good time, 34 CS at the moment, and now you can be left alone since you're level 6.
LeBron trying to get a gank on this mid lane. Probably knows it's nice to get the information as well, right? Because of that combination you were talking about with the Kunkka. You can X marks a spot into boat plus, 1 teleport or 1 support rotation. And you're very likely to be able to bring down that TA. So LeBron gets that information. TA goes back to farming the jungle. And all is well for Bait, who are currently up 1K net worth. And I'm pretty sure they're happy with the pace of this game right now, as eventually they can try and take that safe lane tower with the Lashrak, who's already made the rotation. They're going to try and bring down the Riki, who is not quite yet level 6. Will have to TP back, but mass rotations coming out. They don't want to lose their safe lane tower on top
I don't
of
think
this.
they're getting this kill.
They're going to try for it. Pio is going to take a good amount of damage, but there it is. Ghostic immediately takes off the stun with his ultimate, turns around and Aphotic shields up the Leshrak. Not even close to getting the kill, but maybe it is enough to save their tower.
Now they should put more pressure on the mid lane. They saw Ricky TPing out, 2 TPs on the bottom lane. You can already see LeBron making a rotation on the mid. FNG.
He knows that there is no ultimate there for the Abaddon, but unfortunately FN couldn't get there fast enough. Here comes the Enchantress, as you were talking about, making that rotation. Once they see those heroes bottom lane, let's put in some damage on that tower. An Enchanted Creep. Very good at pressuring towers now that it hits so hard, thanks to Enchant adding damage to the neutral creeps. And Dream finally able to get his level 6.
40 seconds until the outpost and an extra siege creep. So I assume Bait just wants to pressure the bottom tower. They might even get it before because they have Abaddon, who is level 6, has ulti up and ready. Same goes for Leshrak with the Edict. There's no way Gambit defends this tower.
Yeah, so they're going to take the safe lane tower with the siege wagon spawning in 30 seconds. You probably just push in bottom lane and then rotate into mid, right?
Yeah. I mean, someone needs to be at the bottom lane to get the XP. Both supports are not that leveled. Witch Doctor is level 5. There was not much action happening. He got the 2 early kills, which did not give him a lot of XP. You would want to have 1 level 6 support at 10-minute mark with the tome, so you can start playing aggressively.
I think the real loser here for Gambit, and part of the reason they're getting run over so badly is I don't think that top lane should have gone as poorly as it did. And as a result, Arpengo being underleveled, losing his tower and such, means that they don't really have the team fight necessary to be able to stop this snowballing that's happening from Bait. Bait's just going to pick up more and more net worth off of getting the tower advantage, and that kind of space could also lead into an early Roshan if our Templar Assassin ends up going the Deso build first.
They lost the 1 tower on the top lane. They will lose bottom tower in the next 20 seconds, which will make a rotation to the mid lane, try to pressure the mid tower as well. Then the map opens up, and with that Deso build that you mentioned, they could easily take Roche. Deso plus Edict, pretty deadly for Roche, for buildings in general.
Since we did say that our TA is basically it is the hard carry of Bait, do you think that he is going to go for that Deso build? You want him to just go for that kind of greedier style that allows him to pump out damage and just leave the rest of the job.
Yeah, I
to
feel
be
like
done
in this
with
game,
Lesh.
Deso into Blink Dagger is fine. You have a Baron to take care of you if you're caught in a bad spot.
So what does Gambit need to do to slow down this roll? Is it just all-inning on a team fight in mid lane?
Well, Kanka used 2 boats. They did not get anything out of that, so he needs to be like more active. I don't know if there was some kind of a communication problem with it at the bottom lane because there was no follow-up. But Bait, they feel a bit better, I would say, in this game because they are using all the info that the Gambit is giving them, showing them heroes on the lanes, and then they process that info, transition that into tower or a big kill.
I mean, there's a big difference. I'm just looking at the stage right now and just looking at the supports, right? There's a big difference in the power spikes of these supports, too. Right? You've got an Enchantress for LeBron, and you've got King R with the Nyx Assassin. Those heroes are plenty useful without their ultimates. Right? A lot of their damage is intact without having their ultimates. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got a Rubik and Witch Doctor, both of whom kind of really need their ultimates to be online when it comes to team fights. You need that Death Ward. You need the Spell Steal. You know, there are some easy grabs here. You've got Impale from the Nyx Assassin. A Photic Shield is amazing. And oftentimes a free steal because most of the Battons aren't going to be spamming Mistcoil a whole lot. So
Yeah, I don't think you want to steal anything from these 3 heroes, like Lash, ENG, and the T8. It's really not effective on Rubik, so you are aiming for that Shield and Impale. These are the 2 most important spells that you want to steal.
So until they have that fact, I mean, right now, the Rubik is level 5, the Witch Doctor, level 5 as well. So they kind of need to get their ultimates there. Shotlo didn't have his Rolling Thunder until just now. As we head back into the game finally, we're going to see runes about to spawn. So Bait is going to try and invade into the jungle a little bit more. They already took that safe lane tower. LeBron gets low. Maledict will manage to finish him off here. They're not going to be able to take that outpost, but they should be able to get both the bounty runes down here in the bottom lane. Dream was already on the other side, though, and so things will be even on that front. But it's the towers that's the real loss for Gambit right now, and we'll see whether or not Bait tries to continue that role around the mid lane. Ghostic.
Shashlo is level 6, Rolling Thunder online, so they should use it and try to get a kill. He also went for kind of a greedy build, which I like in this game. He wants to be able to scale with just 1 Javelin.
We're going for the kill on FN. He doesn't have the boat up. He does have a Fairy Fire, and he's super tanky with all those stats. FNG will manage to intercept there. That cast bouncing around, slowing things down. They do manage to get the X on a King R, pulling him back into a Torrent, but no damage to follow that up. And yeah, sure enough, with the Siege Wagon push coming in,
keep alive.
They're going to do everything they can to keep that damage dealer alive. The tower's just going to be chipped away. You can see Ghostic's willing to take some shots. Finally, an Aphotic Shield is stolen, so it does make team fights significantly harder.
Siege creep dies, they instantly TP to the lanes to farm up. Also, a lot of pressure put on the bottom lane. Someone needs to address that issue. What do you think about the build in Kanka? Like, he's going straight into Heaven's Halberd against TA.
I think it feels good against TA for sure. I'm just wondering if they're going to be able to have enough to deal with this Leshrac, who's currently being hunted down by Shotlo. He does have a Swashbuckle to finish her off. Big kill. An important one at that is it was a solo kill too, so he got a hefty bound of net worth for that.
Yeah, Kanka right now is so tanky. 2,000 HP with that 2 Bracer, Power Treads, and Sange build.
They kind of need a pipe builder though. And if judging from Shotlo's build, it doesn't look like, I don't know, we'll see. Maybe he could go back for the pipe, but I would assume that he wants to be more of a damage dealer and build a Maelstrom. Diffuse a Blade is particularly good. As we already talked about, it's good against the Abaddon, but for Pango, it's particularly good against TA.
Yeah,
just instantly burning through Refraction.
And your Rick is also going for the Fusel Blade. Having 2 of those, that feels good. But I think he should swap back to more like team fight-oriented build. After that 1 Javelin. You have enough damage, but getting a pipe, even a mech to mitigate some damage from Lash, extra armor against TA is going to always be good.
That smoke wraparound, thanks to the ward they laid down, they spotted that Leshrac and should be able to catch him here, leading off with the X, pulling him back in. 3 heroes on top of Leshrac, easy kill. Dream, meanwhile, is also going to be able to chase down Ghostic. Not quite enough to be able to force his ultimate. If he did, maybe they'd go for the tower dive. But as it is right now, they're just trying to control this part of the map.
Leshrac just died twice in a row.
Yeah,
that's going to slow him down.
That is really going to slow him down because he got all those towers. He got the net worth lead here. Now the River, they're going to lose a team fight as well, as Vampire does have another Phonic Shield to be able to put on himself. Ghostic keeps him slowed down, though, with the silence. Maybe FNG going for some body blocking, but a shot from the low ground finishes him off. LeBron gets the kill, but now being controlled up. X, Rolling Thunder, bouncing back in. Does manage to hit the Abaddon, actually pops his ultimate. LeBron is going to be target, though, of all the hate from Gambit. They manage to bring him down first, now turning towards
a lot
Ghost.
of traps.
Plenty of traps around, so if Gambit extend a little bit too far, they will not be happy with the team fight that occurs. So instead, they back off, just happy with the trade-off of support for support.
This Witch Doctor is doing God's work in team fights. That cask guaranteed him a kill, and look at him. FNG has Urn already, so there's gonna be some extra damage thrown in inside that Maledict, even though it can be dispelled with Abaddon's shield. But seems like Abaddon is playing extremely aggressive, oriented about taking care of himself more than just healing others.
Leads off, does manage to get the Vendetta hit into the Impale, setting up a kill on to Shotzlow. Nicely done. I enjoy hearing the applause from the audience, just because I always want to know, like, who's the favorite of the CIS teams, you know? The fan favorite, anyway.
I know who's not, but I'm not gonna name any names.
Might be the team that's doing pretty well for themselves at this tournament.
Could
but
be.
You know, all's forgiven if you just win, Lacoste, and maybe that team.
Yeah, Gambit right now is doing a good job just putting the pressure on the lanes. Kanka pushes the waves pretty fast. The bottom lane is always going to be pushed in for bait, but meanwhile on the top lane, Ricky took the tower, which I don't think should happen. It's a solo Ricky pushing, who does not have a Diffusal Blade yet, but it's getting close because of that extra gold from the tower.
Yeah, it's pretty important. The tier 2 items ready to be spawned, so both teams gonna farm some neutral, see if they can get that special helping neutral item to increase their power spike. And
Siege creep approaching on a mid lane. They want to take this tier 1 tower on a mid lane. Deso is ready on TA and try to get a fight on mid. Transition that into Roche.
LeBron. He's going to take a decent amount of damage here from the Swashbuckled. Managed to dodge one Rolling Thunder, bounces right back into it. Now it's just going to be chain hit over and over and over again. King R actually coming in to try and bail out his support, but this is turning into a very bad idea. Hits the Impale, but Vampire, big burst of damage as he stole the Vendetta from earlier. They just need a little bit more, and the Fate Bolt will do the trick. Double kill for him. That's going to be turning into quite a wealthy Rubik.
Ricky about to finish his Diffusal Blade, and this is where Gambit starts to play more aggressive. You have a carry who will gladly join fights, but he's also fine with just farming on the side lane. And they are keeping the tier 2 tower alive, but most importantly, they kept the tier 1 tower on mid alive.
You could see Gambit is really itemizing entirely for that TA, maybe in part because Pio just died a couple times in a row, so his game was so slowed down, but they're going for Greaves build over the pipe for Shotzlow as well. So Greaves obviously a lot more focused on being able to protect against physical damage.
Oh, nice lift.
Ooh, the Swashbuckle doesn't actually hit Pio there, and he's going to be saved by both the heal of the Enchantress and the Aphotic Shield.
Blind Torrent.
Torrent into boat, into a little bit more damage, and they do manage to burst him down even through that Aphotic Shield. Now Ghostic tries to get the silence onto Shotzlow, but a stolen Aphotic Shield will cleanse that off pretty quickly, and now it's just going to be a run of whoever they can catch. First is going to be LeBron. He's done for a TP out for the Abaddon. Will get him out of dodge, but still. Great team fight for Gambit, 12-7, as they begin to turn things around. They have the better team fight, it seems. Now they've got Diffusal Blade. They feel confident taking it to bait anywhere they can.
Seems like Dendy does not want to participate in any fights until he gets a BKB. He did not go for a Blink Dagger. He wants to be able to have something against the Maledict, against the Mana Burn. There is a lot of control against the both, of course, and it seems like they're not relying on Abaddon to actually deal with all this stuff. I want to see Pipe being built on Abaddon to mitigate the magical damage on Gambit's side.
Yeah, that should certainly help, as you basically just, like, your job is pretty simple as the Abaddon in this game. You've got two squishy, very glass cannon style cores. You just need to be able to find ways to stop the damage of Gambit as best you can. And FNG, well, Vampire does have that Aphotic Shield still stolen, so...
My apologies to Witch Doctor. The boy's doing good. I did not see this hero in pro matches. I do not see him in my games. Seems like it's been forgotten. If someone's gonna play Witch Doctor, it's gonna be him or Puppy. But FNG took it first, and once again, my apologies. This hero seems very good.
Well, Witch Doctor graciously accepts your apologies, Lacoste, and I'm sure he's happy to be back in the meta.
Feels good,
He's not going to be happy. A casual net into an impale, a nice chain stun on a Dream. Thought he could TP out, but apparently he's mistaken. BKB, I'm not sure that's really needed, but it's popped anyway and does manage to get the kill onto the Riki. Now they're going to try for more as Vampire, Torrent, and Boat intercepting and allowing excess Vampire to be able to get out of there, at least for the moment, but still slowed down by another TA trap. Shotslow, Rolling Thunder. This is a good opportunity to be able to get some chain stun, especially with the BKB still down on Dendy. He decided to pop that for a Riki kill, and now he's been stunned 3 different times. That Swashbuckle doing so much damage, sure, but Gambit needs to be able to follow it up with a little bit more, and without their Riki, they don't feel comfortable taking that engagement. I think Shotslow looked at this and said, this is a dream area to take a fight. I'm going to chain stun people all over the place, but the rest of Gambit didn't want it.
Yeah, there was no follow-up. Riki is the most important damage dealer right now. They use the boat to disengage a team fight. So, I mean, boat is their damage as well.
Yeah. No Riki, no boat, no team fight. So Gambit, they're going to back up to the jungle for now. 20-minute rune spawn. Making a break for the outpost. FNG. Well, I don't think you want to be here, my friend. You can't stop that outpost from taken, and I don't think you can stop your life from being taken at this point, as LeBron's just going to keep peppering him with those impetus shots until he's finally brought low.
Pretty sure FNG is fine with that. That broke the smoke, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on the mid tower. Lashik just standing inside the trees. No deny.
Excess Vampire, they see him. Gambit just really awkward. It looked like they thought they could defend that tower, and then somebody made the call, no, we're not going to go for it, and that leaves Excess Vampire just out to dry, I guess.
They're ready to take the Roche, so they want to have good position in the lanes. They want them pushed out so they can actually take the Roche. There's no Slaughter in this game, but there's Deso plus Edict. That's a ton of damage, but they want to get one pick off. Getting Riki, maybe get Kanka to use a boat, and they will gladly just force fight into Roche pit.
It's always great for Dire's side, in order to get that control of Roshan, great ways to just be able to pressure that bottom lane, push in that tier 2, start threatening that tier 3, and you kind of know they've got to go over there. But Dendy taking so much damage already, they're actually going to be able to bring him down. Dream gets the kill, and our Nyx Assassin was not able to stop that damage. All physical. Now they've used another BKB charge, lost their carry in Dendy, and now more going to be caught as well. LeBron pulled back into his death, and even Shotslow chasing for more. LeBron, he's certainly dead. It's a better question of whether or not they're going to be able to clean up these heroes inside the river. Looks like the Nyx Assassin was able to back off. Shotslow, Meteor Hammer on top of him. The turnaround here from Bait is going to be able to get at least one kill, but can they keep their Lashik alive? No, that Riki does way too much damage, and Ghost Stick's not even going to try. LeBron did eventually go down, so that's going to be 3 cleaned up. I guess in a way, Shotslow being so aggressive like that basically traded his life for a Leshrac, which I don't think you're too upset about.
Lashik is not having a good time. He is third on net worth chart, but I don't think that's enough. He had way too many deaths, and the way they itemize is they realize the threat is coming from this TA. She got disarmed. There's a full AC on Kanka.
Dendy's back, looking for some revenge. They do manage to land the Meteor Hammer. The boat comes in. That's going to be dodged, but still pops a BKB, but just a tad late. Now FN has gotten enough distance. He's going to be able to walk away. FNG won't be as lucky. Maybe the supports. Oh, this is a big kill. They can actually get Dream. The net into the Impale, but he's already jumped away. The Aphotic Shield given by Vampire cleansed him of the net, allowed him to jump away before the stun came out. And now Vampire well, he may just be the sacrifice to get Dream out of there, but Dream and Shots, though, are not going to go down without a fight. Ghostic hiding away from that Rolling Thunder, trying to get around into the river, and he's going to be good. Nicely played by Ghostic.
This stolen aphotic shield is doing so much work, getting rid of the dust, the clumsy net, the trap slow.
Yeah, they pretty much always have to have sentries for these fights if they want to be able to kill Dream. It's always a hard game playing a bad into Rubik, because I mean, what are you supposed to do? Yeah, just like throw a miscoil after every aphotic shield? The animation isn't fast enough.
And the range is pretty garbage right now.
Yeah.
What if you go Helm of the Dominator and have creep, so you always have a target to use a miscoil on? Bam! There it is. Problem solved.
Well, you still got mana problems. That would be another issue for Abaddon, especially since he's matched up against the Diffusal Blades that we're talking about. A Blind Torrent is going to be able to set up on a Denny. Any chain stun? No follow-up. They have no BKB piercing disables on this side, so at least not yet anyway. Eventually they'll have a Basher on that Riki, I'm sure.
Riki is going for Manta style. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, is that really needed when you already have aphotic shields? Like, it's a guarantee you're going to have it on Excess Vampire at this point. Yeah, well.
I mean, it's a good stats, of course. You can get rid of slow, you can get rid of Meteor Hammer, Dispel, you can get rid of slow.
More instances of damage against refraction and stuff. Like, it's not a bad item by any means, but I wouldn't have minded him going for, like, the Battle Fury build. Oh. Battle Fury into Basher, Abyssal. Eventually an Aghanim Scepter. Oh.
Oof. That one's always scary. Roche, #1, still alive.
Yeah, very surprising. I like your point about this Leshrac in his game because, again, being third in net worth, when you won your lane, killed the offlaner a couple times, took the offlane tower, and then had a tower advantage, and as you can see, he's just going to die here to the physical damage of this Death Ward. Rips them apart. Now LeBron's going to be caught in as well. They even bump into the Nyx Assassin, which they bumped him a couple times, so maybe they know? No, they don't. Or maybe they don't have the detection to stop it, but they're going to try and do Roshan for themselves, and this would be a huge loss for Bait if a TA lineup is unable to get a Roshan, unable to get that first Aegis after winning the early laning phase.
You know something's wrong. Your hammer plus a 2-man stun.
That's was a nice bit of damage, but
they can't take this fight without Flash.
Yeah.
Even with BKB, this Witch Doctor,
they're out.
His positioning was amazing so far. He always gets like half the duration of the ulti. BKB is not going to stop you. He has a defensive item for himself. The Ghost Scepter will keep him alive, especially against the TA and Impetus.
Well, tier 3 items rolling in. Oh, Mindbreaker for a Pango.
It's an old Pango, you know, with the disarm and silence and swashbuckle.
Extra damage from the swashbuckle as well. A repair kit. Considering the Gambit are the ones who have the Aegis right now, I think you're pretty happy with a repair kit. But Pio, probably not too happy with being gone on. Over and over again, he's going to pop his BKB and see if he can turn this around, but he's taking so much physical damage from this Riki. Somebody's got to save him. Where's Ghostic? A Yule Scepter goes on, but it's not fast enough. Too much damage from the Swashbuckle, plus the Riki hits. And now, Bait have lost their big team fight core once again, and they may just have to say goodbye to this tier 2 mid.
They don't have any long cooldowns. That's a good thing for Bait right now because they can keep fighting, but they need their heroes to be alive. This Leshrac is dying way too much.
It really is. I have to wonder, like, is he not playing enough with his Abaddon? Is, like...
Who do you blame? Like, if you're Lash, you're definitely blaming Abaddon. Like, where you at, bro?
Yeah. But as a team...
Yeah.
Who is it? If you're looking at this, who do you think's at fault? Because I definitely feel like Pio's not respecting the physical damage that's coming from Gambit. Like, he's just charging in there, like, even before, he was taking a good amount of damage, but then he gets his BKB, and it looked like he thought he was invulnerable at all times.
Abaddon is not as speedy as Lash. They both have a horse, but seems like Lash horse is more amazing.
A little bit of a slower horse.
Yeah.
Being undead and all, you know, you're missing certain vital joints. Well, 3,000 net worth lead for Gambit right now. And that was Halberd into AC into BKB, I think, for a couple.
Yeah.
Look at that damage, man. Bad, and eventually his ultimate's gonna pop here, but nobody's
now
nearby,
what?
so they could just keep chasing forever. FNG even making sure to cut him off with the spider legs, climbing up the hill there.
So right now, Bait in a really bad spot. Gambit wants to keep playing aggressive, use another smoke. And TA, she's not a hero that wants to play from behind, especially if you take the Roche from her.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so hard to itemize. Like, I see Butterfly queued up for Dendi. Like, even if you get any item, it feels like Gambit right now is just staying one step ahead.
Yeah. I don't know. It's, okay. Ooh, that's a double damage. Jesus. Yule Scepter. That's going to be able to take away that DD, but seeing as they already used their Impale, they don't have quite enough chain stuns to maybe turn around on that Riki, nor do they really want to. After all, he's got an Aegis. That's why Dream's playing so aggressively right now. Daring Bait to try and take a team fight around killing him once. FN, oh, that is a very, very big kill. BKB is going to go off in time. As the Meteor Hammer chain stun was just a little bit off. The Nyx Assassin does have the talent, right?
Yeah, I think he went for a different talent because you always have... Okay.
Well, he was a little bit slow in casting the Meteor Hammer for sure. But, yeah.
You should always have time when you go for talent to actually drop it.
Net into Impale, and the silence goes off just in time. Shotch, though, actually gets it cleansed, though, from the Aphotic Shield that is always on excess Vampire, and is going to be able to just roll on through. Now, Paralyzes Cat's going to be able to bounce over to the Nyx Assassin, who's stuck right now, as is the Abaddon underneath the smoke screen. Dream just doing far too much damage. Yule Scepter to be able to dodge the Torrent, but won't have anything to dodge the damage. So just floods in from Gambit every single time they catch one hero a little bit out of position. Gambit just rolls on in, takes the team fight, wins it, and is now going to go for the high ground.
Dendi still being on the side lane. They definitely need to address this problem. AC, some extra minus armor on the buildings. There's no way they defend this. Also, Guardian Greaves will keep them healthy.
This is deeply concerning, I would say, watching this game as a whole for Bait. And the way that they had an advantage, had some map control, and just continuously failed in whether it's getting caught out, whether it's you know, not taking the right team fights, whether it's not doing the right objectives. I mean, it took them a while to be able to take that mid tower. They had certain times where Dendi was totally free farming, but they never got a Roshan. They never tried to even smoke Roshan steal or something like that.
I feel like there was no synergy post 10-minute mark in what they should have been doing. Getting that tier 1 tower with the TA, they just got outnumbered every single time. Either a kill on Lash, either a kill on TA, so they were just slowing them down, delaying that Roche that they're always afraid of. And the itemization on Gambit so far has been perfect. You have this AC, Heaven's Halberd, Kanka had the Imp Claw, one of the best tier 2 items in the game you can get. Now he's slowly transitioning into a damage dealer. Also Guardian Greaves, extra armor against TA. They realize where the real threat comes from.
Yeah, seriously. Like, Dendi may have free farmed and he may have almost equal net worth, but he's been so hard countered. Just look at that last wreck, man. He gets blown up almost immediately by Dream. No buyback there. So now I wonder if Bait is just going to give up on another lane of barracks. As the Abaddon, his ultimate is going to be popped here. The boat is going to come in, manage to nail.
Oh,
look at that paralyzing cast that just keeps on chain stunning these heroes. Triple kill for Dream. He's looking for a rampage right now, and you know it. He's going to go for the ultra kill first on LeBron. Gets that one. Where's Dendi at? Dream. He wants it. He's calling for his ally. Set it up for me, baby. Set it up. Get the telekinesis. Get a little bashes. The BKB going off. Dendi, are you going to try and deny this one? Get this Dendi. Burn through the refraction. Give him the rampage, baby.
And there it is.
And that's it. GG called for Bait and Gambit. Close out this best of one. They will end up second in their group.
I feel like Bait had this game after the laning stage, but there was just a little bit of miscommunication. Witch Doctor, man, he looked like the best hero in this game.
Yeah, FNG certainly showing up to that one.
Oh, seems like Dendy's also worried, like what happened?
Yeah.
It was our game after the first 10 minutes. Ghostic also looks pretty stunned. Maybe still having flashbacks from that paralyzing cast.
It just keeps stunning me again and again and again. But Gambit certainly look like the better team here. And Bait, they, I don't know, man. It almost feels like they just don't have that strong leadership, that strong unified vision of how to be able to play this game when we've got, you know, Dendy off, you know, free farming in the jungle, but the other four, you know, like especially Pio, like aggressively playing on the map and getting caught.
Like inexperienced player. You can see this from his play. A lot to learn. He got caught way too many times. I think him and Abaddon, maybe Abaddon should have sacked a little bit more of his farm just to help out the team. Like either be behind the Lash or behind the TA so they can get that counter initiation with the Aphotic Shield. Also, Rubik played amazing every single time. Aphotic Shield stolen. I mean, it's not that hard. We would have discussed about it, but still, it's your primary target.
Yeah. They, Gambit, just as a whole, were able to come back from a little bit of a rough laning phase and close it out in this best of one.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Lacoste and Cap. Let's break that best of one down. It was, you know, we started this game off. Lizard, you said if at least Dendy gets a lot of freedom, a lot of space created for him on his Templar Assassin, there's a good chance for Bait to make a run for it and take this game away from Gambit.
I think Dendy was the shining star of that team, of that organization so far. In this best of one, he did pretty much everything right. He farmed well. Yeah, the laning stage, he was up against Kunkka. He didn't really win it. You don't really dominate Kunkka that hard. And also he got rotated on a couple of times, Witch Doctor rotating in very well. But I don't think it was only Dendy. I think this team lacked plan. I was talking with Gods in the backstage. Like they just lacked a clear plan of what they were supposed to be doing. These two supports of Bait, they like every action that they did in the mid game wasn't really giving them anything.
Was that the heroes, Gods, or was that just the way they played? Because they had the Nyx Assassin Enchantress. Was that not enough to make something happen?
I think it's more how they played. They looked a bit lost with just their rotations. I think Leshrac had a similar problem where just didn't quite know where to go, was going in the Radiant jungle, getting solo killed by a Pangolier. And yeah, they just didn't seem to be on the same page as each other. The Abaddon, who had a really good lane, got this super fast Vlads, was playing in the top lane. And it just felt like those four needed to group up and play together. That was kind of, to me, it's like create space for Dendy, but it's not just about creating space. They need to achieve something. They take objectives, open up the map. Like, if they come teamfight US4, maybe Dendy's pushing some other lane, getting an advantage out of it. It just didn't feel like they were on the same page at all.
Yeah, there are different ways of getting space, right?
Yeah.
One is pressuring their side of the map, trying to take their objectives, and the other one is just feeding on your side of the map. And they didn't really feed on their side of the map, but they still did feed. Like as God said, you have to play around this Abaddon, or he has to be playing around you. You can't have Leshrac trying to make moves on one side of the map when your most farmed hero and the hero that's most active at that minute, Abaddon, is just solo out pushing. For what? You should be protecting each other, protecting that Lash, so that edict comes into play.
Should their game have been more focused around like the old 4 protect 1, but then that one person is actually Dendy? Like, should they have played with the 4 of them, or should they have just 5-man more?
I think that could have worked. I think that kind of in some ways a bit was maybe what their draft was intending to do.
Yeah.
They just executed it really poorly. So yeah, it was just tough because I think they executed it really poorly and didn't play very well. Like Liz said, none of the 4 players maybe looked that good other than Dendy, but I think Dendy at the same time maybe had the easier role, which is to sit back, farm your item timings, and then come online. But by the time he came online, everything had fallen apart.
He also went for a little bit of a different build than what we usually see right now on TAs. What you usually see is that Blink Dagger rush. You still farm with it, but you're able to join fights. He went completely without the Blink. He went for the Dazzle into BKB. It didn't really work out for them.
Now, we can focus more on Bait's mistakes, and maybe I feel maybe they're being a little bit lost in that game. On the other side, though, it was Gambit. They did come with a plan. They were prepared. And they looked good. Ending even with the Rampage for Dream. Like, they were like obviously having the freedom to execute the plan like they wanted it to, but it showed that they had that plan.
They look like a team. They understand how to play team fights. To me, this game just was a complete outskill more than anything. I actually preferred Bait's draft, but like this fight we're seeing here, when we're at that bottom river, was just like, hey, this Leshrac ran out of position. Gambit understood. They go on him. They look for the kill. They don't kill him because of a shield, so they don't overcommit when they're chasing.
Yeah.
They just keep on poking, keep swashbuckling, and eventually do get the kill when Kunkka catches them with an X. And Gambit just knew how to play better as a team, how to team fight better. They just completely outskilled Bait.
They just played better, right?
Yeah,
that's
I'm trying to think of how many different ways to say that.
Yeah. I mean that's a tough thing to discuss, right? All right. So we know Gambit played better.
Yeah. I mean,
what are they gonna like? What do you take away from their match? Like they're just a better team compared to Bait. Like how do you feel like they did compared to how they should be doing? I mean, they should like on paper they should have won already.
Yep.
Obviously, coming in as the better team. We mentioned it earlier that Bait, you can consider them for a team that is trying to make it to the qualifiers. Gambit is a team that is trying to make it to the majors.
Yes. I mean, they're a top 3 CIS team, and they're trying to, beat the likes of VP and Na'Vi right now. I think it was kind of clear coming in that they were the favorite, better than Bait.
Yeah.
And they're going to be playing Virtus Pro later on. Oh, if they win the next
match. If they win the next one.
They're going to win if they win the next match, they play
Yeah.
Virtus Pro to end the day. So they could potentially have a third series, a best of 3 against VP.
Yeah. Just to give some context here, we are having Nigma versus aggressive mode after this, and then the loser of that match will face the winner of this one, making it the second seed of Group A facing the third seed of Group B. That is basically what's happening. And then the winner of that best of 3 that they'll play against each other later today, that will be up against Virtus Pro. So yeah, they are on Virtus Pro side of the bracket. You can even see it just like that.
That's fun. I think this game, where they struggled was just the early game. They didn't have the best laning stage, and they had to kind of play from behind. I think the draft was actually pretty good from Bait, but ultimately, yeah, Gambit, I think, showed they can play from behind and pull things together.
I just feel they had a much more clearer path. Their 2 supports did way a lot than the supports of Bait. In the laning stage, yeah, King R and LeBron did well. The laning stage went so poorly for Ricky. Dream, he had less farm than Shaco after it. So he was really suffering. But it still didn't matter because you have these 2 supports that actually do know what they're supposed to be doing on the map, and that's mostly because of FNG.
Yeah.
That guy just controls the game really well.
How many kills he was in? He was in 24 of these kills. He's everywhere. He was rotating mid. He's leading this team and understands how to call the shots, and it feels like, Dendy's the leader of his team, but his role in game is to be a mid who just farms up his items. The 2 supports, they need to step up and make calls and make plays.
This is a really good point as well. I think it's much easier to lead your team if you're the playmaker. If you're the TA that's supposed to be farming on your side of the map, you're just like, okay, guys, you just go do that, your thing, and I'll farm.
But it's very hard to micromanage from that position because you need all your attention for your own gameplay, right? And
exactly.
Yeah, if you're more involved with the movements, you have an easier time.
Let's say you're the Leshrac. It's much easier to make these moves. It's much easier to call them, guys, I'm going to pushing here. I want Abaddon behind me to shield me. The 2 of you go ward. It's much clearer than when you're just farming and you don't even know what your other cores have, what items they've got, what levels. It's not as easy. It isn't as clear, at least.
Is that like something like growing pains for Bait, or is that like, because obviously we don't know what's happening in their communications and we can't really make too many claims regarding that. That's just the way we saw the game, right? That's growing pains. Like you can learn how to communicate, or do you already have to have these vocal players?
It might be a personnel issue where, I mean, they have this young, inexperienced carry player who's kind of new. If he's playing the Leshrac, if you want the Leshrac making calls. And then I think both the 2 supports, King R and LeBron, are not really captain-style players, maybe, or at least not proven ones. And to me, it's a personnel issue.
All right. The Bait, of course, is not out yet. Like, don't worry. This was a best of 1. This loss for them means that they're facing the winner of Nigma versus aggressive mode. I believe that's going to be played tomorrow, so they do get a break for the rest of the day. And speaking of breaks, you're going to get one too. We're going to be right back because we're going to move onwards to the next best of 1, aggressive mode and Nigma coming right up.
What keeps you going when all goes to hell? What separates a good player from a champion? How do you overcome the odds? How do you make the impossible? It's a secret.
What will they say about you?
That you don't belong here.
That you're not prepared.
That you don't have the skill for it.
Or maybe they will say
that you're not human.
That you cannot be stopped.
That you make it look easy.
But no matter what they say, you just have to follow your dream.
Be initiative.
Get mad!
Make a comeback.
trust your teammates.
Control your emotions.
Make the right call.
Don't be afraid to lose.
But do everything to win.
So how do you make the impossible? It's a secret for everyone, except for you.
Все эти мгновения затеряются во времени, как слезы в дожде. Пришло.
But you're still the same.
Welcome back. Tug of War Mad Moon continues, and we are going to find out which team will be second and which team will be third in their group for Group B. And that means that we're going to have one match, one game, one best of one between Nigma and Aggressive Mode. And for that one, we changed up our panel a little bit. We moved Gods to the caster desk, and it is Kyle that replaces him. And still here with Lizard. Kyle, how are you doing this morning?
I've been better, I've been worse. Long story.
Did you have a good night yesterday? Or?
I did.
Yeah.
It was fun, yeah. I broke. Well,
You broke?
No, there's only 2 rules in esports, okay?
Okay.
One is just, don't be the douche canoe. And the second is be very careful if you go to a bar with people from certain regions. And that's at the end.
And you failed the rule 2.
Yeah, it's hard to, yeah, that's all. I'm a little mushy today, so I'm going to need you guys to carry me.
I can tell you, Lizard, this morning I saw Kyle in the elevator for breakfast, and he's like, yeah, I've got this pain in my back. Can you see anything? So he lifts his shirt off his back, and there's this massive, like, I don't know, it wasn't even a bruise. It was like, he probably fell down some stairs, like some red shaved area. I showed it to Valerie, our talent manager. She's like, is that a rash? It was pretty bad. I took a picture of it.
Sounds very standard for his trip to Kiev.
Yes.
And
it's a really wonderful city. I will say, I'm always excited when I get to come back here.
You know what a
One of my
wonderful
favorite
city is?
places.
This city, because we are in the Mad Moon Tug of War city. We definitely have a city behind us where some awesome Dota is about to be played. These 2 teams know each other so well. They've played each other so many times over the last week or so, like in the European qualifiers, Aggressive Mode and Nigma. Let's just first recap what happened yesterday for these squads. Nigma, started off doing quite okay. They started off beating Ninjas in Pajamas 2-0. It actually looked pretty good for them, Lizard.
yeah, Ninjas in Pajamas, however, overall didn't really have the best day yesterday.
True.
And later on, Nigma looked only all right when they had these heroes that were either a cheese or something like a Medusa, right? Your Meepos and Medusas, and they look all right. But whenever they start playing normal, real Dotes, it didn't look great. And
why not?
I'm wondering the same, because even from the minor, if you remember that Kuroki's interview, he said like, all right, we're feeling bad right now, we're not in our form, but we will work hard to improve. It's been, what, 2 months now, and the improvement just isn't there.
No, they look pretty bad, I'd say. They didn't make it out of Europe like a lot of people probably expected, neither to the major nor the minor. And I think that's also a part of why we could look to see them succeed here. NIP, I was talking with their manager earlier, like they had a 3-week boot camp leading up to those qualifiers. They've been on the road for like a month. They're exhausted. This is like the end of their road. They made it to the major. Whereas Nigma, this is kind of it. This is all they've got to do for like a month or so. So they better try bring their A game, and thus far it really hasn't looked great.
No, on the other side, I must also, I think, Aggressive Mode. They faced Nigma earlier on in the qualifiers for Europe, for the major already, and for the minor actually as well. But I want to actually first focus a little bit on yesterday, where Aggressive Mode, I feel like, Skeeter, the previous carry of Ninjas in Pajamas, up against Ninjas in Pajamas. I wouldn't call it ultimate revenge, but definitely some revenge. That must feel really good for Aggressive Mode being in this position right now.
It felt great for him, and he played so well as well. Skeeter finally proving himself to be the carry that they actually needed. They got rid of, and now he's doing a little bit better in the Aggressive Mode.
He really is. And as we see the stage with the look-alike Dr. Disrespect, the CIS Dr. Disrespect again, it means that we are very close to welcoming both of the teams on
What a
stage.
stash, man. What a stash. He's like straight from the 70s. I thought we were supposed to be in the future.
Well, I mean, this is a fake one. Did you know that?
It all comes around, the fashion, it just comes around.
It's like he is, so basically it's like, okay, how do you think, what would you look like 50 years from now, if you were taking to the future, what would you wear? He's like, I need a mustache, because that's the future right there.
Bold move.
Well, you guys are already there here.
Yeah, well, it's
not as
I think
awesome
growing,
looking, though.
there's a difference between growing a mustache and just not shaving.
A big difference.
Big difference.
Big difference, yeah.
And I don't really think my facial hair is anything to write home about. I'm just lazy.
So you're like, okay, you know, this is Mad Moon. So rather than taking it to the cyberpunk futuristic role, you took it to the werewolf role.
Indeed.
All right, Team
What a
Nigma
show.
taking this stage here. They're ready for that. Well, what an absolute amazing, amazing show here.
There's still.
This is hype.
I feel like I'm at a rave.
I feel like I could be going to a rave. I hope that
can't.
Nigma is ready for this game, though. So we see them on stage. We've seen them yesterday, and we know that this is the tournament that they have to work with in terms of what they're going to focus on for the next month in terms of going into the next qualifier. This is where they're going to learn their lessons. They're going to find out what they need to work on. They're going to try to put their best foot forward, and they are going to go up against another team that also will work towards being the best version of themselves for the upcoming qualifiers after next match. It's aggressive mode.
Holy shit. They put this together in like... The minor was like a month ago.
And they moved everything from the mountains back in Kiev, and it looks just amazing.
It does look amazing.
This is a hell of a stack as well. You can see Lil front and center. This is literally, they should call themselves the meme team, man. Spartan on the squad as well. I love watching him play. He's
You just love the whole team, the whole stack.
Yeah, they are an insanely fun team to watch. And I think that this best of one, so we know that, regardless of result, none of these teams are eliminated. This is a seeding best of one. I can only imagine the crazy stuff either that both of the teams can come with. I heard Spartan in the green room mention something about techies. I don't know what will happen, but if it is going to happen, this is the game.
He said that this game is going to be very fun and they're going to make it that way. Now, their mid laner, Borania, I used to play with him. And when he's in an aggressive mode, when he's playing aggressively, he's on his best.
That's
and I really like that.
His name?
Borania.
I always called him Bora Ninja.
I call
Bora
him,
Ninja.
I call him Borania.
That's closer. Borania. His last name is Boranishevich or something like that. So
there's
it
no
comes from
N
that.
there, so Ninja was wrong altogether anyway.
Well, well.
In any case, it means peas, like those.
Like
what?
Peas?
Peas,
Like the
vegetables. Yeah.
I hate peas. Do you eat frozen peas or do you warm them up first?
What?
My whole family only eats frozen peas. They hate them warm and mushy.
All right, the only reason why you would use frozen peas in the frozen state is if you have a massive bruise on your back and you need to cool it down.
Or if you wanted to give someone a bruise, you just beat them with bag of
the
peas.
frozen peas. Yeah, you warm them up. There's no doubt in my mind that is the way
Heard
to
it from
eat
the panel,
peas.
brothers.
It is quite fun to know that name means peas, though, because I didn't know that, and I can only imagine all the different ways that commentators can, dunk on enemy, like, eat your greens, I don't know.
You should use that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a really good line. back to Spartan real quick.
Yeah.
What's the... I can't remember the name of the character. It's one of those fighting games. The guy that's like the drunken brawler style. That is how this man plays Dota.
Oh, yeah?
That's why Techies is perfect for him. You don't really understand what he's doing.
He's running at you. He doesn't have a single item. He's running at you and he looks mean and it scares you. You're like, does this guy really have a plan or is he just a fool? You know, it's 50-50 with him.
It's interesting too when you consider, that True Sight doc about Kuro saying, they just keep running at us.
What do we do?
Well, it's a little different when it's just Spartan. He doesn't have 4 TI winning teammates behind him. Oftentimes he's all alone. But still, it should be a fun match to watch. And I'm expecting most people probably rooting for Enigma at home.
That's because they're the bigger team, big organization. No surprise. Aggressive mode is actually a very young squad. I know that they got their slot from qualifying, but that was a whole different team. That was May 2019 even. So I believe that.
Really?
Yeah. Ninjas in Pajamas qualified for this specific LAN in February 2019.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, and it was just
Really?
PPD that is still the same teammate, still the same person on the team. Yeah, but I do think...
Hey, Wee.
Hey, Wee.
What a smile. Look at that guy.
He's got a good smile.
They definitely have a bigger fan base nonetheless.
Yes. But these two teams, like I think aggressive mode already in the European qualifiers and in the minor qualifiers, they've made some fans for themselves as well because of the way they play. They have faced Nigma. It was actually aggressive mode that 2-0'd Nigma, and basically with that 2-0, it was aggressive mode that secured themselves a place in the major playoffs. And it was Nigma that just had to go straight to the minor playoffs. What's up, Kyle?
I'm just...
Are you just waiting for me to say Ninja again?
No, it's because I was just going to be like, the funny thing about aggressive mode is they just play so aggressive. Then I started thinking about Cinderin saying the thing about Alchemist is that it's an Alchemist game. And now I'm just laughing. It's been a long day.
Is that...
You don't remember that? It was fun.
I remember it.
That's a very long time ago. The thing is, you always gotta. Yes, you always gotta remember what do the people at home still remember?
Oh, they're memeing. They think I'm an idiot, but that's fine.
I mean,
that's why I get hired.
I mean, there's no change there then, at least. No, I do what was my point? My point was aggressive mode 2-0'd Nigma in the group stages for the major, and then Nigma 2-0'd aggressive mode in the playoffs for the minor. Actually, every playoff game that aggressive mode played, like didn't matter against who, they lost it. So they did well in the groups, and then they lost they didn't even get a single win.
I think it's different for a new team versus the old dogs, right? Like such as Nigma, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone is looking at Nigma. Everyone knows what they're doing. They're preparing for that. And then Nigma, obviously, when they come and play versus these newcomers, such as aggressive mode, you don't know what they're drafting. You don't know. You might have seen 1 or 2 games that they played in the qualifiers, but it's not as easy to prep. It's not as easy to figure out what your strategy is going to be. That's why they lost the first series but won the second.
And I think the onus is really on Nigma to find their identity, because it does seem like they're still searching. Even going back to TI, I know they finished 2nd place, but they ran through that lower bracket on the back of a very select few strategies. Notably, like Weeha's hero pool is just very limited. He was playing TA, Wind Ranger, and there were a couple Tinker games with Void.
Some Invoker here and there.
You can't really play Alchemist anymore.
He plays mean Void Spirit though nowadays.
Yes, that is.
It's a bit of hit and miss, but when it hits hard.
Yeah, it's hard to. The problem with Nigma is that they don't really have anywhere to go, like other teams do, in the sense that they don't swap lanes as often. I know Miracle's played a bit of mid, but they want Wii on the aggressive playmaker. They want Miracle on a hard carry. And the way the game is right now, there's a lot of setups. Sometimes you'd prefer, like what Nip often does, where they have like 3 2s. Same with Alliance. No traditional hard carry necessarily, but 3 heroes that are all going to scale. This isn't the way that Nigma really like to play. So they're trying to figure out their place in the meta. They weren't able to do it in the qualifiers. It'd be cool to see if they can do it here.
They did manage to win the minor, right? They managed to win it. But it's still with that narrow hero pool that you just talked about. I think they're trying to fit the Wii into this spot in which Matumba was before, but Matumba seemed to have an easier job doing that.
Yeah, he's just a different kind of player as well. I think that Wii is, again, great at these aggressive heroes, but he's not ideal on... I call them like the Viper heroes, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like the Vipers and the Razors, the Dragon Knights. Like you don't really have the opportunity to make plays. It's
you either play these Vipers, Dragon Knights, SFs, or you play your Meepos, Tinkers, Invokers. Like
very few people play both.
It takes a certain mentality of the player as well. He needs to be like the personality is different when you look at these people that play Tinkers and that play these standard Vipers and DK.
Now for Nigma they do. Or rather, they seem to have been searching for Weeha's role. They've played 5 games. He's played 5 different heroes, ranging from his traditional Meepo. He's obviously one of those Meepo players/pickers. He's played Tiny. He's played Void, Zeus Shrek. That's not his traditional heroes. Other than the Meepo, he played something unusual, at least from our perspective, because that's not what he usually plays. It's not really worked out. That's why they're not top of their group.
Perhaps they should take a little bit more of time until that kind of works out, right? Maybe that's the thing.
I mean, they have all the time they want, right? Because they didn't qualify for minor nor major. This is the only time they can practice in an actual LAN setting, which is the best quote-unquote practice you can get.
It's such a rough thing to say as well. We need more time, because in this world, in the Dota world, you don't really have a lot of time. No. Every team, if you like Virtus Pro, they pretty much said we're gonna give Save and Epileptic Kids a lot of time. What? It was 1 qualifier and you boys are out.
VP though. They have certain
standards, right?
Yeah. that's the kind of the trouble with winning, right? There's a you're talking about backstage, like the problem with Dota is like you're only as good as your last event, right? So even me, Reddit, everyone's saying how Nigma's washed up and they're bad now because they've lost a qualifier. When in reality, we all know how good they are. And I think another perhaps reason for their excellent performance at TI is these guys are all LAN players.
Yeah.
There's very few people that turn up on LAN. Weeha's certainly one of them. He's always been able to perform at TI. Same with Kuro. And I can't believe these guys just are still playing. Like it's been like 15 years, and they're still just grinding it out. I can't believe that. Like, it's just an accomplishment that Kuro is, like, still on stage, like, playing Dota this well.
Now, well, we heard him say in True Sight after he lost, God darn it, now I have to play another year.
Yeah.
He said it in a different word.
He was like, at least you guys won a TI.
Yeah.
He has a goal as well there.
That's true.
Yeah. Oh, no, he didn't say that. He said, now I have to win 3. That's what he said. Like, he needs to be the best.
Dude, life, oh, man, I can't tell you how much more peaceful life is nowadays, because that, like, makes me think, like, that was me. Like, literally my entire life was I'm going to win TI.
That's not even Kuro's goal. He wants to be the one that won most TIs. So after OG won 2, he's like, well, now I can't just win 2 anymore. That's not enough.
He wants to be the best.
He wants to be winning 3 so that he's the one that goes down in history as the best Dota player to have ever walked the
He's
earth.
going to be playing Dota for a really long time. That's the goal.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty mean. You don't think they can take the next TI?
They're not going to win 2 more.
What? There's always a chance, surely.
No comment.
You just said that Nigma is a team that steps up on LAN, that steps it up when they're playing in front of a crowd. They're definitely playing in front of a crowd, and Kuroki is definitely a hero to a lot of people in the CIS scene. So if you're asking about which team the fans here will back, I would imagine it's Nigma.
It's rough waters ahead of them, though. That's the thing. They've just lost the qualifiers, and it's all about how they come out after this next month and the next qualifiers. That's really what's important for them. Let's not talk about TI. Let's just see them qualifying for the next minor or major.
Yeah, one step at a time. I mean, you can always try to qualify for TI via the actual TI qualifiers as well.
Yep. Just be OG.
Yep, smooth sea mix for shitty sailors. That's how it goes, and you want to have trials and tribulations before TI, so when you get there, you're peaking.
But is that true for Dota, though? Like, for everything else in life, like, I can agree with you. But for this game, the more you lose, I have a feeling the worse you get, and you just don't learn anything from it. Your emotions get ahead of you, and
well, that right there is probably the main reason I'm on this desk and not trying to be on stage, because your effectively entire self-assessment is just based on am I winning or losing. Yeah. It's kind of difficult to be in a happy place as you watch your competitors all go play at LANs and win money, and you're at home playing Dota pubs.
And speaking of happy places, I mean, we already talked a little bit about Spartan, but he always seems to be in his happy place. He's always upbeat, always happy. It's a fresh squad. I remember when it was formed, they're called aggressive mode. Lil is among their ranks, and we all know that Lil is pretty vocal in-game and on Twitter, for example. What are we thinking about this squad? They're fresh. They already made it. Like, they made it to the major qualifier playoffs. They obviously did not qualify, but for a new-ish team, that's really good.
Post only counts with horseshoes and hand grenades, Sheaves.
What?
I guarantee. What?
What?
You never heard that expression?
No.
Okay, getting close doesn't matter, Sheaves, is what I'm saying. And it's actually proven fact, silver medalists at the Olympics feel worse than bronze medalists.
Well, I know
they end
that
on
one.
a loss.
Yes, but at
Same
least
with aggressive mode.
Well, they come here after a win. This is a very difficult one to work with. Let's talk about a little bit more about aggressive mode, because I think that they have had an amazing run, even though they came close and didn't make it. A team that, for example, you compare them to Bait. They are also a new squad. They didn't even come close.
No, I think aggressive mode has more potential. They're hungrier, if nothing else. And now I want to take just a little bit of time.
Dendy came out of retirement. You're saying he's not hungry? He was fishing at home with his kids?
Dude, there's one thing to win everything, go into retirement, and then be like, I might go play again. The fire comes back. And there's a different thing is when your fire is just about to,
I actually want to comment on that, because I've spoken with Dendy, because I think it was... It's actually quite impressive, really, talking to him, because he still burns with passion for Dota. Like, he wants to play. It's not about the money. It's not about anything other than he just
wants to
loves
play.
Dota. He wants to be the best at Dota again. It was crazy. I was talking with him at TI because he was working on panels with us. And I thought he was like switching over to broadcasting. And he was dead serious, like, no, I will play. Like, I am, like, he's still confident, not only that he'll play, but he's going to win. So I personally would bet on him. I think that he's going to have a bright career still.
Yeah.
But
maybe not with this current squad the way it is.
the point, I'm just trying to disagree with Lizard. That's the point here. Lizard is wrong.
So
He just needs maybe the right squad and the right circumstances. I believe in him as well. I think he's super skilled. Like for forever now, he's been that way.
And do we believe in aggressive mode then?
Okay, so on the other team, there's this one guy that I played with named Borania that we discussed before. Like he's been around the tier 2, tier 3 scene for quite a long time, but I really believed in him. Like we'll see how he fares in this tournament, but I foresee bright future for that guy.
There's a lot of players like that throughout Eastern Europe, CIS. I remember because we were fishing for players back in the day. It's just so hard to know who is who, because it's not really about the skill as much as it's, will this player learn? I'll use like Nisha as an example. That guy is like so incredibly smart that he swapped roles, he's one of the best mids, right? And it's just, he just gains this information and sort of morphs his play style based on what his team needs for that game. That is really, really difficult, and very few people can do them.
I think similar can be said for him, for this mid laner. Like even my shitty ass teams from before, we would lose, we would get crushed in scrims by OG, by anyone like that, but he would end up with having 0, maybe 1 deaths and actually doing well. And if we would win, he would be the one carrying, so.
Well, this wasn't you.
Obviously.
Well, we've seen everybody on the side of aggressive mode before in different iterations, different teams. Do we feel like, for example, Skeeter is one of the most recent examples. He obviously was in Ninjas in Pajamas and he wasn't able to live up to his fullest potential in that squad. Now, there's a lot of factors that could play into that, right?
Yeah. I was curious as well. Did you ever watch the children's show Bananas in Pajamas? That was my favorite.
I think I did.
Favorite show.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah.
We had that.
I might have
It was a book,
at
too.
least remember the intro where they come down the stairs. And
Yeah.
there was a sentence where they're coming down the stairs.
I don't remember the plot, but
Was there a plot?
it's centered. I know the main characters, but yeah, that's it.
Yeah, coming back to Skipper, he's been around for a while with 9, right? He was in Penta as well, and I think he's another young star that's just hungry for these wins, for proving himself.
Because it's very easy to point to someone like Nisha and say, yeah, you know, he went from, having potential and Puppy picked him up and he's just grown to this mega superstar, being the best mid in the world. How do you find more people like that for your team, for example, if you are aggressive mode? Like, how do you know when you get someone like that?
No, it's so hard. It's like trying to get a job today, all right? To get a job, you need experience.
Yeah.
To get experience, you need a job. Same goes for Dota. You have to be a proven winner to get other winners who want to play with you. So how do you... you got to win with losers. The winners see that, and then you replace your losers with winners.
It's like this. When you're in this pond of losers where I'm an expert at, let me talk about it.
I got a PhD. All right?
These teams, like everyone knows, it's these tier 1 teams that don't really mingle with us. They don't know who's going to rise up. They have to be looking at our games. But we all knew Nisha is going to be top.
Yeah.
We all knew 3-3 is going to just skyrocket out of this scene,
Nisha for sure, because I remember Kingwin, they used to just straight up first 2 Ogre Medusa, and then you just win the game.
Nisha,
all right?
win us the game,
Yeah,
please.
that was fun. That was
And it worked.
It
you
did.
You got noticed.
I think they beat us with that. I was so mad. I was like, we're just banning Medusa. We banned Medusa. We felt, well, we're dumb for not doing it in the first place, but I've also not banned Meepo quite a few times. So let's focus on some other topic.
Let's not talk about Dota. Is that what you're saying? Like,
are you
something
I'm reliving all these
focused
things.
away from losing, or focused away from the Dota, or focused away from the series? What do you want to do?
I don't know.
Because I would prefer to focus on Nigma versus aggressive mode, because even though it's a best of 1, there is a lot at stake here, because if you win, wait a second, the winner will play against B8 tomorrow and will be on Secret's half of the bracket, where you will meet them in the upper bracket.
but it's still the upper bracket.
But it's still the upper bracket.
Yeah.
I think we will.
Yeah, if you go the winning route, that is.
Yeah, I think we're going to be underway pretty soon, by the way, I assume, from the cheering I heard behind me. I can't understand.
I don't know, maybe he just asked who's ready for some Dota, or maybe he asked like who wants to have some food. I think he'd get the same cheer. Who wants free pizza? Same
If I
cheer.
just move like this, I believe you can even see the casters, the Russian casters,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
standing on top of the stage.
They are-
right
I
there,
can't-
cast-
really?
Yeah, they're on top.
What the?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're on top of the stage. It's
That's
really
so
cool.
cool.
Yeah, we got.
We're even higher though.
I feel like that's a really cool thing. Because they did that at we did that sort of at not WePlay. We were close to the stage. That's dope though. I like that.
That's nice. I don't think you would like it though, Kyle, because you have to stand the whole time.
That's fine. Standing is it's okay.
We have a lot of people. I've been
We do.
Yesterday I talked to them and they said even though they have around 400 seats,
They-
over 2,000 people applied to come. So
Yes. And there's like so the way I believe it works is that you can apply for a ticket and then you can show up and then you can sit down. But if someone leaves,
you can come in.
you can come in. So they'll have multiple people. So there should never be an empty stadium. Actually, I see so many people just sitting on the stairs on the side as well. So
It's
yeah.
great. This is why
cool.
everyone loves Kiev, right? This is esports mecca, and
Dude,
it's always
esports
fun.
mecca
You have WePlay,
with-
you have Maincast, you have Navi here, you have Star Ladder. It's
You've got Puppy and Dendy and Karaoke, and I believe is Avos doing that on the
What?
talent
Yeah, I think so.
lineup.
Yes, he's here.
So that's 4 players from the all-star squad that was Navi, back in the day. So that is a lot of people's roots in terms of who they were a fan of at the start. So yeah, it is a really good tournament to visit. Also, the chairs are actually super comfy. They're like the cinema chairs, It's
Our chairs are never comfortable though. Like
but
that
that's
is actually
good.
something I want. Yeah, I guess.
Otherwise, you slouch.
I know, but I like to slouch. There's never any back
That's
support. We
why
always
I
have
said you
stool.
don't want to
I had
stand.
no problem so far.
You're just yeah. Also, I don't know how to wear this either. I'm messing up. Hang on a second.
You
I
can't mess it up. Just
I don't think you
Just
can
put
mess
it
up
on.
either.
Yeah, do anyone else feel like I look like Ryan Gosling? Not handsome, but Blade Runner? No?
that's the team, isn't it?
Like,
I
yeah.
guess it's a little bit the theme. It's true.
She's
No,
kind of looks like
Death Punch.
you ever watch Xena Warrior Princess? You remember that?
I do know that. She never had her hair in braids. She always had because I know this because I
don't
wanted
know
to
this.
wear my hair the same way because it was just a simple like back tail, the ponytail at the back with the half ponytail. I don't know how to explain that,
Yeah,
but it
the
wasn't
Tomb
as
Raider
fancy as all this that I got in my hair today.
Looks
Pretty
very futuristic though.
Thank you. That's the
Great.
goal. We're Mad Moon, not werewolf Mad Moon that Kyle had in mind, but more like futuristic cyberpunk Mad Moon.
Yeah. Do you have this pouch, by the way?
No.
in your torso?
Wow.
Yeah, I can put my phone in this. Look, like, easy.
You got any snacks in there?
Dude, do you want some?
Sure.
Yeah, here. Take it.
What is that? What? Oh, there's nothing in there.
Later.
I thought there was a bit. I was like,
What did you think?
I don't know what I
just wa-
expected. I looked inside of it. It was empty. I thought there's a false bottom, maybe. Which are really cool. I've always I don't live anywhere, so I don't have any place for stuff. But if I ever do have a place to put stuff, I want to get a box with a false bottom and put all my important stuff in it.
Oh, yeah, you just told the whole world that if you ever have a house and someone's going to break into Kyle's house, he has a box with a false bottom, guys. So
That's what I want them to think.
All planned.
instead, it will be a drawer with a false back.
No, the secret is you gotta unscrew the power outlet and then put the stuff in there. 'Cause there's a ton of room a lot of the time, like in the
Yeah.
crawl space of walls. That's where I hide all my cash.
All
that I
right, Breaking
didn't win.
Bad.
Okay, you actually, again, just told people where you
I don't
hide
have
all your
anything.
cash.
I don't have anything. What would you steal from me? I have 23 kilograms worth of belongings.
You just get one of your bags, and that's like half your have everything you own.
Yes. Well, not everything. I've ditched a lot of things at different houses along the way.
You might know something about
I mean,
that.
I got a backpack of Kyle's clothes
They did
in my house.
Oh, it's true. They said one backpack worth. That is a full backpack
Yes.
of just stuff.
And I recently found 2 of your socks as well, some random place.
I took 2 of Owen's, by the way. Meant to fess up to that, but
Typical.
yeah,
I
so
would-
it's fine. It's fair. You
Are they the same?
no.
No, never. From Owen.
One's got polka dots, one has bicycles. But I don't like wearing matching socks.
No,
he-
Owen
he
doesn't
doesn't
either,
either,
so
yeah.
you're good.
Yeah. It's like, to me, it's just, if you think about it, who would you rather, if you knew nothing about 2 different people, right? But you knew one was wearing matching socks and one wasn't, who would you want to hang out with?
I'm not going to let that be decided by the Sox. By the way, I just want to give you guys an update. We are waiting for the game to start, and hopefully we will get it on the way soon. We're just having some lobby things happening, and hopefully we'll get Nigma versus aggressive mode on the way very soon. But until then, we are here with you to talk Dota and also to talk about everything else under the sun, including socks. And if you're wearing two of the same ones or two different ones, actually, you know, I was always of the same ones all the time. If I would be one of the people that if I hang my socks out to dry, I already tried to pair them up beforehand and stuff. And then it's and then Owen is the complete opposite. He's like, I need two socks. Doesn't matter if they're the same or not.
Exactly.
And it's like that actually is such a like.
How much time have you wasted
a lot
on your socks?
A lot.
What I'm saying. Just let yourself be free. Also, pee in the shower.
I don't know how we got to that one, but
that's one step too much.
I don't think so.
It's too much.
It's easy. If in a friend's house, pee in the drain. An enemy's house, back of the tub. You know what I'm saying? No.
Do we have to get extra cleanage for our shower?
I don't.
Are they friends or enemies?
Huh? Well, it's just I don't know. It saves so much time. It's like, Anyway.
I believe at least the lobby has started, so we will soon be getting into the draft. So let's just recap everything we talked about with these teams, or at least the highlights, what we talked about with these teams and what is important in this matchup. Nigma is coming off a loss. They are the ones that I feel like have more to prove to both themselves and to their fans in this upcoming best of one. It is a best of one, though, and it will mostly decide seeding. One game.
One game.
Yeah, I guess you cannot not really call it best of one. I mean, it is best of one, but it's one game. On the side of aggressive mode, they came off a win. We saw them win against Ninjas in Pajamas yesterday, and they are actually on the up, I would say. Also a lot to prove to themselves and to their fans. And yeah, what are we expecting, though? Because we do have two teams coming from completely different routes.
I think from aggressive mode, you're expecting these hungry boys that really want to win no matter what. They don't really care too much about learning and improving. It all comes at one point, right? But they really want to prove themselves and win. On the other hand, you have Nigma. They might care a lot about winning right now because they're on a down low, but at the same time, for them, it's mostly about figuring themselves out and just learning what works for them in this particular squad in the end.
Yeah, and also, I think the thing that's going to have to change is just the way they approach the draft, which will improve over time, of course, but I feel like it's sort of a common thread where this team seems to lose more drafts than win, but they win games purely because they're just better than other people. Notably, Miracle. I think that he's the guy that's going to need to shine here.
Aggressive mode opens up with that Shadow Demon. Now listen, Skylark and Spartan, they've been rocking this Shadow Demon for as long as I can remember them. Like Spartan has been picking this, like we pretty much started playing in the tier 3 scene in Europe at the same time, and they always play the Shadow Demon.
But they gave away Wisp Tiny. Do you know the hero combination throughout Dota history with more than 100 games played that has by far the highest win rate in Dota 2 history?
Could it be Wisp Tiny?
That is true. I'm not actually sure if that's true, but I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm also pretty sure that a lot of that comes from previous patches.
Yeah, sure, but still.
Alliance as well, long time ago.
Yeah.
This is also, I'm surprised we don't see more Enigma. I think this hero like just kind of fits into the archetype that wins. It's incredible. This is the counter to Wisp, in my opinion. You have multiple sources of pure damage. Your pulse is HP percentage-based damage, and you have a BKB black hole.
It's been changed a little bit, right, Enigma, but overall I think it's still alright. However, they picked Enigma in the first phase, and they haven't banned out a single hero that's good against it.
Yeah,
I think your Silencers, Rubiks are still in, Winter Wyverns as well that work well with Wisp.
I'm terrified of a Wyvern pick right now.
It would be really good. Yeah.
It's also because it's very good against Shadow Demon. You can expect there's going to be some kind of illusion core coming out, and Wyvern just like...
It's also really good versus Wisp, right? So you're taking that hero away from them, the possibility of them taking it, and also it's good with Wisp because of all that heal, plus the Tiny.
And it's also a BKB cancel, to your point. It's just, it kind of answers all the questions we'd have for Enigma in their quest to win this game. I like the Lifestealer ban. There's no chance you're picking it here against Enigma and Shadow Demon. Two forms already in the opener.
You can pick it, and also it's pretty good versus IO Tiny combo, so that's just banning it out.
Yeah, what is, other than that, good? And obviously the Winter Wyvern, good against the IO Tiny combo. How do you prepare for that, or is Enigma alone already enough for that? Like, do you need more, or is Enigma good enough?
No, I don't think it's good enough. I think you need more for that. You need to answer the Wisp and Tiny.
It's so funny. I was looking at Spartan's screen. When he drafts his own hero, apparently he just clicks the complexity at the bottom. He just clicks the 1 star and just randoms the hero.
So
I would not say that Shadow Demon is that easy, though.
The way they play it.
He doesn't actually do it.
There are some Shadow Demon players, they run around, they try to poison people, you know, get those 5 stacks. He runs around, disrupts, and waits for the follow-up of his teammates.
Yeah.
But nah, Spartan is good.
I like this Chen pick. It's a different way of addressing the Enigma. The hero is weak, much like pretty much every other Helmdom minion hero, like Visage as an example, where you're very strong in the mid game once you get online, but you don't really do a damn thing before you get levels and farm. Chen is going to be able to not just help his team win the lane, but then you're also able to dive the Enigma, because you're going to be pulling the lane back thanks to denies. You're going to lose in a straight up, we're just going to farm trade. You need to be able to kill the Enigma as your wave pushes in, and you want to be able to take his tower. And that's exactly what this Chen pick can do. Like the Mag, another way of answering BKBs on this team. But
Especially this new Chen as well, right? Because he rushes Max so fast, it seems like he does Enigma's job a little bit better than him, right? He gets all the heals, all the utility early on. You have Hand of God that's been buffed multiple times, and then that Black Hole doesn't even kill anyone. But now aggressive mode, look at this. You have RP and you have Black Hole. It's a lot of team fight.
Did Virtus Pro ban out the Chen every game yesterday in the series with Enigma?
They must have. I'm surprised this hero isn't first viewed.
Yeah.
It kind of boggles my mind. Like, OG is really abusing these Chen Furion heroes as supports primarily, and I feel like no one else is valuing it as high.
Especially when people realized how strong the level 2-3 creeps are in that small camp. Like, you get that whole assassin, you can't heal. Tango doesn't work versus that.
And Kuro is so comfortable on that hero. It is scary. Like, I'd say ban it out, maybe second phase at least every time against Nick.
And my problem with it is that it's one of those it's so abusable by these players with high Dota IQ. You gotta think that Kuro is probably one of the best players in Dota, by far one of the most intelligent. And you're giving him this hero that can sort of marshal his troops around the map. Now all of a sudden they've got global mobility thanks to the summon in. They're gonna have powerful early game. And you just sort of put yourself in this position. If you look at the draft right now, aggressive mode are all in on this idea. We're going to have these massive team fights. We're going to win the game. They're playing against like Wisp and Chen. These heroes are going to just play around the map. They're not going to give you team fights. They're going to take your towers and outfarm you.
Not only do you have resummon from Chen, you also have relocate. The only thing lacking right now that I can see on the side of Enigma is setup. They desperately need heroes that can set up these plays. The Wisp and Tiny relocates, the resummons from Chen. Or you can go completely a different direction and just be the team that pushes, but that can be pretty scary versus Enigma and Magnus. Like you said before, if you focus on one side, on the side of Enigma, aggressive mode, they can counter that super easily. They have layers of these team fights. You have Black Hole, Midnight Pulse, you have a DRP too.
Should you be worried about that? That they, like for aggressive mode, that at the moment they do rely on all these big cooldowns? Don't you want some short cooldowns as well, or at least maybe not like... You want something that allows you to fight even if you do not have that Black Hole and
First,
RP?
we don't even know what Enigma is, right? Is it position 4, is it offlane? We don't know that yet. And also, they have 2 more picks to deal with that.
Yeah, but you now have to deal with... You can handle the Wisp now, right? You've got the count. It's a very good Slark game.
Yeah,
Slark is PL banned?
PL is banned. So I think this would be a great Slark game. Versus the Wisp, it's one of the best heroes versus Bat Rider. Bat pretty much wouldn't do anything because this is an offlane Bat. Most likely, at least.
They need that kind of hero, something that gets stronger within the fights, that has staying power. You've got team fight. You need something that can also hunt for you aggressively. It's another reason Slark's excellent here. Plus, of course, the Empower. He'll be able to farm faster, deal extra damage, he's gonna lane well. It's really good against Chen, too.
Having that hero that gets on top of Wisp, that gets on in the backlines. Yeah, you don't really buy Blink Dagger or Shadow Blade any longer on Slark, but you can still buy an Axe and get on top of Wisp super easily. So that's always something that you can look for when you're playing versus Wisp combinations.
Well put.
Also, I talked... Oh, Weaver. All right, this is... you don't have the Slark with the Shadow Blade or anything, but you have this super mobile Weaver that's able to get behind... in those backlines onto the Wisp, and it's good versus Bats.
It's also a much faster timetable, where Slark would peak, come online around maybe like 20, 25 minutes. Weaver, you play with a teleport. The moment you're level 7, level 6, 5 even, you're a threat. Like, you just TP in and kill people. You have bugs, you're going to be able to find the Wisp earlier, and he can, as early as maybe 10 minutes in, just start playing enemy jungle. There's really no catch for him until Bat has a blink. So
for Nigma, though, the Tiny, they played GH on Tiny, but we also saw Weeha play Tiny yesterday. And Tiny, especially now, don't you want to put him as a core because his combo can blow up Weaver?
This should be your core Tiny.
Yeah.
Look at these other heroes. You have Chen and Wisp. Those two are support,
that's
100%. So unless it's a Wisp mid like we saw yesterday from Secret, but I doubt it.
Well, never say never. We learn our lesson there. But yeah, that means that a core Tiny is super strong against Weaver. Before he gets super big, like if Weaver even gets slowed down a little bit on lane, he'll get blown up by the combo of the Avalanche toss every time.
We talked about Spartan and how he likes to be this maniac that just runs and sets up the fight, right? I think he needs to approach this game differently. This Weaver must not die in one lasso or in one stun toss combo. He needs to be the one that uses those disruptions to save the Weaver, and if that happens, I believe the team fights should be a lot easier for them. Omni Knight ban.
Omni Knight ban. So indeed, Nigma, like regardless of which lane they are gonna do their heroes, they want to at least prevent more saves from coming online.
It's just straight up counter to the RP as well.
Yeah.
You want to make.
He said he's gonna pick techies. There you go.
Okay.
He didn't lie.
He did not lie. We thought he was kidding. We mentioned it even, but we thought he was kidding. All right, talk to me about techies from a competitive point of view, please.
No clue. I've been trying to ignore that hero's existence for the last 4 years, and I am thoroughly unprepared to discuss techies in a competitive environment.
The first panel I ever had with you guys, like 1.5 years ago, we got into this argument in which I was saying, leave techies alone, and you were flaming the living hell out of the hero.
Hey, it's cool here, right?
Yeah.
And there's the Visage. Wow.
Is it?
That's the Wii Visage. That's really cool.
Yeah.
It's the hero I'm surprised they haven't been picking. I've been waiting for the Visage DP Enigmas to come back into the meta because creep heroes are still busted, and this is really powerful, very good against techies as well. This is a very scary lineup for Enigma. If they get rolling, I don't see any kill potential in aggressive mode. They are purely all in on team fighting, and I just don't know if Enigma's going to give you one until they're attacking your tier 3s.
Yeah. Does that mean that is Enigma or Shadow Demon in position 3? Like, what's happening with the rest? Because I thought Spartan, because there's Spartan playing techies.
I don't know.
Oh, we can't see who's playing what until into the game. But I am going to ask you the questions of what we think is going to happen this game.
Oh.
Like, how is techies going to do?
It's going to do terribly, Sheaves, and Enigma's going to absolutely destroy aggressive mode in like 18 minutes.
But techies games normally last really long.
Yeah, okay, it'll be 18 or 80.
It's going to be a 6-hour game like that last pub game that I saw with techies where they defended for the full day.
6 hours
it's gonna happen.
or something?
Yeah, 6 hours game coming up.
Hope you're ready.
I'm not. Well,
no one is.
but no, let's you know, do you really think that Nigma is going to win in 20 minutes this game specifically? Especially, I guess, Visage has a super high pace.
Yeah, it's just this draft is like their bread and butter. They have some of the best players in the world on arguably all top 3 best heroes for the players, and they're against techies.
Their lineup looks very simple. I don't know where they're going with this techies big. It looks very easy for Nigma.
All right, I hope that this game, regardless of the result, will be an entertaining one. We'll see how techies does in this competitive environment. Let's head over to ODPixel and Gods.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yeah, really looking forward to this one after seeing that draft, Parker. We're getting some great heroes in this. You know, we already were having like this Magnus Enigma coming out from aggressive mode. A whole lot of fun to watch. There's some fantastic potential with team fights, and then they top it off with the techies. I mean, we have potential for an incredibly long game. I hope so. I hope we're going to see them sort of messing around and sort of trying to break down Nigma. It could happen. But at the same time, Nigma, they've got some pretty solid picks, right? They've got the Tiny IO, the Chen. They finish it off with a little bit of a different flair. The Visage, you know, hero used to be quite the expert in. Where does this hero stand at the moment?
The hero kind of fell off. Fell off a cliff with some of the changes. All these melee heroes get freezed out shields. The bird damage got nerfed to the ground. I'm not a big fan of where Visage is at right now, but if there's a game for it, this game is like perfect Visage game. You're against a late game draft, these big long cooldown ultimates, the Enigma, the Magnus you mentioned. These are the kind of heroes Visage is great at punishing. So if anyone can make it work, it's Weeha. If there's a game for it, it's this one. I'm not convinced yet.
No. I mean, we will see. Of course, Nigma's road so far has been a little hit and miss. Weezar's had some tough games. We'll see how he does do in the mid matchup as the hero. I mean, when it comes down to the laning, is the hero still very strong in 1v1s?
Oh, it's shockingly bad.
It's bad. Okay.
In pre-level 6, he's probably going to be down like 30 CS to 10. This hero cannot last hit to save its life. If Weeha goes even on CS, I'll be incredibly impressed. Lil looks ready to techies. He's got a good winter set going on.
Yeah, this is going to be perfect. Because Lil, you know, he's had some. He's quite an interesting character, as we've come to learn from his presence on social media, and the perfect sort of player to pick up and play a techies. He's ready to troll. He's ready to make you mad.
Yeah, he's gone for the mine. So there's a couple different ways to play techies. I'll give you my limited techies analysis here. You can go for the mines or the blast off level 1. Blast off, obviously, a great way to harass, and then also you get a free deny, so you're basically getting free harass, free base strips. The mines he's gone for, but he's not planning them. I've seen some techies go for this level 1 jungle.
Exactly. You just lay them down, and as soon as the creeps form, and and you clear the camp immediately. He doesn't do that. He doesn't do that.
If you're going mines level 1, and he is doing something. Triple mines, he doesn't get the whole wave. Not a techies player, maybe.
No, a little late on the timing there if he was trying to get the whole wave, which you would imagine he was hoping to.
And then Enigma.
And now
Enigma made some Eidolons, went back to base for mana, and then TP'd the lane. So Enigma's going to have full mana. It's going to deny a lot of creeps. This is some weird-ass lane. I don't know what the hell's going on that one.
Right.
This isn't Dota.
No, we'll see what Lil's got in store for us down the line. Of course, you know, he's going to have to wait quite a bit until he has the 3 charges back up and he's able to try and attempt something like that again, clearing the wave. And as you mentioned, you know, having this level 1, there really isn't any threat to the heroes. You know, you can start laying down mines around the lane, but especially a lane like this, Miracle GH, there's going to be the sustain there, likely to be constantly at full HP. So
just give him free Eidolons. Like, you're playing against Tiny. Like, he's denying creeps, but he's also feeding extra creeps with the Eidolons, and Tiny the perfect hero to kill them off. So could be a rough lane for aggressive mode, I feel.
Yeah, it's sort of like, what do they do there? It's a hard lane to play, and it's if they want to start pulling it around, kind of one of these heroes wants to be able to do that and get the benefit. You don't really want to have sort of 2 heroes up there relying on just pulling to get levels.
Good news is mid lane is going to be a complete stomp, at least pre-level 6. Weeha doing okay so far. You actually want the creeps under your tower. He's 5-1 just because the wave goes under the tower. Your only hope to win the last hit battle is to have the tower on your side, even though lasting on the tower generally frowned upon. Visage, in a matchup like this, one of the few scenarios you want to last hit under tower.
Yeah, and I'll be excited to see sort of how far Borny is able to get in the early stages, because you know, this hero is one of the dream heroes to be on when you get the space to clear up that whole area. So there's 4 neutral creeps camps surrounding the mid lane. You get a good start. You're going to be able to, after you get sort of the second braces treads, clear those all out in that minute if there's no one contesting. He's hiding. But they'll find him. So there you go. First blood finally falls 2 minutes in. Nigma.
Oh, he got the courier. The courier was hiding under there. And
well, they might get the trade kills. Skeeter. He's onto mind control. Doesn't want to commit, though. A little worried. Even though he does have the full one, just doesn't want to chase any further. He's aware that they likely do have that sentry placement down on that bottom lane.
So not the start aggressive mode we're hoping for with that bot lane. But yeah, I mean, it's a Batrider plus Chen. This is not a lane I really expect aggressive mode to come out on top of.
And this top lane, I'm just seeing Eidolons and mines being fed to the Tiny. Here we go, in he goes.
Yeah,
and then it'll just get healed up.
Player.
I don't know. We'll have to sort of check the data on that, but it's not definitely the start that you'd imagine that you're trying to have as a techies.
Yeah, his play is doing some talking about how many pub games he's maybe played of the hero, but either way, a game that, as far as the outcome goes, both these teams will advance to the winner bracket. And it does seem like the aggressive mode team, speaking to them before the game, it sounded like they were going to have maybe a bit of fun with this one and do something a bit more experimental when it comes to the picks. But yeah, so mid lane, doubling the CS. Magnus, 18-10 denies to the 9-4 of Visage, but as mentioned, these last hits under tower, the one time Weeha can actually get last hits.
Yeah, and I don't think there's not really too much that Nigma can do about this. I think, you know, as you mentioned, when they picked it, they accepted that it was going to start off like this in the mid lane. You can't really gank the Magnus. He's got his 2 braces. He's going to go in for the treads, of course, next. And at that point, he's just far too tanky for any of these heroes to even consider trying to fight. Yeah, they can try and come across, maybe block some of the camps or push him away from this area, but it's hard. This hero is just so beefy early on and clears camps incredibly quickly.
Visage will catch up once you get that level 6. Oh, a little bit of harass coming in. And then you can farm the jungle, push the lane, and pose more. That's when you can gank the mid lane with those familiars in play. So Weeha just looking to get that. He's going to find a fortunate regen rune up top, it looks like, so that's going to help his lane out as well. Magnus, nice play, immediately cancelling and actually could pose a bit of a kill threat here.
There's a lot of damage. Needs a few too many more hits, and I won't want to dive any further, but you're seeing, yeah, as you say, Weeha is not only just very hard for him to get CS in this lane. If he is a little too far forward, skewer in and the pullback from the shockwave could put him over the edge. So he's got to be careful on the Visage.
What's all Lil up to here?
What's his plan now?
Yeah, has the second point in the landmines, get some vision down, maybe looking for like a courier kill or something. He's just going to clear some creeps. So it looks like Enigma's going to jungle and Techies is going to take over the lane now. I kind of like this idea. I think Enigma just can't lane. Those Eidolons is just free money for Tiny, so just Techies wave cutting while Enigma jungles. Actually, a solid plan. But Tiny's come in just because of the Bounding Rune. I don't think he's actually looking to play in the Enigma's jungle and contest the jungle. He just wants to get some free gold for his team.
Yeah, I mean, this sort of works. I mean, Enigma, it sort of depends on when Miracle wants to start getting active and starting to react to this and looking to try and punish them. I think for the most part, they themselves, Miracle's going to be very happy just soaking up the free farm in that top lane. But definitely showing that aggressive mode are going to be able to get that benefit as well. Still not quite as much overall. 5 minutes in, it is a 1k lead for Enigma. I mean, they knew he was here, but GH not being too wise with the courier movements will lose it to Lil.
Yeah. And these teams said they're going to be fun, but this game so far, a bit of a snoozer. There's not much action. Both teams, other than this bottom lane, are basically avoiding each other in lane. Mid lane's a farm trade. Top lane isn't really a lane. It's just Tiny free farming while Enigma jungles and Techies does what we've seen Techies do, which is nothing all too interesting so far. So until some of these rotations start happening, it's going to be kind of uneventful. Batrider, to me, one of the big key heroes that can look to maybe rotate top to mess with that. If Techies keeps trying to go for that wave cutting or you want to make some plays. But yeah, Mind Control's the guy who's having a great time early on, and he's going to be very active, I imagine, this game. Could go for like a fast boot to travel and really just play the whole map.
Yeah, I mean, you see as well, he was really good up for aggression out lane. He still has 4 mangoes to go through as the bat on the bottom lane.
Key thing for Weeha is he cannot afford to lose these birds. He, I believe, has the 1 point in the passive, but may even be worth using like an RP to kill birds.
He's actually gotten 3 in the passive.
Okay, yeah, okay. That I like, because I think without the extra points, your birds are just too squishy, and Magnus can easily cleave them down.
See down bottom, a bit of an attempt onto Mind Control. Now set up and surround him. Mind Control's got the Firefly. The wand is popped, and in fact, he turns. He's able to kill off Spartan, and now he can try and threaten Skeeter a little bit. Skeeter has to Shikuchi away. Mind Control baiting them in there, and did he just draw a penis? I don't know if that was intentional, but I mean, if it wasn't, that was an amazing, unintentional, massive phallic symbol that Mind Control. I mean, wow, beautiful.
He got the kill before he finished the drawing. I think he finished it.
I don't know if we could do replays, but that one needs one. Wow, Mind Control. What an artist at heart. That's modern art for you there, right there.
Yep. Gone are the days of mini-map drawing. Oh. We've progressed.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if he's able to pull out any more creative creativity this game.
Very deep in that enemy jungle. He's just like, where do I go farm? Let's try find the enemy side of the map. Miracle free farming away, kind of reminiscent of that Medusa game of his where he's just going completely uncontested, getting bonus farm from the jungle. And that is a big concern, considering that's when Enigma are at their best, when Miracle can just have this free farm style of game.
Spartan.
He's
accepting his fate. Yeah.
Yep. Nope. Courier snipe from the Enigma. Oh, one more right click, not going to find it.
I mean, the lead, it's a 3k lead at the moment for Enigma. It's growing, and it's still
crushing it.
Pretty early, 8 minutes in to have this difference, and aggressive mode not really being able to find any kills at all themselves. We'll see, of course, the Magnus continuing just standard build here. It will have the Echo Saber up next on his shopping list. Then almost certainly will go for the Blink. Now, the great thing about Magnus is you obviously do farm very, very fast, but it still takes, it's a decent amount of time where you're like, well, I want to finish my Echo, I want to finish my Blink, before you actually start considering helping out your side lanes.
Yeah, and these side lanes going pretty bad.
So you have to make sure you make something amazing happen when your Echo Saber and Blink's done, because up until that point, your team's sort of screaming at you at the mid lane and saying, dude, you're spending a lot of time farming, we need to do some sort of fighting. And Barnea, he is going to try and get involved, but a quick play from Mind Control, he'll get the lasso off before the RP's there, and now there's not the space for Barnea to get in there and actually use the RP, so a painful move there from the Magnus. He tries to get something done early on, but some quick thinking from Mind Control puts a stop to the gank.
Yeah, really clever lasso in the IOTP, making sure they can get him out safely. Panel mentioned, well, Kyle specifically said 20-minute GG is what Nigma are looking for, and right now everything is on track for that. A huge gold lead out of the laning stage. It's been a very passive game. They've not taken any towers except that tier 1 top with the IO Tiny, but their lineup comes online very soon. We're going to see the Helm of the Dominator on the Visage. We'll probably see Chen building towards like a mech. Often these Chens don't even get boots. And towers are going to crumble once Nigma get those first items. Already Mask of Madness on Tiny with treads. He pushes incredibly fast as well. And I don't think aggressive mode have much to defend these towers with, is the scary thing. They've got a Techies who has hit level 6, but you can't just expect to be able to stack up some remote mines and for Nigma to not have sentries.
No, definitely not. Nigma's going to be very prepared for that. But hey, who knows? Even to the best of us, it can happen when you're suddenly pushing up into high ground and suddenly everybody goes kaboom. So it can happen.
Miracle seeing some juicy idle on farm. He's got the, what looks like SMY queued up next, maybe?
All right, Mask of Madness SMY into Desto. There's the tower killing, that's the fighting build.
I think Nigma probably just having a bit of a laugh right now about how straightforward this game looks for them. Obviously, like you say, there is big ultimates on the Radiant side, playmaking possibilities with the Techies, the high ground defense, and even if they don't walk into mines, you've got a skewer. So your Techies is probably telling Magnus, get this Blink as soon as possible so we can make some skewer plays.
Oh, there you go.
There we go, yeah.
There we go. Okay, we'll claim a kill. Kuro gets caught a little too close to the mines here, and in fact, the stasis trap freezing Nigma up. Nigma are going to push him forward. They're going to come in with the TPs, jump forward. Lil with the blast off. Brings Mind Control down low, but he already has the lasso off. Dragging Spartan in. Spartan will fall. Mind Control also goes down. Skylark, he's holding them nicely here with his 2-man black hole, but there isn't the damage to follow up. Miracle's able to simply kill him off, turn towards the Weaver, forcing Skeeter to time-lapse back to safety. He will manage to escape, but a very easy team fight win for Nigma as they take down 3. They only lose the bat, and that was the black hole being used there in an attempt to get things going their way.
They've got the Alpha Wolf as well, probably the preferred creep to have when you're a Visage with this helm. You can just kind of have it follow your birds and hero around, giving it that bonus attack damage, amplifying your push even further. And they'll get a tier 2 tower. That Glyph going on cooldown also, trying to defend it. So if Nigma want, they can go for a fast Roshan and look to high ground, maybe even before 20 minutes. Glyph is so important against Visage because it gives you that multi-hit attack that can kill the birds so easily, since it doesn't have the damage. You don't get your passive damage reduction against tower shots.
May become the sort of game where aggressive mode's best bet is to try and hold it from the high ground, to try and stall it, but it's going to be tough. I mean, Miracle is just so farmed on this Tiny. He's been entire 3 farm, of course, with the way they played that top lane. Yep. Miracle had no sort of pressure on him. He's pretty much got perfect CS, 141 here, 12 minutes in. It doesn't really get that much better than that as a Tiny. And, this is not just a Tiny. It is a Tiny backed up by a GHIO. So I don't know where the answer's going to come for this Tiny.
Me neither.
He's got a full... It's 13 minutes in.
I don't see it right now.
SMY, Mask of Madness, they're taking all of these outer towers away from aggressive mode.
Give me a few minutes to think about how they might answer this Tiny, but
I mean,
the game may also end in that few minutes.
Dude, he's going to have the Desto. He's far before 20 minutes.
Yeah, this is insane.
This is probably reaching, probably one of the most farmed Tinies at this point of the game. I'm sure we've got some stats men at home watching, but it's got to be. This is ridiculous amount of farm on Miracle.
Yep. And they may be looking to go high ground. As mentioned, the Glyph being on cooldown, very big deal. Actually, it may have been refreshed by the tier 1 tower being claimed bottom. Either way, Nigma's ready to start poking. The Midnight Pulse trying to delay this one, but
look at the tower.
Shredding.
It's going down. They've got to come up with some sort of answer. He's trying to step in. He's playing around with the idea for an RP, Barnea. But he cannot get in. The tier 3's gone. Nigma just stands their ground. They're going to start hitting onto the racks here at 13 minutes in. I mean, Miracle's farm, you know, he has double the farm of a Magnus who, I mean, I think it's fair to say the Magnus had a pretty free lane. And he's half the net worth of Miracle's Tiny right now at 14 minutes.
Yeah, this is...
The Deso, it's going to be a 15-minute Deso. It just needs 1,200 more if you can find... Well, okay, 1,200 in a minute is quite a lot, but...
A 15-minute Deso as your first item is a good timing, you know?
Yeah.
If
that's
you're going
what, like
Deso
a TA
first,
has.
yeah, exactly. Oh, 15-minute Deso
okay.
on TA, that's good timing. Oh, this is a Mask of Madness SMY Deso.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game isn't feeling much like a Dota 2 game right now.
No. Miracle's just sort of cruising along.
And yeah, this is not plays to be made. Like even with these big teamfight ultimates, you black hole, you RP them, it doesn't actually get you anything. They're going to play around the map. They're going to push towers. Io's going to be outside those and just be able to save somebody who gets caught.
There we go. Weehart does get RP'd, and he is quite far away. We'll see if he can play around the buzz. Now, see, there's the backup. Miracle will be brought in by GH's relocate. Weehart will finally fall, but they'll get Boronier in turn. Miracle's ready to start chasing down more. Spartan and Skeeter, they've got to run away from these two heroes. In fact, Miracle's going to be taken back. I wonder if he's going to start eyeing up Roche. Once they have the Desolator, it's definitely a possibility. Because he just does so much damage, and I mean, yeah, here we go. A couple more stacks, and 15 minutes in, Treads, Mask of Madness, SMY, Desolator. I don't think we've ever seen that before.
Gets a Van Brace, there's some even more stats on it, so he's going to be one beefy fella.
Spartan, he's got to be a little careful here. He does manage to get the disruption off. That will save him. Lil's trying to cut creep waves with his mines. They just want to sort of buy time for something aggressive mode. I don't know quite what that would be.
No, doesn't stun the blast off, but mind control, they're waiting. And into the Roche pit we go. A little underfarmed on the Batrider, but one of those games where mind control, if he goes in these lanes by himself or tries to get farm, he will get picked off, so he's been playing a bit more conservatively. But they've got the mech up now as well on Nigma, so pretty much everything they need to go high ground with this Aegis. I imagine they just put it on Miracle and have him go and just hit buildings.
I don't know how aggressive most stop the push. I mean, their mines are their best bet, but at this stage, I don't think any sort of number of mines is going to be enough to stop this.
Yes.
There's a full pipe done on Weehart as well, ready to buff them up for the push.
Spoiler alert, they don't stop it. No. There is no answer to this, and they're probably just going to crumble. I don't think there's much more to it. I mean, I'm curious to see what their idea is, but legitimately, this Tiny is completely out of control, has taken over the game, and has an IO backing him up, so he's not just, a 17-minute Tiny with these items, with a IO to beef him up even further, with a Visage, with a mech, with the Helm of the Dominator aura, with no longer an Alpha Wolf, but with the Hellbear, so additional attack speed.
I mean, Miracle's just making this look like the easiest Tiny game of his life.
Yep. He's playing turbo mode while everyone else is playing normal mode right now with how farmed he is. Disruption can delay it, but then it goes on cooldown and you've got no additional answers. And the rest of Nigma just happy to sit behind him and just say, well, we'll help you if they go on you, but no other hero needs to go on the high ground and really jeopardize this push.
And just casually sort of beating down the tower through the backdoor protection here at 17 minutes. I mean, backdoor protection, what's that, Miracle says? The tower literally dead. He's going to start moving on the barracks. They're cutting the creep waves, but it's not saving them because of how farmed the Tiny is.
Yeah, they're actually doing damage through it. Like you say, with Mask of Madness, they actually kill it pretty quickly.
Killing, I mean, no one's ever killed Rax through backdoor protection at 18 minutes here. This is
If they can keep it alive, it will heal back to full, though. That's what they're trying to do.
They've got to keep the pressure on. I mean, Boronier is trying to push them off it, but they'll just kill him off.
All right.
And then they'll go back to killing off Rax through backdoor protection.
I mean, like you say, the Techies did a good job clearing out all those mid-creep waves.
It doesn't matter.
And look at, what Weaver and Techies, they're actually playing really smart. To me, we kind of question, like, okay, are they just going to lose right now? What they're doing
yes, they are.
It's high IQ Dota. This is the only answer. The answer is there is no answer, so you split push the lanes, you cut waves. Everything aggressive mode right now is doing is kind of the correct call, but they can't threaten high ground. Like this Weaver bottom is a Weaver. If that's a hero that can actually like threaten tier 3s and racks, it's maybe a different story, but not the case.
Now this game has been not quite the game that aggressive mode hoped for. I don't, or maybe they did with their draft.
They picked Techie, so
yeah, they wanted to meme, and that's happening. As I say, you know, we had some creations earlier on the bottom lane from Minecraft. I think this whole game is some sort of artwork. I think it's sort of the best way to describe it. As Nigma, well, this time they will have the luxury of... well, no, they still don't have creeps, but it doesn't matter.
They've got some
They
creeps
do not need creeps.
mid-ish, if they can wait for that creep wave to catch up. But yeah, like you say,
They literally don't need creeps. They're winning without the help of the creeps. Their backdoor protection on aggressive mode, it is not enough. As Nigma, they're just beating through it. As I said, we've never seen this before.
Yeah.
A team just winning through backdoor protection.
This early on, yeah. That's
multiple
the thing.
towers, multiple barracks.
You've kind of seen it like in 60-minute
Yeah.
games. Like that's where it's like, oh, there's this Morphling that can do enough damage or this Tiny, but at pre-20 minutes, that is pretty nuts. Tiny, one of the few heroes that can do that with all the buffs he's getting.
I don't... Would anything else with free farm at 20 minutes be able to do this to towers? I don't think so, right? If any other hero Miracle could be in this position where he's been had entire free farm, it's
Not
a
that I
tiny
can
thing.
think of. I mean, with a lot of, it's because he's got all the minus army.
Oh, yeah.
So
His build.
maybe some hero like a Clinks or something.
I mean, I think that's... Well, his courier did get taken down,
have been
but
the AC.
I think that would have been the full AC as well, 20 minutes here.
Yeah, he's 60 gold.
Just needs that plate now.
He would have it now.
And, well, this will be the Mega Creeps.
Yep.
As Barney, he jumps in, goes off to the side, doesn't find anything.
And now they'll kill that mine stack.
Wow.
That was the
go.
Hail Mary.
There we go. I mean, that's Mega Creeps out. 20 minutes in, 18K lead. What a game this has been. I mean, we were looking forward.
We waited this long for this time. Come on.
20 minutes. I mean, it's making my day easy.
Yeah. That's true.
We were waiting on lunch before this, and we were like, oh, we've got to go cast a game now.
Yeah.
Food's going to get cold. No, it's not.
Oh, thanks, Baden.
Yeah.
Looking out for us.
We had to step back and enjoy some hot lunch. Thanks to the boys on aggressive mode, and of course thanks to Nigma for not. Yeah, they certainly made the most of this opportunity they were given. They had that free lane up top, and Miracle, he's just not skipped to beat this whole match. Some of the most insane levels of farm we've seen on a Tiny this early in the game. And they're playing on. Mega Creeps are out.
Yes, if you're going to commit to a draft like this, you commit. You play through the Mega Creeps. You don't GG out just because you got Mega'd at 20 minutes. You're playing. The panel said it's going to be 20 minutes or 80. That statement still remains true right now, okay?
This is a Techie's game.
And
mistakes can happen. People can die to mines.
And we're kind of
maybe
approaching the post 20-minute stage. So that means this game may be going 80 minutes. I'll give him like another maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
They've got him power. Deals with Mega Creeps quite nicely.
Yeah.
He's kind of the only hero that can deal with the Mega Creeps, though.
I mean, Skeeter has a Maelstrom, but even those lightning procs don't do enough.
Oh no, there's the carry. He's dead. Miracle swats him out the way. Onto the tier 4s they go. This time there's not even backdoor protection. They have managed to move the creeps in very easily with the Mega Creeps. Take down one tier 4. And Miracle will certainly pick up some kills to continue to fatten up his already impressive KDA and GPM this game. And there we go. Tier 4s are gone. Onto the Ancient.
Easy peasy.
All right. Black Hole for nothing. And they'll be calling it soon if they even get the chance to. There we have it. GG is called 22 minutes in. 15-3. 22K goal lead. And Nigma having definitely one of the easier games they've had recently. Obviously a team that's had some tough times. But this game, just what a game. What? Okay.
I imagine Nigma's like, we got out of bed for that. Because they're done for today. They don't play again until tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Whereas I think Aggressive would have to play the next series. So, Nigma just got up for that 21-minute game Dota, and now they're like, well, okay, guess we're going home.
Wow.
They weren't even really celebrating. They knew that was, not really a game that, I mean, obviously they did everything right, but it's not like their opponents were truly testing them in any means. The real test lies waiting for them tomorrow and subsequent days, the likes of VP, Secret, who have looked very strong in this tournament.
Yes, that's true. Because winning this, they'll have to go through B8 and then into Secret.
Yes. And Nigma's, they're here. They're hoping to bounce back from a disappointing qualifier run. They want to be getting top 2, top 3 of this event. You know, if they lose to Secret, that's fine, but they want to get at least top 2 of this event, I feel. Otherwise, they're going to feel a bit disappointed.
Yeah, and I think, you know, especially a captain like Kuro, even though they've been knocked down and they've had some hard times, he's not the kind of player that would ever turn down a chance to face Secret on LAN. You know, if there was ever that opportunity for Nigma to show they still really do have that magic, doing it against Secret, that's the biggest opportunity you're going to get to do on the main stage. So obviously it does depend on if they do manage to get through B8. Not necessarily an easy thing for them. As I say, Nigma have had some tough games. B8 could definitely trip them up there. But we'll be looking forward to seeing more of them as we just didn't really get to see much of them today. Only 20 minutes of it.
We'll get to see more of aggressive mode, and we won't see more of that aggressive mode. They're going to be taking these a bit more seriously as they're now in the playoff bracket. It's not elimination. They're in the upper bracket, but it's where it really counts. They want to go further in this tournament. They had a really good qualifier run, even though they didn't make the major or minor. And I think they're at this tournament hoping to continue to make some waves.
Yeah, well, what a game indeed. A short and sweet one, at least for Team Nigma, as they will indeed have the favourable spot in seeding thanks to that win here in the best of 1. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to send you straight back to the panel for some post-game, if you can call that a game.
Yeah, at this point, we have guaranteed talked longer about this game than that the players actually ended up playing the game. Yeah, that was the best one. That also means that Nigma, victorious, is now done for the day. We'll see them again tomorrow playing up against B8. And the loser of the game, aggressive mode. All right, let's break that game down. It was a techies game, you know, played on stage. We got to take it somewhat seriously. Kyle. You go first.
I have a better chance of beating Lizard in a fight with this banana peel than aggressive mode had of winning that game. And that's really all there is to say. I said 18 minutes. I think it took about 21, but they had megas at like
22.
Yeah, they had a Rax at 13. I thought I was too slow, but I mean, it was good. We liked it. They had like this opportunity to last pick something.
Wait, what did we like?
Yeah,
draft before
Nigma's
techies.
lineup. Yeah.
No, like the aggressive mode. They had a good draft and then they completely ruined it.
Yeah, techies pick. Skylark said it's gonna be fun, but is it really fun to lose 18 minutes?
Like that,
I guess he's in Kiev. He wants to go sightseeing. You know, go hit some bars.
No. The thing is, though,
he
if
has
you
to play.
lose,
Yeah, you have
gotta
to play.
more.
Maybe they were going for that strategy. I can't remember the movie, but it was where this kid, he got bullied, right? And he got in a fight, and he says he won the fight because the bully broke his hand punching his face, you know? So, like, it's just a bruise, but, like, he's going to be in a cast for weeks. So maybe they were going for something like that.
Yeah, so how did they wound Nigma?
How
exactly?
Well, that's what I mean. Maybe it's all long con.
Yeah, so they're going to be too confident next time. I appreciate your attempt. I appreciate also aggressive mode's attempt at trying techies. I guess maybe if you have a plan, you know, a theory that somewhere techies could fit into a draft. Yeah. This is the perfect game to try it because it was a seeding game. Because this game determines your position that you end up in your group, and you know that you guaranteed have at least 2 series.
Yep. It was very
to
cute
play after
as well.
that, regardless.
Right? You had Enigma farming the jungle at the same time. There was a plan. Lil is planting those 2 mines, which you can plant at the same time. Right now, he takes a full wave. Enigma is farming the jungle. Cute.
Yeah.
Very cute. Didn't work though.
No, not at all.
He killed Kuro once.
I really like how Nigma drafted this lineup. I know that they got the Wisp tiny, sure, but I feel like this team just looks better when they're the ones taking it to their enemies, when they're playing fast. I want to see that mind control Prophet come out as an example. Continue to utilize these heroes that can not just like make plays early on in the game, but take objectives. Because if you give these guys, they know how to play around the map better than almost anybody else in Dota. If you kill enemy towers, it's suddenly a free game for you, and you're never going to find Miracle. But if you don't have that map control, I feel like this team can struggle. And I'm just also love watching them play this way. Like they tend to just sometimes play so passively. We also saw at the major a couple of times Anti-Mage got picked up. Not it was by EG and then IG at the time, but it didn't work. Like you can't play slow. You got to go brawl in the mid game. We even saw it in the first game of the day where you have a nice lineup on Baited, sure, but you're up against a Pango and a Kunkka that you just can't fight into in the mid game, and slowly you watch your your base die.
Or fast. You
still
want your base die fast in this case.
Still, it was their pick. Like Spartan, perhaps you shouldn't keep all your promises. Like if you promised us you're gonna pick Decky.
Well, you should always keep your promises.
Maybe you shouldn't have made the promise to begin with.
And that's why you don't
promise
make promises.
Don't promise techies from the get-go, because in this game, like the plan, you can see behind it, right? You have these techies delaying the game. He's farming the lane at the same time. Enigma is farming the jungle. It's cute. It could work, but you're playing versus Chen and Visage. Like these heroes are just gonna blow those mines up, and they won't care. They'll still continue pushing. You will never defend.
They picked techies into Chen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they did.
And also when you're playing this, I don't know, Spartan has some crazy moves in the laning stage, but we'll leave that behind. When you're playing Weaver versus Wisp Tiny, that Weaver needs to be one step ahead. He needs to be on the hunt. He needs to be wrapping behind those back lines, trying to catch that Wisp. He can't be the one that's being aggressed upon.
You're saying aggressive mode needed to maybe switch into a more aggressive mode?
Exactly.
What's in a name? Well, they will have the chance, because losing this game means that they are facing Gambit. That will be a best-of-3 that they'll play after the series, and that will actually be their first match in the playoffs. That series will decide for them if they get seeded into the upper bracket or the lower bracket. And upper bracket puts you up against Virtus Pro later today. Lower bracket, I mean, you don't really want to be there, but then you're in the lower bracket. So.
Hey, maybe you do. Maybe that was the plan.
No.
Because think about it. Enigma, every time they go into the lower bracket, they kill the game. They win everything.
They won the minor that way.
Yeah.
EG does the same thing. Maybe it's better to lose.
Well, winning here puts you in the same side of the, like, in terms of upper bracket, puts you in the same upper bracket as Secret.
Oh, that's not good. You're going to lose that.
So maybe that was, you know,
yeah,
the
but it's
plan.
still upper bracket.
You're still upper bracket, and I think actually you would rather want to face Secret first in the upper bracket rather than facing them in an elimination match straight up, right? So you wanna have 2 shots at taking down the champs.
So you want to match Secret as soon as possible to lose against them. That's the plan, right?
Yeah, to learn. No, not necessarily. To learn from playing against them. Not necessarily losing, but learning. Probably losing as well in the process, but at least you learn something. But we are getting ready for our next series. It will be Gambit taking on aggressive mode, a best-of-3. We're going to take a break, but when we're back, it is time for more Dota 2 here at Tug of War, Mad Moon.
It's shake time.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place, singing, we will, we will.
Rock you.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place, singing, we will, we will.
Rock you.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place, singing, we will, we will.
Rock you.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place, singing, we will, we will.
Rock you.
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their cannot resist the beat.
Welcome back. Tug of War Mad Moon continues here in Kiev, where we are ready for our playoff brackets. We're going to be starting off on the best of threes, and we're not going to stop with the best of threes until there's a best of 5 grand finals. That is right. We are about ready to head into the match between Gambit and Aggressive Mode, and the fact that you're seeing the stage already means that the teams are ready to soon take it. I'm joined by Lacoste and by Gods. Gentlemen, are you like this? Should be, I think, a really good close series. I mean, after that previous game, I think we deserve a really good close series, guys.
Aggressive Mode owes it to everyone out there who sat through and watched that atrocity. Give us some good Dota, guys.
Yeah, it was something else.
Team Gambit Esports.
All right, Team Gambit Esports will be the first one to take the stage here in Kiev. We, of course, already saw them this morning where they were fighting up against B8, and them being victorious meant that they were second in Group A, and they will go up against the third of Group B in a little bit, but second in Group A, and that means that they're here in the best of 3. Winner of this best of 3, by the way, gets the honor of playing Virtus Pro. Loser goes to the lower bracket. It should be, I think, a good showing. I think we already saw a good showing of Gambit this morning, but I feel like both of our best of ones today have just been one-sided, Lacoste.
I don't think Gambit was tested by B8. They won. B8 won the early stages of the game, but Gambit is one of the teams that can play like super aggressive. They can look hot and cold at the same time. So you don't know what to expect from them. Louder, louder.
Aggressive mode, taking a stage. And I know, you know, previous game, it was, as God says, an atrocity. Like, that was not an actual, it didn't feel like an actual Dota game. And aggressive mode, we know that they can play better. We have seen them play better. And I hope that this game, this series, they will prove as to why they're here and why they got so far in, for example, the European qualifiers, why they how they were able to beat Ninjas in Pajamas yesterday. We know that they have what it takes to compete with the best, and just please give us no techies. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, those guys know. I think it's kind of an unsaid thing. Like they weren't really trying to win that one, that best of one.
It's true. They even said it. They said it. We're going to clown around.
Yeah, they're going to clown around. Spartan even said, yeah, we're going to pick techies, and sure enough, they did. They didn't really have a game plan other than just having some fun, and it was a warm-up game of sorts, like not a warm-up game in the sense they really tested themselves strategically or played their own Dota, but...
Yeah. I'm trying to find a sense why they picked techies the way they played it. I watch a lot of their games during European qualifiers. I know they can play better. I guess they just wanted to dodge Team Secret in their bracket. I mean, I don't blame them. The way the Team Secret is playing right now,
True.
You got to take your chances somewhere else.
But wouldn't you rather face Team Secret in the upper bracket? Like, wouldn't you rather face them twice? Because if you make it to Team Secret's bracket, it means you face them in the upper bracket, right? And you kind of want to face them once. You probably will lose against them, but then you get dropped to the lower bracket. You might have a chance later on again as well.
Yeah. Well, even this way, you still have to face them in the winner bracket final. So you're still going to have to get to play them twice. Obviously, you've got to get there, and
yeah, you got to get there.
It's a long road
first.
to get there.
It is. I mean, let's also get out of the way. The winner of this matchup, this best of three, will play again later today already.
Right away, yeah.
Right away. Virtus
well,
Pro.
After a break, I guess. But
yes. Also not an opponent that is an easy one, but I would just love to see Gambit versus Virtus Pro purely because of the bad blood that is flowing.
What about Lil too, though? I mean, I guess there's less bad
That's
blood.
old.
That's old
that
blood.
dried up, crusty old blood that is just left with a layer of salt on the side. I'd rather see me some fresh blood with Gambit and Virtus Pro.
That wound is still open, still gushing out. And
yeah.
All right.
And also, it was a different Virtus Pro squad, right? Not everybody is still left on the team. But I guess Solo is the main one, so...
I mean, Lil still loves to kick up that drum.
Oh,
every 6 months, he wants to tweet something that... Like, basically, it's like...
I think it's just the name.
VP.
Like, it doesn't have to be the same players. Just who's playing on the team.
Doesn't matter.
Against.
Yes. I mean, both would be good stories.
Great. And here in front of a CIS audience as well. I'm sure they're going to get into it. We'll be curious to see where the crowd lies with all the VP drama going on. Are they going to be against them? Are we going to hear some boos?
Yeah.
You know, if VP starts winning or, playing against Secret, I'm sure they'll be on VP's side probably. But until then... Maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Actually, the series that we have in front of us also with Lil and FNG on opposite sides has got some history to it as well. We looked it up. They played together. Obviously, everybody in the CIS scene
played with
each other at one point or another. Yeah. But Lil and FNG obviously both supports position 4, position 5, and they have been at those roles together in squads. Virtus Pro Polar before it became the actual original Virtus Pro, right, Gods?
Yep.
They did do well.
Yeah, they were. I mean, the reason the Virtus Pro Polar team became the main Virtus Pro team is because they were better than the main team at some point. So they VP had 2 separate teams, and I think there are 2 players that suit each other. Like FNG plays the true hard support position 5, whereas Lil is a great playmaker and sometimes a greedier 4. So yeah, they were great teammates.
I love the CIS scene because there's always some kind of rivalry happening. Everyone played with each other against each other. They're swapping a lot of the teams. If you check the list of the teams that some players played with, it's 20+ teams.
That's crazy. Here's the upper bracket. So yeah, we have Gambit aggressive mode. The winner will go up against Virtus Pro. The loser will drop to the lower bracket. And on the other side, we will have tomorrow B8 versus Nigma play. as our first game of the day, I believe,
We have
on that day.
the winner of that versus Secret too, maybe. I'd say Nigma.
Yeah, we have
obviously
the
Nigma
winner
to
of
win
that
first.
versus Secret tomorrow, as well as the loser of this match versus the loser of the first match tomorrow. So if you lose the first match tomorrow, if you're B8 or Enigma, you have to play again straight after that against the loser of Gambit versus Aggressive Mode, I believe.
Okay.
This is
Great games.
I think
Every day. I mean, all these
Yeah.
teams here have. It feels like there's a rivalry no matter what matchup you're getting almost.
I think there's, like, going into this, the only one that really doesn't have... No, that's not even true, because Secret has got rivalries with Enigma.
Yeah. Even like with VP in the past, because they were like
Yeah.
the two best teams for a while.
Yeah.
The DPC. So
I'm a bit sad that we don't see NIP here. I don't think it's justified. I know they can play much better
Yes.
than what they did. They showed us in the European qualifiers for the major, and I talked to their manager. I'm going to quote her. She was like, yeah, we were surprised that we qualified, but we know we can play at this level. But everyone did not expect things to gel together. Seems like they just can't play Dota in Ukraine for some reason.
Not yesterday, anyway. Maybe they had a bad day. But, you know, group stages are rough. It's 2 best-of-3s. You lose both, you're out. It is very simple in that regard. And to be honest, that means you'd already had 2 chances, right?
Yeah.
So out is out. And Ninjas in Pajamas, I mean, as you said this morning, Gods, you know, maybe they just need to lose a tournament or you go out last in order to get that fire back and feel like the underdog and gel together. For
I don't know how serious
I mean, they've been last at the previous minor, so.
And they've been last at quite a few tournaments this season. Or at least they've done quite poorly in a lot of the qualifiers too. So.
Yeah, definitely was expecting to see them do better this time around.
Especially with this new roster, because this was the first, like the roster changes made sense. I think it just felt like they weren't going anywhere when they had the Skitter and Gunner lineup. Like they were promising young players, but it just wasn't working. So bringing in Lelis and Tanner was like, oh, and Dahak was like, oh, great, this looks great. Like, they're actually looking like a really scary looking team. And then, unfortunately, maybe back to their old form.
Yeah, but if you compare like Skitter when he played for NIP and now that he's playing for aggressive mode, it's a huge difference. He feels more comfortable. I guess he doesn't feel that much pressure because there's like no real captain. There's no PPD saying things, and I know that Skitter is vocal. He loves to call the shots, and if it's not, if they're not on the same page with PPD, like one has to go, and we know who's that gonna be. But his performance during European qualifiers for the major have been amazing. He had some amazing games on Ursa. He has a variety of heroes that he plays, and it's just a different player.
Yeah. We saw them yesterday again, also with Ursa as well, where Ninjas in Pajamas just didn't have an answer to his Ursa. I'm very excited about that actually, because you are right in terms of PPD, and every captain is very vastly different from each other, right? Like the top Dota 2 captains are very different people and lead their squads in very different ways. And you have to find a captain that you can work with, that you don't feel the pressure with, or you have to be one of those people that when the pressure is there, you can perform better. Depends on what you need and what works for you, and it feels like Skeeter, maybe with this less pressure being put on him, and the captaining of Spartan, who is probably quite lucky go happy active, it just works way better for him, and you can tell on his play.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like a way better environment for everyone else in the team. If you compare some other top teams like, let's say Secret, let's say Nigma, we've seen in the True side, like Papi, Okura, we saw him. He has the last word. Like, what pick is that going to be? It's his, and they have to respect it.
Yeah. Looks like we are about ready to head into the draft. I do want to hear from you guys. What are we looking for? Because you mentioned already Skeeter's Ursa. I'm going to imagine that that's going to be a second phase ban perhaps coming out, because he is that good in that hero, and there is really nobody else that plays it as good as he, like in this current meta, in this current patch. But what kind of heroes are we looking for in this best of 3?
I think Enchantress has been a pretty key hero from some of these teams, like early Enchantress picks as a 5 or a 4. You can see it there. It's something that Lil plays. It's something we've had FNG play on the Gambit side. That's one of those high impact heroes. And I think for me, the matchup that's really interesting is going to be the 4s. Lil, to me, is the player, like you compare these two teams and the players in different roles, I would give aggressive mode the edge in the 4th position, but Gambit to me has an edge in most of the other roles.
Okay.
So Lil needs to really make some big plays happen this game.
I'd say mid. I have to disagree here a little bit. Barania, he showed some good performances, but a lot of the times he overextends one creep wave too much when he is trying to split push, get the farm for himself, and he needs to be careful about that. Also, he lost some of the matchups that he should not been losing, and not sure what to feel about FN. Like, I'm having some good vibes during the time when he played for Empire, always positive, but I'm not totally sold.
Yeah, he seems like one of those players who's consistently, you know, can be top 10 on the leaderboards, but his skills haven't always translated to getting these big results on competitive teams. He did look good on Empire, but that Empire team didn't ultimately go that far or that deep.
True.
Outside of maybe that one really good TI run where they had Rezo standing in.
Yeah.
I'm still not sold on FN either, I'd say. It's definitely not the GPK of the team just yet.
Not yet, indeed. I'm actually... not surprised, I guess, to see Snapfire banned out. We have both teams playing it on different positions. FNG likes it on the 5, but Lil actually plays it as a 4.
They banned Oracle, so they might want to go for Batrider. I know Gambit loves to open with the Batrider as well. Also, they love to have long-range initiation, Shaker plus A8. That's their go-to combo. Pretty easy to set things up, but it's also a block pick. They see Oracle being banned out. They might go for Batrider, uncontrollable damage. Next Assassin, one of my favorite position 4 heroes right now.
Yeah, we had it. Well, we had it earlier, first phase pick, but it wasn't actually by Gambit though. They did play against Secret yesterday. It didn't work out, but that was the game that was the closest game we've seen so far between Secret and an opponent. So they gave it a good run, and of course really good against all those carries that like to buy Radiance. That was what we saw yesterday in action.
Oh, I totally forgot about this hero, Slaughter. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but it seems a bit overpowered in my book. Yeah, just taking the Roche, you kill
Dota.
1 or 2 heroes.
If you're not overpowered, you're not a Dota hero. You know?
All right.
All 10 heroes. We're going to see 10 OP heroes picked, Lacoste. That's the nature of Dota too.
I'm surprised Slaughter wasn't banned first phase. We see that a lot though.
It gives you objective taking, mostly Roche. Even when we saw in some of the games yesterday when there was Slaughter, 3 other heroes are showing on the map while you're just Roshing with Slaughter plus 1 hero. It's that good. And they don't know about it, even if they do. Like, you can't just rotate 5 heroes. 3 other cores of enemy will be farming, so 2 others that were in the Roche pit just straight up leave.
It does a few things very well, which I think are key on the current patch, but it also does have a lot of weaknesses. Like, you know, it's a single target hero, doesn't give you much team fight, doesn't have any kind of wave clear to push out lanes. Like, you compare it to what like a Batrider does. Batrider does all these other like really cool things in the game. His ability to kind of move around the map with the boots of travel, push out waves, farm really fast. Slaughter does not farm well at all.
He's probably the worst hero to farm with, especially if he's transitioned into position 4. That's the beauty of the picks. Like, most of the top tier teams love to have heroes who can be played at multiple roles, like 3, 4, 5, so you're not revealing anything and enemies don't know the exact matchup. Slaughter, he wants to be a core if he's playing against a melee hero. If he is not, then you just switch him to position 4, even 5. That's what Team Secret is doing.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, yesterday it was Skylark that played it against Ninjas in Pyjamas. It was the only time they managed to get their hands on it, though. And it is played, as you said, multiple positions. What are we thinking? Which opening do we like more? I know Slaughter, you know, stands out there in terms of like popular meta OP pick, but Nyx Assassin Batrider is a great opening as well.
I think it's 50-50. Neither team's got a better... Both teams have really good openers, is what I'd say. They're drafting well. It's nothing like what we saw last game with that was Enigma plus Shadow Demon opener. I was like, that's not an opening pick right now. Batrider Nyx, great opener. ENG Slaughter. Maybe I'll give a slight edge to the ENG Slaughter, but neither team's been outdrafted yet.
Yeah, so you need to get a hero that deals with the Phantom Lancer, some built-in cleave, maybe even go for Troll Warlord. He can lane against Slaughter. The Whirling Axis is great against the Enchantress, against the PL and the Illusions. You don't necessarily have to take it right now, but as for your 4th pick, you should consider it.
Yeah, they really set up well for it, banning both Magnus and Leshrac, two of the better cores to play against PL. going to make this PL's game that much easier. Batrider does offer some AoE, as does maybe the Nyx to a certain extent. The Impale Meteor Hammer, obviously very annoying. But
is being annoying enough? Like you need something
It depends what stage we're talking about.
Yeah.
Early stages, yes. Once Phantom Lancer gets hard, then he does not care that much.
Yeah. What is another answer for him?
Oh, for the PL?
Yeah.
Zeus is always great. I think heroes with just AoE magic damage that can clear out illusions. But Zeus is one of those heroes like you 10th pick it, so we'll have to wait and see if it really fits the game. If there's no catch or jump to go on the Zeus other than Slaughter, the hero can look really good.
And they're really taking their time with this pick.
Yeah, the carry pool has been heavily banned out with, I mean, Lifestealer Ricky banned out by Gambit themselves, so I almost feel like Gambit were maybe looking to go for the PL. PL, one of the carries that's really good against Slaughter because you can just purge off the Corrosive Haze pre-level 25 with that Doppelganger.
Oh, the Lich pick, I feel a void in my bones.
Yeah, could see some Battle Fury Void action, or maybe
Yeah.
say, let's get a mid that can deal with the PL, like I mentioned, the Zeus.
True.
With that and the Batrider, your Void can just
I'm
be
not
regardless.
completely sold on the Void as the hero. We had discussion in the hotel lobby in the morning about it. It just feels 60 seconds on his ulti is too much.
It is very long.
And it is.
5
Like if
seconds remaining.
you're playing against 3 heroes who can fight all the time, they don't rely on any cooldowns whatsoever. So if you misuse it, or if enemy has buyback ready on the hero that was killed inside a Chronosphere, you can't fight.
Yeah.
He does not provide any tools besides the Chronosphere.
And some of the other Lich partners be like the Juggernaut or like the Ursa. Do you like any of those
I
other
don't like
heroes
Ursa.
better?
No, Ursa
Ursa into
against-
PL sounds pretty bad.
Radiant team
Yeah.
pick.
Disruptor.
But
Definitely.
Jug, is Jug you okay with?
Jug is okay-ish. I would definitely love to see Troll instead.
Okay.
Troll is first phase banned.
Oh,
Try aggressive
it's
mode.
a small icon I can't see.
Yeah.
here.
And it is normally not like first phase. You know, if you ban Troll, you probably ban at second phase. So, yeah, there's been a lot of
10
bans on
seconds
these
remaining.
cores. So Dream's pool is just getting smaller and smaller.
5 seconds
Yeah, the
remaining.
Timber gets picked up now. That could be a side lane hero, could be a mid hero. I think right now, Gambit's draft is in a cool place because of the flexibility with where the Timber can lane, and even the Batrider could theoretically go mid if it gets a good matchup. And they're going to have the last pick of the draft to decide where to send those heroes.
Yeah,
so.
but I love the Disruptor pickup from aggressive mode. It's gonna give them catch. Also, there's a good synergy between him and Slardar. Glimpse into Slardar's stun. So pretty easy. Also, once Batrider
Radiant
blinks
team
in,
back.
and this is the catch that they needed. They were pretty much limited on the stuns until Slardar gets a blink dagger.
Naga will be the final ban for aggressive mode. Not wanting to deal with another illusion carry, but I want to point out one illusion carry that I haven't seen for ages. Whatever happened to Terrorblade? People bring it up here and there because it's a signature hero for still a lot of players and
10
they played it a lot.
seconds
But why
remaining.
isn't he picked up?
His
anymore?
laning stage is pretty weak, is
Okay.
the biggest
5
part with
seconds
the hero. I think it was picked a couple times in the
It was,
qualifiers. Like
yeah.
the
But only a
Miracle
couple,
played it,
I
I think. Nigma picked it and actually won a game with it.
Just hit the jungle creeps low.
Yeah. He kind of is this jungling carry that doesn't farm as fast as some of the other. Like Naga to me is just like a better TB in some ways. I mean, they're very different heroes.
And he really suffers against mana burn. He relies on mana, also using the Sunder and the Diffusal Blade being one of the most popular items right now. Playing against the illusion carries like Phantom Lance or Naga Siren. It's not a good matchup for TB.
But TB was one of those carries that was traditionally a counter to Slaughter because you've got such insanely high base armor. You just don't care about the minus armor as much.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is not the worst of the TB game, but if you're laning against ENG or Disruptor, you're going to get bullied a bit. It's not going to
Radiant
be
team pick.
too fun.
The puck will be the final ban on the side of Gambit. What do we want in the mid lane? Because is this Timbersaw? Is this a Dream Timbersaw? Like, there's still an option for that as well? Or are we expecting Batrider to take the mid lane? FN has played Batrider in the mid lane against Infamous in the first game they played yesterday.
I think they're waiting to see the matchup because aggressive
10
mode
seconds remaining.
pick first, right?
No, it's Gambit's turn. It will be aggressive
Oh, Gambit's
mode.
picking.
5
Oh,
seconds
aggressive mode
remaining.
have the last pick.
Yes.
Never mind. That changes things. So yeah, they have to kind of decide where they want those heroes to go.
They're really out of options. A lot of these carry heroes got banned out who build Battle Furies,
team
but they go with what they
Faceless
know.
Void.
It's Faceless Void who can build Into Battle Fury, Maelstrom, which deals well with the PL illusions, has a great synergy with Lich.
In the match that I mentioned that they had against Infamous yesterday, their 3 cores were the Void, the Bat, and the Timber, so they stick with the same. Alina coming out for aggressive mode. We saw Borania on that yesterday as well. Did very well on that. Do we like the Lina? If it's Lina versus Bat.
And the Lina has a good lane, I think, regardless of who you're against. The scary thing with Lina is you've got no good save for Lina, so once you get to the mid game, Batrider can just kind of... Batrider or Nyx both just have this like insta-kill potential on Lina.
Both of these teams have no save whatsoever. Like, there's no Abaddon, there's no Omni Legion Commander, no Astrals, Disruptions, pretty much nothing. So these fights are going to be quick.
Yeah.
Like, we're not going to have prolonged team fights where a lot of spells are used multiple times. I like the Timbersaw pick. They don't necessarily have any good counters to it. No one builds into Spirit Whistle. Not fast enough. He's going to have one item that he can dispel things with at the moment. If Timbersaw has a good game, you need to stay away from him.
That is not a good position to be in. Or does it?
Always like that with Timber.
But is it like at some point it times out because then at least PL can deal with him? Or like when are you going to be able to deal with?
I mean, if Lina has a really good game and gets farmed, you can deal with Timber. I think the thing is, if you just ignore him and win elsewhere on the map, you're fine. Or if you shut us down his lane. But like Lacoste says, if Timber has a good game, you have to avoid him at all costs.
So are we saying that we like Gambit's draft a little bit better because of that?
I'm not sold
sounds like you do.
Faceless Void. I think this hero too long of a cooldown on that Chronosphere. I'm gonna go with aggressive mode. I still think Gambit is a better team, but judging by the draft, I'd go with aggressive mode.
I will disagree. Just to disagree. I don't like Lacoste very much. He's generally wrong.
I know. These guys are fighting in the green room all the time. You know, just putting my earplugs in every time. All right, guys. It is time for the start of this best of 3. Gambit, aggressive mode with Capitalist and Kyle.
Both of these teams had a disappointing run in their major qualifiers, but Gambit at least was able to qualify for the minor. But I'm sure both of these teams are looking at this tournament as a way to be able to prove themselves, Kyle.
Oh, for sure. This is where you got to prove yourself. I mean, both of these squads are certainly like tier 2. I think Gambit definitely a better pedigree, but as you said, they want to kind of get their sights set on greater heights. I botched the hell out of that intro. I have no idea where you're going with that.
Greater sights on, or you set your sights on greater heights? That was
yeah,
a cute
sure.
line.
Yeah, there you go.
It was cute.
Yeah.
It rhymed.
There you go. Thanks.
As long as it rhymes, it's good, right? It's like
that's what I'm
poetry.
going for.
That's the important part. Well, we'll have to see whether or not Gambit, especially I like that you put Gambit just a little bit higher, because aggressive mode, yeah, they did great at the major, and they're one series away from qualifying. And actually, to their credit, they lost to NiP in the end and ended up beating NiP at this tournament.
That's
so maybe in a different, different timeline, different worlds, parallel worlds, they would have actually qualified for the major. But
I remember it was like when we were playing with Bloody Nine. It's Complexity, and we beat EG 2-0 in that in an online cup, and then lost to them in 11 consecutive major qualifiers.
11 consecutive. You felt every single one of those, didn't you?
But we won. Hey, not 12.
Not 12.
Not 12.
Yeah? What happened that 12th time, Kyle?
We made it to Epicenter, which in turn actually kind of just turned into a big L for me because I got kicked from the team 2 weeks later. But, man, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Them's the breaks. And speaking of breaks, we might have a...
They're going to be breaking some trees so they can take the outpost. It's a silly little move. It doesn't really accomplish a whole lot, but just kind of annoy your enemy.
Hey, sometimes that's key.
Maybe keeps them occupied when it comes to the bounty runes. Is Shachlo trying to get in front of Skeeter, body block him. The Impale comes out as well, but no need because Shachlo had a perfect body block to ensure that gold.
Yeah, and I would agree. I certainly would favor, on paper, aggressive mode's draft a bit, but Gambit have the 2 bigger win conditions. They actually have like 3 tools that really don't peak until the later game. Void and Timber. Void just kills everything in Chrono once you get enough items. Timber eventually just isn't going to die. And Batrider is the only, you just pick them off through BKB, you find a kill. The problem is, to get through the mid game is going to be tough, especially against hunter killers like Slardar and Disruptor.
Yeah, Slardar, the most valued hero at this tournament. Most picked.
It's so
or most picked in banned, rather.
An incredible laner. You have an insane Aghanims. You have damage amplification. It was really only a matter of time until he started getting more play.
And there's
very
the
mobile
benefit of being able to build them in different ways, right? You can go for the early Blink Dagger, you can go for pipe builds into Aghanim Scepters and just tank up.
You got a stun, Cap. That's the thing. It's a meme, I know, but you'd be surprised like how many times people like it'll happen. People will Insania and me laugh about this every time Liquid does it. They'll lose a game and backside you didn't pick. He's like, "What'd you do, bro?" He's like, "I didn't pick stuns. I don't know. I'm an idiot." Like
Not
it just
enough stuns, bro.
Like you just gotta pick stuns. And Slardar, he's got 2. 2's better than 1.
Well, in this lane, before the ultimate, there is one hero that has a stun, but you have to actually land it. Bora misses it on FN as the sticky napalm stacks build up against him.
I'm surprised more people don't put this point in flame break on mid bats.
Yes.
I see a lot of people just skip it completely, but it's so much damage.
It's also instant damage now as another LSA lands. FNG gets a little bit low, back over to mid where FN's going to healing salve up. It's also instant damage now as opposed to the damage over time from before, so it allows you to be able to get last hits on range creeps.
Yep, that's a good point. It's a really nice change, and this is great from FN. He's going to go early bottle, and this is super important. You can see who's there? XS Vampire. Sure, he would have got the rune anyway, but if you're going to rush this bottle, you need a support helping you secure runes. It's so easy to lose lanes when you rush it, because you'd just be dead in the water now, but instead, nice Arcane Rune. It's going to be tough for Lina to stay here.
And if you're going to be roaming like that, you need to have an off-laner who is either self-sufficient or is experience greedy, and Timbersaw is a little bit of both, especially experience greedy.
Yep, that's a good point.
In order to be self-sufficient, he needs to get to level 3.
Indeed, and yep, aggressive mode, they're already out to a nice start in the lanes. Mid is going to be the key, because Lina, you don't really have that great of a comeback mechanism. Sure, you can farm jungle like a storm, but you don't scale like one, and what a flame break.
Bops him over the cliff, back down into the river. Bora tries to hit an LSA on both of them. Will be able to force them back enough, but they're going to dive for the tower and easily get the first blood for FN.
Yeah, you cannot get up to 5 stacks on Alina at any point in that sort of scenario. And also love that they warded above the hill, so these rotations are almost always going to know if anyone from Dire actually teleports into defend. But you've got like no wards for your mid Lina against the bat. He's just gonna continue to die there anytime Nyx wants to. In fact, he's just camping the hill, ready to walk back down.
And if he's losing there, it means aggressive mode needs to be able to find an opening bottom lane, which they will, onto Lich, get that kill, and force Dream back. Get a decent amount of damage on him. He's currently sitting at 12 and 3 Skylark. Really wanted that 4th hit. That bash coming out. Lina is going to get burned to a crisp here in the mid lane. As once again, the mid bat rider with the help of a roaming Nyx assassin. It's pretty much a dual lane.
Tips, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I just love it. This is the thing you've got to do, though. How do you make plays bottom with your Void? Not possible. Up top, you've got a Timbersaw. And this is a very simple concept, but doesn't mean it's easy. A lot of teams still don't do it properly, is just playing around the right heroes. You want to leave your Timber on the island and go play with your killer. There's nowhere else you're going to be able to make moves. Ignore. Top is just a dead lane, and bottom is actually going to be rough, especially when you have a Lich against Enchantress. You're just going to Frost Shield immediately. It's going to get purged off.
Yeah.
And a haste rune. Oh god, this could make some moves here.
Let's see what he does with that. The Timbersaw was forced to TP away, but at the end, he's still a solo laner, is getting lots of experience, and when he comes down back to lane, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be able to force him out again. Meanwhile, Bora is only in level 4.
Indeed, and you're just not a hyper carry like some of these other mid heroes that like to recover. You know, a Storm at 30, 40 minutes in is terrifying. Lina, you're just going to be squishy and weak the entire game. Sure, you can be able to deal damage, but Gambit, they're going to have no intentions of allowing you to do so. They're going to dive straight for him.
You can see he is loath to do it, but he is going to be jungling.
Yep, but there's a Bat Rider with a haste that knows he's there.
He sees where he's at, but instead he's going to be making a break for the Disruptor, who's currently trying to get some bounty runes. Gets a little fire on him. Flame brings him up, allowing Shotchlo to finish him, hopefully, with the Timberjane. That's going to go right through him. FN is actually back here with the haste rune, trying to get the last hit on the kill, but he fails as a wand goes off from Spartan, allowing him to die to the tower instead.
That is everything about that sequence of events was vintage Spartan. Sacrifices himself for the rune, uses his wand and a fairy fire to ensure that he dies to the tower.
Anything he can to slow FN down, I guess, in some way.
Go for it. It's like you're falling out of a building and you stop to phone your, I don't know, your baker. That's a bad one. That didn't work.
Phone your banker?
Baker.
Baker. Oh,
Yeah.
like Banker made sense to me. You're like putting your some sort of affairs in order. Baker.
I don't know. You need that bread.
Gotta get that bread, dog. That's what life is about. 34 and 13. This Phantom Lancer is getting total free farm, and if they could actually find another kill on the Timber Saw, it'd be fantastic. They do manage to glimpse him back there, and are really trying to go in for the kill. Timber Saw's getting low,
JJ,
and hopefully we'll see it as he TPs away. Looks like we had a...
I was speaking for Twitch chat there. Sorry. Sorry about that. We almost missed that kill. Nice TP away, and another lasso, or rune rather, for the Bat Rider. Not a kill rune, just illusions, but he is certainly doing well middle, but the problem is his side lane's not really the same story.
Yeah.
I know Void and Timber are getting farmed, but PL Slaughter are free farming.
Yeah. And Slaughter particularly scary in that regard. Good job, Vampire. Way to deny that sentry. That means absolutely nothing, but I'm
Moral
sure it's
victory.
a small moral victory.
Those are the most important.
FN trying to make rotation, catch Skylark here, bumps him back, but almost catches them with the lasso. Sadly, though, a crush from the Slaughter stops that one.
That was actually really well played by both players. The
Yeah.
perfect flame break, he would have got that lasso, and the stun timing was excellent because it's the lasso range is, I think, only like 30 or 40 units lower than the stun, so not much time.
And seeing as Flame Break isn't even a stun, you can actually like start the cast animation, and then the Flame Break will bump you, and you'll still complete the crush.
Yep. Soul Ring now on the Timber, but this is going to be a long one. If you're a Gambit fan and you want a W here, they're going to need to drag this one out. And if you're aggressive mode, just keep doing what you're doing, really. Play away from this Timber Saw starting about now, as he has hit level 6, and just go look to make kills happen. I like that Spartan was taking some experience up here because his level 6 is going to be huge.
Oh, they're actually going to try and go for a kill here. Bringing Bora up here, surrounded by the kinetic field, is going to be able to get the Timber Chain away. They glimpse him back into the LSA. A little bit more damage with the Laguna Blade and the Dragon Slave. That'll be enough to get the kill.
Luckily, that's a level 2 Thunderstrike. If people were still going that 1-3-1 build, I don't think they actually have the damage to get him. And really big that they were able to take him out with the assistance of the Lina. It's a much-needed experience, and now you can just leave him up top alone. He'll get a free couple waves in the camp. Dream's going to have his ultimate very soon, but I don't really think you can kill anybody down here.
Yeah, they don't have the most obvious damage to throw inside the Chronosphere.
That was the point I was about to make. It's really just the Timber. I've always loved Timber Void as a duo, but I find that I like it a lot more when my mid hero is also going to scale.
Yeah.
The Bat mid has had some success. We see Limp from Alliance playing it all the time. It does, however, fall off as far as damage output goes, and it's the same story for Lich and Nyx to an extent, so it's very important that these two cores have great games.
Well, our Bat Rider farmed up that stack that we were looking at earlier and is now going to be the first to cross the 4K net worth threshold as we approach the 10-minute mark. Skylark once again using that cheeky way to cut down trees and take the outpost from the low ground. Now that is a bit more significant as we approach that experience bounty time. Skylark going to try and go for the kill here onto Dream. Doesn't actually have the bash stacked up until now. Turns around. Actually chronospheres the two of them, seeing as the Slaughter was underneath the tower. Plus there's the rotation of FN sending him back, but Skylark is still going to get burned out by the Bat Rider's damage. Now a pull back in from FNG is he's going to do some damage to Spartan. Just another 20 seconds till the bounties.
That's all the bots pick up on the Bat. And it's very important to pick up that item when you're playing with heroes like Timber Void, because you're going to be playing this split game, right? And you want to be able to help out with every chrono. That's just a free kill. Oh, did he just got walked at and died?
Yeah.
All right.
They quickly found the real one. Just one sticky napalm, a little bit of damage, and lasso with a chain stun.
Yeah, so anyway, so Gambit, they want to like split the map at all times, and you don't want to be fighting without Chronosphere. So you need Bat to be able to shove waves, play independently, but then also, oh, there's a Chrono, there might be a fight here. Okay, I'm here immediately. So really like that decision, and then immediately into the blink after. That's a good call, as he is still really their only pickoff, unless, I mean, do you need a blink if you can just walk up and kill the enemy carry? I'm not sure.
A ward on a high ground. Should be able to spot the Bat Rider, maybe not the Nyx Assassin who's cutting across. They do have a sentry in lane though, so they give up on making that rotation. I think they even pinged the ward potentially. Shochlo, who's going to be showing himself, trying to protect this tower. He's got to be careful with the Corrosive Haze. They've actually found FNG in the back. Skeeter and Skylark should be able to bring him down the Corrosive Haze, making him a squishy target. Meanwhile, inside the Static Storm, a Batrider in trouble and will be run down. Aggressive Mode managed to find 2, but they're going to lose their Lina now. As the Nyx Assassin shows up, a cut through. Shochlo is able to bring down the Slardar. Now marches forward, just looking to punch people because he's out of mana. Meanwhile, Skeeter and Spartan are low on health, but Skeeter will be able to find that kill on a Vampire before he starts retreating. Shochlo is still able to stand there and tank up this creep wave, protecting the tower, but is unable to protect his teammates.
Yep, no chrono means no team fight W there, although really doesn't look that bad for Gambit at the end of the day. 3 for 2.
The Batrider loss probably hurts them a bit, but they traded for almost taking the top tower and protecting their own safe lane towers, so. And this is just your general Timbersaw game plan, right? Yep. Outside of the laning phase, if you did a pretty good job, well, just go wherever the enemy is going.
Pretty much, and this is going to be tough for aggressive mode to deal with, but they are preserving their towers, which is quite nice under the circumstances. They're already at 12 minutes. No tier 1s have fallen. This is big for the side of AM. They need that Blink Dagger up on Slaughter at a point to really start getting aggro. FN's going to be finishing. No, he's going for Force instead of Blink. I think I like that call.
Yeah.
Because you have so many tools that are going to provide vision for you. Like you're not really going to initiate a fight and like, oh, pick somebody off. You're going to be playing around your Timber and counter initiating.
Yeah.
So the raw stats, the regen, it's more useful. And there's added utility. The one thing about Blink is that it, of course, provides no stats. So effectively any other
break. Oh, he lost it. No, he does manage to get it. The Corrosive Haze. Given the vision, they need to be able to get the glimpse, but now they're going to turn things around as already Vampires managed to kill Spartan and the Chronosphere catching Bora. Trying to hit him, but Timbersaw going to be slowed down by Skylark, who's actually going for the support kill right now. Does manage to get the Disruptor, but Bora's still going to be run down in the end as Gambit have brought everybody to this top lane.
And this is the strength of the lineup right here, is that if Gambit are going to bring more numbers, you're just not going to be able to take them out. Aggressive mode needs Skeeter to have more influence in this game, but it's just not really at that farm point anytime soon.
Oh, Vampale perfectly timed. Now they're going to throw out their Chain Frost as well. Skeeter in trouble underneath the tower, and now FN with that Boots of Travel, making slick work of all these rotations around the map. Should be able to catch this Phantom Lancer, and looks for a little bit more. Skylark, though, with the high levels of sprint, should be fine.
He's going for drums on the Slaughter. I am not certain I'm down with that. How do you really stay in a fight? You know, you kind of have to poke and prod here, because if you try and man up on a Timber or a Bat, like these heroes just kind of start hitting you, and you take so much magic damage, you're going to be forced to run away.
I have some players that like swear by drums on Slardar.
Really?
They just swear by it. They said it's super good. And I kind of see why, like the whole active of drums is what makes drums so good right now. It's no longer the stats, it's all about the active, and that attack speed is really good for a Slardar, especially for bursting down somebody like the Void.
Yep, and your sprint's also percentage-based movement speed increase. So you're one of the you use the passive bonus better than almost every other hero in Dota.
Yeah, that's true.
As you get more MS from it. Plus, you get to move quick. Everyone likes moving quick.
They're up by 3K on the side of Gambit. It's another round of bounties coming up in 40 seconds. They switch over to the Blink Dagger again on Batrider. FN just couldn't seem to make up his mind.
It's always frustrating when players like pretend they're going to do something to analyze why that sounds like a cool decision.
No, I like that idea better that he goes back for the other one. You're like,
actually, I do like the Blink. It's funny. The thing is, though, that really is what the game of Dota is. Like, there's reasons to buy and not buy items and draft heroes, etc. It just comes down to what the individual player thinks is better.
Yes.
And
so
then you see if they win or lose, and you know if they were wrong or right.
It's the same reason, like, people love to be able to point out, like, oh, this hero feels pretty good, and you could just be like, well, yeah, that hero feels good, but other heroes just feel better.
Yep.
Nice pick off on Skylark as they baited out the bounty rune and even grabbed the bounty rune away from Skylark, so.
Nice.
And they got the bounties on top lane, I presume, as well, considering the Void's position.
Really?
So.
They got a Nether Shawl for the Timber. That is so good for Timber. So the bonus spell amp, 20% magic resist, and it's not as if you need armor, so really nice there. Van Brace for the PL. Took the strength talent on Void. That's to be expected. You're effectively only threatened by burst damage in this game. You want to be able to live through the Disruptor ult and a Slardar combo.
And now they just got the Pupil's Gift on an agility carry as well. So if you wanted to be able to tank up even more on your Void, you've got that.
Yeah, I just don't really see the timing here for aggressive mode. Perhaps this is it. They're going to smoke up, but the difficulty is they don't have like a real playmaker, and FN's constantly off map. You're not going to be able to fight through Chrono either, so you really need this. You can't go for Timber.
This is the moment where you would want that Blink Dagger, right? If you smoke into the jungle and you run into the Bat Rider, you manage to blink stun him before he can blink away, then fantastic. You found a very big core kill that is easy to bring down. Run into the Timbersaw, though, and you're going to be very unhappy. Aggressive mode, as you can see, just kind of wandering around. Not much they can do with this. And losing more and more ground all the time, because next, Gambit are going to use the Siege Wagon push, put the Timbersaw on the front lines, and take this mid-tower.
He's got a hood and the Nether Shawl. He's actually just not going to die. Lina and Disruptor do less than half damage to the hero now with their spells, and there really isn't going to be a way to take him down with physical damage either. You do have Diffusal, of course. You can make a moon. We've seen how effective that was at TI.
Static Storm to lead things off. Corrosive Haze on top of him, but already it's not him that's in trouble. Shot flow is perfectly fine. He's only down to a little bit more than half health, and they just turned around and quickly killed the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, don't go for the Timbersaw, folks.
Yeah.
This is not the hero you want to be gunning for. He's got the pipe complete as well. Now they're going to smoke out and go.
Chronosphere is going to be able to catch the two cores, and Lil can do little to stop this one. In fact, Spartan doesn't even have a glimpse up, so Lina's already dead. They're going to be able to pull the Slardar back while they do try and go for that back line. Still, though, looks like a glimpse back on FNG will be a trade-off. Looks like Skylark was too tough for Gambit to fight. Once the Chronosphere is down, you can kind of see they do eventually just kind of run out of damage unless their Bat Rider's up. Van Brace. That's why our Slardar is so tanky. Treads, drums, and then a Van Brace. That's a serious stat build.
Indeed. I like it. It's one of the reasons the hero gets picked, right? He has 5k net worth, but it feels like he's stronger than that. And he is, because at this phase of the game, just this amount of net worth, as you said, 2,000 HP, but you'll provide so much damage amp as well with your...
Break the Untouchable, and it's pretty easy to kill an Enchantress, but now Vampire finds that Skeeter has a Diffusal Blade, so he's going to turn and actually fight him, but he won't be able to go far. Glimpsed and tries to go for a TP out. Fortunately, there's a Lina here as well. Aggressive mode, I think they know they just have to bring a lot of heroes to fights. In fact, Skylark even rotated up here as well. He runs into FN with a double damage rune. He does a decent amount of damage. Now he's just going to be kited by the sticky napalm, and if anything, Skylark could get himself killed for chasing so far. Gambit try to blink back in here, but Skylark makes a break through the water. He's going to be fine.
Oh, whoa, a Battle Fury on Dream.
He's going the Ags Battle Fury build. Have you seen this against Phantom Lancers? It's
Not
mega
the
dope.
Ags.
Yeah, so what he just time walks into a group of Phantom Lancers, and he gets the free time walk hits, and so it's a bunch of Battle Fury hits everywhere.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty sick. I think the first time I saw it was Nico Baby. I don't know if he's the one who made this build, but
I like it. I think it's a lot more effective than the Maelstrom you had queued up earlier.
Yeah.
Plus, you probably got the read on the game. It's going to be slow. It's going to take a while. We're not going to be able to win this one to 25 minutes anytime. So might as well invest in the future. And there's also just not much pressure aggressive mode is pumping out. You know there's no Blink Daggers coming up soon. The Lina, in theory, could get a Shadow Blade at a point. Check out the vision to the right. This is one of my my favorite tools, like, ever. Because as a casual viewer, you don't realize this. Like, we obviously know we can make better plays than the teams because we see everything. We're cheating. But this is actually what the game of Dota is all about, the vision control. And as you can see right now, Gambit, at least if the fight happens now, are certainly securing that area better.
Yeah.
You don't want to invade either enemy jungle right now if you're not prepared for 5-on-5.
Pull in the Lina. But the aggressive mode, they're all around here. There is going to be a 3-man Chronosphere with a Chain Frost. That's going to be 3 dead heroes rather easily. Gambit cleanly winning a fight as aggressive mode. Get a bit too aggressive.
How's that song go again, Cap?
Don't
Go up the high ground with no vision.
It's a classic song.
It is.
Classic.
It really is. I've never gotten to the bridge, but that opening line, man, if only more
it's
people
one of
tuned
those
in.
songs you play the first 10 seconds, then you hit skip. That's all you wanted for on your playlist. Skeeter does manage TP away, but he's trying to make the best of a bad situation. He's lost all his allies, and so he's just trying to find farm where he can. We're going to watch that again. Is just perfectly set up. Look at them all group up. Honestly, Skylark could have been caught in that chronosphere as well. He wasn't so damn fast.
It wasn't quite the high ground, but either way,
they were walking.
You know, he was on the way.
Lena got caught being on the low ground next to a high ground.
Yeah.
And he did not have
like
vision.
People, man, I know that they weren't the greatest movies, but you should have watched the prequels. You would have learned.
You're referring to the Star Wars prequels,
Correct.
Of course. Just wanted to make sure that that was clear for everybody. Kyle was indeed referencing Star Wars once again.
What's that? Is there something wrong with that?
No.
You a Trekkie or something?
No. I appreciate good Star Wars.
No, then
not
you must
many
not have
of
seen
them,
the recent
movies. Only about 1/3 of the series. The entire thing is good, but
yeah. I feel like there had to be like some party like a few years ago where the Davids from Game of Thrones got super high with the people making Star Wars, and they're just like, yo, dude, what if we just wrote scripts for each other, man, and just didn't know anything, and we just did it and just made millions of dollars. That would be great. Anyway, no, it would be great.
Can I see the vision of the mango tree that is up there above the Tier 2 dire side? Just straight up. We've got a mango tree that's camped out there, and I'm not sure what kind of vision it gives. First, we're going to watch the Slardar die, though.
Not dead yet.
Well, he's going to be.
Nice little chakram pullback. Oh, that is cool.
So is that a Radiant? No, that's a dire.
I mean, that is really interesting.
Is that vision good?
I don't think so, but the idea of placing it like in other games, perhaps, or even done aggressively, like that's really cool concept.
Yeah.
If you place it somewhere, it's not going to get dewarded. That's effectively a free Tinker
If
Ward.
Radiant placed that mango tree, I'd be like, oh, that's really sick. You can see TPs into the Tier 2.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much you would see into the lane with that, but
Dota. The thing about Dota that I love, and probably why I've played it for as long as I have, is the number of variables. And like as the game progresses, right, Iceberg's just adding more. You got talons, you got neutral items, you have these more items. Like it just increases the number of choices and options you have, and that's what Dota is all about. And that's something I haven't seen before, but maybe we'll see that as an innovation in the future.
I'm pretty sure T-Governor would rate that pretty low on his list of mango tree spots, but he's been the mango tree specialist that I talked to about what do you do with your mango tree. We're going to have a fight here. The Chain Frost bouncing back and forth between the Illusions and Skylark with the Timbersaw cutting through as well. They make short work of aggressive mode time and time again. A Chronosphere does manage to catch Bori, even as they glimpse Dream back. Just holding the Lina is good enough.
Yep.
You're going to get FN on top of that Lina with his BKB. Finish him off with a flame break. Now Spartan's going to get caught as well. One more glimpse, but you can't glimpse them all, sadly, Spartan.
And this is the downside. The panel did say, you know, neither side has any save. However, Gambit are the ones with the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
And they're just dropping it on the Lina or the Disruptor in all inning, and there's just nothing you're going to be able to do to save the day. You can see the Roche with the Aegis. Really like this angle, too. Shout out once again to WePlay for some goddamn incredible production. I hope you guys at home are enjoying. DD on Dream just in time for the Roshan. Still think this should only do half damage, or half the bonus to Roche and buildings, but that's just me.
No, it's not just you.
Somewhere out there, Alan's like, where was he?
Either way, though, this is going to be a very fast Aegis for Gambit. 25 minutes in with an 11K net worth lead. This is looking pretty grim, Kyle, for aggressive mode. What would you do if you were aggressive mode? How do you change this game?
Well, this is a good start. You got to smoke up. You have to be the ones initiating. That's what it comes down to, because you're playing against BKBs now. So.
But do you have initiation?
No.
Because Skylark,
you got to yield.
I don't know what items he has past his drums. Oh, Vampire. He breaks the smoke, managed to get a Spike Carapace turned back onto the Lina. And yeah, he's going to die, but it's still a 4-man smoke for a support kill.
They do get tower, though.
Oh, that's true.
Those bottom just creeps, but still take those. Just got to be careful. I mean, you can see Dream is just farming because there's no chrono. Once it comes up, he's going to go fight. And this is going to be what Gambit look to rinse and repeat for the rest of this game unless AM can do something about it. It starts with map control in the enemy jungle so that you can actually start trying to find pickoffs on solo heroes. It's just easier said than done.
Paladin Sword. Some easy sustain for the Phantom Lancer. Shots raining in. Small kill on FNG. Really doesn't do that much for aggressive mode. But
I really like the way Gambit's playing, though. Just no risks. Yeah, you lost a couple supports. Your advantage went from 11 to 10K. Who cares? It's all about your courts. It's all about this chrono timer. And you can expect to see them make a play on lit respawn.
Pipe Kaya into a later Bloodstone for Shachlo.
I love the Kaya pickup. It's underrated on Timbersaw, especially just as a tool against PL, because it limits mana loss. There is mana loss reduction included in the item, which means that the Diffusal Blade's also doing less damage to you.
Yeah, these the Kayas and Sanjas right now, just mega value.
Oh my god, yeah, Timber with Sanj Kaya is actually just nuts. You get the status resist, the health amp, or not status resist, just the health amp. But either way, that's better.
The health amp.
Man, you can tell I've been playing Dota a lot. Like, I know all these things now.
Well, according to Rich Campbell, not very well. You haven't been playing Dota very well, but
like it is so heavy. You don't understand.
I don't know.
We almost lost the
what
game
you're
to
talking
bots.
about. Oh, we also almost lost a game to bots, but you know, I always had the game well in hand. I knew I could rat it out.
Yeah, those darn expert bots, man. Larry bot was almost our undoing.
Skylark almost has his BKB, so still no form of initiation, just utterly focus on the battle aspect. And I don't feel that good about, like, BKB is good always on Slardar, but there's no like one hero that I'm going to feel super good about focusing down, right? Just because, like, if I get on the Void and stuff, like, I'm probably not killing him 100-0, right? And he's just going to time walk away. And I'm going to try and sprint after him, but I just don't feel like I'm going to be able to just stay on top of it and kill him like most Slardars want to do against carries.
And it's so easy for them to play this game as Gambit. You just play in the vicinity of your Timber. He takes one lane, your Void takes another, and you kind of just float in between them. And he can play so aggressive, and the rest of them just coming up to find him.
Thanks to Yule's build, he even has catch for some of his allies as he almost catches Lina, but Yule's right back.
That is a nice item.
Yeah.
Orb of Destruction on the Void. A make it do Scotty for free with a bit of a deso included.
Tier 2 tower at the bottom lane.
And they do have the blink on Slaughter, as you said. He's going BKB next. It's going to be needed if they really want to take an engagement. Hey, look at the way Gambit are playing, right? 5 heroes, 5 different locations. Aggressive mode. They kind of have to hold hands or be just under towers. You don't feel safe anywhere if Void is off the map. There's also a Nyx constantly hunting around. The vision game just firmly in control of Gambit.
Yes. That's one of the big advantages of a Nyx assassin, right? Is him so aggressively scouting things out at all times, plus the fact that you have superior vision as well. It just means you kind of know you can play split up like this as FN tries to chase somebody down. It's going to be Skylark who's going to be caught. Enchant slows down the Batrider a bit, but he's already pulled him in close enough to FNG to be able to get that kill.
Nice play. I love that. They're just doing such a good job here. I think that FN's been activated perfectly. He gets the runes, right? His team helps him get the runes immediately into the bots. We saw that effectively just carry them through the mid game. Now he's just blink BKB. And talk about lack of save. Now you don't have to just fear the chrono, but there's literally nothing you can do to stop a bat from just lassoing who he wants and bringing him towards his team. And look, a chronosphere. And Lena's dead again. It's rinse repeat for Gambit. Easy peasy.
Lena has certainly had a rough game. What's our Lena score? Because I know I've watched her die at least 6 times now. It's 1-8-5.
Yep, that's not good. And final point on the bet, the gem pickup. Whenever you get the Aegis, you know that you're in a position where if you fight a 50-50 engagement, you're going to win it. There's no way to allow aggressive mode. If they don't have wards, they're not going to catch you off guard.
Going to be able to catch the Nyx assassin to start things off, and even FNG's going to die. The 2 supports already gone, but Skylark will have to trade his life for this. Now, I think the rest of aggressive mode may not be looking at that fight so optimistically, as the cores are still incredibly dangerous. And you could see, yeah, sure enough.
Grove Bow is such a
Run
great
away.
item on Ench. You get the magic resist for the timber and the bonus range to increase the damage of the impetus.
Oh, yeah. A
Lasso
FN. Hadn't used his lasso yet. Is going to use it now to be able to grab Lil for a second here. Skeeter and Spartan. I mean, they have no backup, so I'm very surprised that they still want to be able to fight around this area. Skeeter already taken so much damage, has to jump away. Now the Lina is here to be able to hit the two-man stun with the BKB going off, ensuring the kill on a Spartan, as well as the tier 1 tower going down.
What does Lina just have blink bots? What else? I am not a huge fan. When you're behind, to spend more than 4,000 gold on items that provide absolutely zero stats is quite rough, especially when you consider you're never going to live through Chrono if in a poor engagement. You kind of want to be able to play independent and like find kills, and there's no one who can really hunt at the moment, and it's creating difficulties. Like
so you would have preferred like Shadowblade instead of the Blink Dagger for him to hunt more?
Even just, I'm just not a huge fan of come from behind bots. I think it's a tool to use when you're ahead enough so you can abuse map control. It's tough to like just farm. You can't play side lanes
FN
alone.
is doing here, right? Like they know they're ahead, so they can take any fight. Anytime one of his supports runs into a hero and gets a disable off, he TPs in.
It just, you can't, like, this is what I mean. You can't do what he's trying to do here as Lina. You cannot play side lanes alone. There is a Nyx, there is a Void.
Well, he's going to be caught by the Yule Scepter into an Impale, into his 9th death of the game.
Whoa.
Okay, Glimpse.
Trippy.
He still has another Timber Chain, though. And he does a lot of damage with Impetus, but they're still so tanky. In fact, they're going to be lassoing him here into yet another kill for Gambit, and they're just going to keep the ball rolling here. Time walking in, killing Spartan as well. Now it's 4 dead.
And it feels effortless. Like they didn't even have a fighting chance. Aggressive mode just sort of die one by one. Now they're going to lose the tier 3, maybe even a Rax.
So many times I'm watching aggressive mode, like, I know they can't fight, but somehow, like, players are still staying there. Like what happened at bottom lane, where it's like, 3 people were dead. Like, what is Skeeter and Spartan possibly going to do? It looks like
he's just TPing out in front of a guy with the Yules.
Yeah, well, now he's going to pay for that mistake, unless he can do some Phantom Rushing jukes here, but okay, you've got maybe a Doppelganger coming up soon. Juke the Timber Chain, go to the other side. Okay, more heroes are rotating at least. A 2-man stun. Flame Break pushes them back in. Another Phantom Rush onto the Ancients. Can he get another Doppelganger as the chain is going to come up soon? But sadly, Yule Scepter, no, it actually does allow him to be able to still get off that. Okay, never mind. Oh, jeez, he's going back to the Ancients again until FNG finally says enough. I've got a single target nuke. He is going to die. So they lost the top lane of Barracks and lost their carry. Now Vampire, dude, they're all over the map. They were all just bottom lane. I swear to God, I just saw a bunch of heroes down there. Now they're mid, inside the enemy base, trying to kill Lil. Lil will barely survive unless Dream chases him down inside a tier 4 radius, in which he will, because he doesn't care about anybody on the side of aggressive mode. Nobody is a threat to him, and he'll just jump on anyone he finds. Spartan, once again, shows up to a fight, instantly dies.
You can't do anything is the problem. Like, Gambit have 3 heroes that find kills, and aggressive mode like can't kill Timber or Void or really just do much other than chill.
It feels like a lot of this game is just off the back of the fact that Lina had no lane and therefore had no game. Yeah. Right? It's just, she wasn't ever a threat.
Yep, like Gambit had a very clear window where they'd power spike hard. Aggressive mode's lineup is really, their win conditions predicated on them just winning the lanes and sort of just having everyone having a good game, just outplaying, effectively winning from start to finish. And even though their lanes went okay, they just, as you said, don't have a Lina for the game.
I mean, it felt like their heroes that they were using to their advantage is a little bit of cheeky fountain diving, you know.
That's really cool because the Radiance does more damage per tick based on how many Qs you have stacked up.
Oh, okay. Really?
I think so.
Huh.
That one I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure. Or it's just a meme, but you would think that that would be the reason to get it. It is quite good against the PL as well, though. Oh, so they're killing.
I don't think that's the way it works out.
What? Did I curse them? What's happening?
Well, they dove the fountain, and we're trying to kind of meme and clown on aggressive mode, and that pickoff turned into many pickoffs because they have a disruptor.
And you know, a lot of times we'll criticize teams for like playing too safe, but this is why, because you make a mistake like that and all of a sudden, yeah, maybe you win this game. It's going to take a hell of a lot longer now.
4 going on 5 here as Gambit are going to lose all 5 of their heroes. All right, back into the Roshan pit they go.
Well, I thought it was over.
20k gold lead, 2 lanes of barracks up. Why wouldn't you do a little bit of fountain diving? Well, here's why you don't do it. Now you've just given away Aegis and cheese.
And then they pause just to really let it sink in.
Yeah.
You know? Looks like a really sad roller coaster.
Time to span some hero lines or something. There we go. FNG trying to bolster the troops. Yeah, we threw a little bit, but we're still up by a gigantic amount of net worth. We still win team fight.
Luckily, Void is one of the more unthrowable late game carries in Dota
Yes.
2. Eventually, you will hit a Chronosphere and kill the enemy cores. Ags, though, on the Lina. I like this pickup. It's going to do a hell of a lot of damage. It pierces the BKB. Very good against Timber and Void. It provides some of that necessary burst if they actually want to be able to find kills before the team fight starts.
Yeah. Now they just need a Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor, and then they'll be all set.
Yeah.
But that is going to be a long time coming.
Well,
As, he's got 2 of the items so far. Okay, he's only 400 gold away. Oh, man. Those 5 different heroes dying with a 20k gold lead was a lot of gold given away.
Indeed, and that's a huge tool because all of a sudden you can finally kill these Gambit heroes that have the possession of a BKB already. And what's up, man? You got a smug look on your face.
I just can't believe that maybe they might end up throwing this game off of, because the Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor adds so much, right?
Yes.
You get any kind of initiation from your Slaughter. If you're able to follow that up with a Static Storm, catching these heroes like the Void, like the Bat Rider, who have these BKBs, they're very reliant on those BKBs, then you're just killing whoever's there. And then from that point on, like once you win the initial fight for aggressive mode, this is the problem, right? They were behind on that Lina, therefore they couldn't feel comfortable ever taking good fights. They didn't have that confidence that allows a Disruptor to truly shine, right? Disruptor wins, continues to win off of winning that initial part of the fight, right? Able to pull people back into position to be able to kill them again. Well, now if they can win that fight with the Static Storm, then you're going to get a glimpse kill on top of it.
And the PL becomes far more problematic as well as he scales into the late game, especially when you have an Aegis. Now, the Butterfly on Void is big because really Ench and PL's damage going to be severely mitigated.
Yeah, neither one of those heroes want to build MKB.
No, but a Rapier.
Skeeter acting like a bot right now, faking his illusions running back. I think Gambit finally realized that that was the real one all along, but the rest of his team is smoked up right behind him on the high ground. But Gambit, they understand this kind of move. It's in their name. It's a Gambit. It's playing this high ground, bait out your carry, and see if the enemy team will push into you. Now they're trying to wrap around to the other side of things, but now Gambit realizing that, in turn, push into the high ground. They've just swapped positions. That's all that's happened so far.
It's just game of...
Oh, Yule Scepter being able to catch the Lina. Self-Yules to be able to dodge some damage. And Static Storm onto the two of them with the Aghanim Scepter as well. They're going to be able to bring down the Void. No, he pops out. Manta managed a BKB. Time walks off the damage. Now going to be able to get a Chronosphere on the whole fight. Chain Frost bouncing around first to get a target. Not sure who he wants to go for. Thought about Lil. Lil get bursted by the magic damage. Skeeter still having some issues though here. Slows down, turns into the Void. Void, Dream. He's actually burned out of mana right now. Won't be able to time walk up, but Skeeter has to be able to dodge the damage up for Timbersaw right now. Going for that last fight against Dream. Not able to finish him off, and Dream might just be able to walk away from his the Aegis. Is now going to refresh this Phantom Lancer, ready to fight again, but has nobody be able to back him up. It's just being chain stunned down. Already down to 1/3 of his HP. Goes for FNG, goes for a support kill because that's the only thing. Oh, that was a cute little play. A Pistol Blade over the side to be able to dodge the Timber Chain, but still, Dream is back for more as he's healed up just enough. He feels confident being able to take on Skeeter with the rest of his boys behind him. That's going to be 5 from aggressive mode, and Gambit have not thrown this game.
The Phaseless Void backtracked thanks to the level 25 talent, the Lina ultimate, thus he survived. Ooh. And all they get is FNG. They even GG out. But I'll be honest, Gambit handed him an opportunity, but it wasn't as if they had evened up the game. They got a bit of an edge. They were back in it. But you're fighting against a Void, a Timbersaw. You're not going to be able to outscale, and they try their best, but nice plays from Gambit. You can see the smile on FNG's face. He died at the end, and he knows his team goofed a little bit, but they come out with a W at the end.
Looking at aggressive mode, a rough game. What for you was the biggest reason they were handled a loss here in this first game?
They're going to need more tools to provide vision. I think that's something that Gambit did excellently. Not just the warding, the way their hero lineup works. Batrider is a vision consumer. You need map control to be able to play the hero to the best of your ability. You've got a Nyx. You're controlling his runes to activate him. It's just a simpler game for Gambit to play. Aggressive mode, to make any sort of kill happen, their play was effectively just smoke. Just smoke, run at him, and see if we can find something. You need a bully, right? We saw in that last fight, 30 seconds of posturing, because Gambit, no, if we just put our Timbersaw here, and you're over there, and we're over here, we're going to win this fight.
I think that's a good point, because the opener of our draft, if you look at the two OP heroes of the patch, right? Yeah. You've got Slardar on one side, Nyx on the other. And it definitely looked like Gambit made a much better use of that Nyx Assassin in Game 1. They're going to be able to do the same in Game 2. We'll have to see.
Thank you so much, Cap and Kyle. That game, you know what? I actually thought it was very slow for Gambit to take towers, and it took a very long time to finally take this 2-Rex. I thought it was game over. Aggressive mode. They show signs of life, maybe a little bit late in the game, and it didn't end up getting the win, but it did make me a little bit more hopeful for them in Game 2. But they did still lose, Gods.
Yeah, maybe a bit more hopeful, but the game got kind of out of hand, and like you say, it was a slow, painful death, I think, with Gambit not taking full control, and then that little surprise towards the end, but I think Gambit was still overall pretty convincing.
They were, but if aggressive mode can play like this throughout the whole game without unnecessary feeding, it's going to be a close match for the game number 2. I'm not sure what Lina was doing in the last fight. She should just blown up Faceless Void. Spartan placed a really good ultimate Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor, and there was no follow-up.
There was none. Actually, we're going to start this by talking about the early stage of the game. The game actually, it felt very even for the early stage. We pointed out that it was going to be important for aggressive mode to shut down a Timbersaw. That did not really happen, though.
No, I mean, Timbersaw is one of the heroes who can be left alone, especially if he has a really good matchup. There's no kill threat coming out from Phantom Lancer, and this allows Nyx Assassin to move from the top lane and put aggression on the mid. They got 2 early kills on Lina, which gave Batrider also great timing on a Blink Dagger and Boots of Travel, and we talked a little bit how FN were not still sold on him. He played amazing this game. Great Blink initiations. Also, I was worried that Batrider is not going to scale, but he also decided to go for that Radiance, which is extremely effective against PL and his illusions.
And he was so active as well, like super early on already. He was rotating, and he was helping out his top lane, and the next moment he's helping out his bottom lane. He was all over the place.
It's the beauty of these Boots of Travel heroes. It's so nice to have that global mobility combined with the double teleport where you can TP to a lane and then still have your Boots of Travel up to join a fight. And yeah, he takes complete control of this game.
Also, you're focusing Timbersaw in these fights. He had full pipe and the Nether Shawl. There's no way you're killing him.
There is not. I mean, we did see aggressive mode like this one. I mean, they attempted some moves, but they weren't really convincing, and then they just get obliterated. The moment they show any form of hesitation, they just get punished real hard.
Once again, saving Private Lina. It feels like the story of this game. Also,
without save though, how are they saving Lina? There's no saving.
I'm not a big fan of Faceless Void. The ulti is too high of a cooldown. But if they have no save, it's a guaranteed kill.
Yeah.
And I think tied to that is aggressive mode needs to do a better job of playing aggressive when that Chronosphere was down. It felt like after every Chronosphere, Gambit just got to sit back and farm, and they weren't punished for using Chrono. It's one of those big ultimates that you have to punish whenever it goes on cooldown.
I mean, you should have picked a different name if you're going to be playing passive, huh?
This game definitely passive mode on the Dire side here. No, apart from after they lost 2 laner ranks. I feel like that's I don't know, that hurt their pride a little bit, and they're like, wait, this can't go on like this. But
it's kind of like we're down 4 racks, we've lost the game, let's just run at them and see what happens, and sure enough, it worked.
There was no real answer for Timbersaw besides pure damage from ENG, and since Lina did not have a good early mid game, that Aghanim Scepter, the pure damage was also not there. But once they got that, Timbersaw was not that big of a deal anymore.
Well, and here is the... I mean, at this point, aggressive mode is playing without the fear of losing, because maybe in their heads, you know, this is like the final hurrah. Let's just throw everything in the kitchen sink on everybody we see, and we'll see where it goes. and it goes really well. Maybe they played a little bit too scared for the first half of the game because they might be feeling like, okay, this PL is going to need some time. We're not ready to fight yet.
You can't make like real rotation post 10-minute mark with Enchantress. So you also need a Blink Dagger to initiate from your off lane. Like the only play you can do is if Lina is having a good time early on, which she did not have, or have a Disruptor rotate around the map, but he also needs Lina. They need that damage.
Yeah, so you're feeling like the support combination of Enchantress, Disruptor just wasn't up to the task.
No, I don't think anything was wrong with their draft. It's just that the execution was not there. They got stomped. Lina was the 10th pick, and you want to have a good matchup. They pretty much knew that it could possibly be a Batrider on the mid lane, and they didn't adjust accordingly. Even if they did, like, you can still have someone ready with the TP to help out Lina once they decide to dive.
Yeah, if we knew Batrider was mid, then so should aggressive mode.
They seem to really like it. FN seems to be in his comfort zone. He's, you know, one of the newer members of this team, and finding comfort picks and the picks that work for a new player is always one of the tricky parts of bringing in new players right before like the qualifiers and now before a big LAN. And it seems to be something that's going to keep on working for Gambit and that they're going to keep on going to.
Before we talked about the draft, we talked about how these two teams compare, more specifically how the position 4s compared, because pardon me. Gods, you said that if you look at these squads, you're kind of feeling like every position, Gambit has the upper hand apart from that position 4. Lil versus X-Vampire therefore had a little bit of your focus where you were going to look. How did you feel like these two did this game round?
I think X-Vampire, his rotations early on were what set the tempo. He did very well. He had this position where he didn't have to help his offlaner because it was a Timbersaw, which meant the map was entirely open for him to make plays. I think it's hard to compare them this game because Enchantress and Nyx are such different heroes, so XS Vampire is able to have a much better early game impact than what Lil was. So I guess as far as the heroes and their impact goes, XS Vampire was better in game 1.
Yeah, but Enchantress, you want to dominate the laning stage from minute 1. Well, it's a different story for Nyx Assassin. And once you hit that like level 7 on Enchantress, you deal a lot of the damage. It's a pure damage. Nyx Assassin, however, he needs to make those early rotations on a mid lane, which he did. Perfect play from XS Vampire. And once you get to level 6, also he was wandering around the map, gathering all the info for the team. We didn't mention Dream. Like, Dream was insane on Faceless White. We saw some pretty questionable Chronosphere yesterday, not from him, but from some other...
One we did see from him.
True.
He got everybody of his own team.
But today, like, he played amazing.
Yeah. He really did. We're going to see if he can do that again in the next game, because it is a best of 3. Can aggressive mode turn it around? Stay with us and you'll find out.
What keeps you going when all goes to hell? What separates a good player from a champion? How do you overcome the odds? How do you make the impossible? It's a secret.
What will they say about you?
That you don't belong here.
That you're not prepared.
That you don't have the skill for it.
Or maybe they will say
that you're not human.
That you cannot be stopped.
That you make it look easy.
But no matter what they say, you just have to follow your dream.
Be initiative.
Get mad!
Make a comeback.
Trust your teammates.
Control your emotions.
Make the right call.
Don't be afraid to lose.
But do everything to win.
So how do you make the impossible? It's a secret for everyone, except for you.
how I feel. I want to drive you through the night, down the hills. I gotta tell you something you don't want to hear. I'm gonna show you where it's dark, but have no fear. There's something inside you. It's hard to explain. They're talking about you, boy, but you're still the same. There's something inside you. It's hard to explain. They're talking about you, boy, but you're still the same. I'm giving you a night call to tell you how I feel. I want to drive you through the night, down the hills. I gotta tell you something you don't want to hear.
Gambit aggressive mode here for Tug of War Mad Moon by WePlay. We are ready to get into the second game of this best of 3 series. Gambit already, of course, having the upper hand. We're going to see if aggressive mode can force the series to a third game. Winner of the series will move on to face Virtus Pro today in the upper bracket. I believe semi-finals is what we call them. I'm joined by Lacoste and Gods, and we're gonna see if we can break down this game 2 that is about to be coming, because lessons learned. That's what the teams are focusing on during these breaks. What do they change to make game 2 better than game 1? It goes for the losing team, goes also for the winning team, right, Gods? Or Lacoste? Yeah. You can choose.
Yeah.
Who wants
Who wants to go first? I mean, we can see the progression from aggressive mode. Compared to game number 1 of today that they played with Tech.
Yeah, it's a little
game
better
number
than
2,
that,
they
yeah.
look better. In game number 3, I suppose they're going to be even better than that. I want to see some heroes that can rotate early on, give a little... I know he can play a really mean Enchantress position 4, but you can't really show that much skill on that hero. And he is extremely individually skilled player, and I would want to see him play something like an Earth Spirit, something like a Granny maybe. I know he loves that hero.
He does. He's actually one of the only position 4s, I believe, that plays Snapfire as the position 4.
It's great in the with an offlaner because you can apply so much pressure with what Snapfire's toolkit is. You have such good nuking spells. The Cookie has a stun initiation, so good here for Lil. I think for Gambit, key thing is discipline towards the end of that game. You know, they got caught out. They were kind of... It's as much as we talk about how aggressive mode suddenly, you know, ran at them and just made this Hail Mary. It was also Gambit being a bit sloppy. You know, they're up 4 racks. They hadn't lost a fight. They shouldn't get caught out, and the play towards the end of that game wasn't their best.
If they played against a higher caliber team, like let's say Secret, this game could have been over for Gambit because other teams would be able to punish that. You do not want to dive a fountain. Like, I thought we were past that, but seems like CIS Dota still has it inside of them.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that. I hope for aggressive mode that they still will indeed for the second game have some of that aggression in them because they do need it. I'm actually curious because we did mention that Gambit took towers very slowly. Like they had map control most of the game, but they didn't really transition fights into towers until like pretty late on in the game. Like, is that something that you should be worried about? Like, pick more push or no?
It's pick related.
Right? Yeah.
You can't kill the tower with Lich, Bat.
No, yeah.
There are 3 cores, none of them take buildings.
Yeah.
So is that something they should look to fix in the next upcoming
You
game?
need to play around the siege creeps timing. They had the Timbersaw who can tank the tower, and the creeps will do the damage, but it's extremely slow. You can't like just go in and break the high ground. You don't have Lash, you don't have TA with Deso.
So for game 2, pick Lash, pick TA with Deso.
For Gambit, I don't think they need to adjust any issues with the draft that they had, because it worked out for them. A lot of the teams, like if you compare, let's say, draft for like Team Secret, a lot of the other teams that wouldn't be able to get a win with that kind of a draft, but they really have no limits with the heroes or how they're gonna adjust. We've even seen like a Void Spirit position 4.
We did. Let's see, we are in the draft. We already have the opening from Gambit. Aggressive mode started off with Nyx Assassin, so taking a page out of Gambit's book. That's what they did last game. And the Slaughter Rubik on the side of Gambit. Solid opening for both teams. I mean, obviously I don't know the next hero for aggressive mode, but you can't really go wrong with anything that's on the board at the moment.
Yeah, I like the Slaughter Rubik a lot. It's just like a guaranteed good lane. You're not going to lose too much there. In aggressive mode, get a hero to partner with the Nyx. And in similar story to last game with the Timbersaw, it's this hero that can also be left alone, allowing the Nyx to start roaming around, making plays, particularly pressuring the mid lane, of course. So I like how this Darkseer pairs with Nyx.
Now, I do want to point out that yesterday when they were, like 2 of the games that they won against Ninjas in Pajamas, they had that Darkseer and they played it on Lil. Nyx Assassin kind of also a position 4 hero. I'm assuming Spartan can play that too, and actually that's a hero that you can also play multiple positions. But it worked out in position 4 yesterday, so something to keep in mind is that is a flex pick for them.
Yeah. That's, yeah, pretty cool how both these 2 picks can be played in, core or support roles, can be played Nyx 4, even 5 positions, so... I don't like the Nyx as a 5 against the Slaughter Rubik lane. I think it's very weak against Slaughter because you don't want to trade right clicks. You're just going to be giving him these bash procs. So I do feel like the Nyx needs to be playing as a 3 or a 4.
Yeah, I think they definitely need a position 5 who is arranged to deal with Slaughter. Right now, it looks like it could be a potentially a core, a position 3. Also, I think they should try to get rid of Templar Assassin. I just really love the combo. TA plus Slaughter. You have like super early roach taking abilities. Also, it scales well and transitions into late game. Like support just gets one-shotted.
Yeah, pretty much. You definitely want a physical damage core with Slaughter.
Yeah.
If you're not getting TA, you want like the Lifestealer, or we saw the Lifestealer and the Riki were banned last game when Slaughter was picked. These are the kind of cores that really excel with Slaughter.
We do have the respect ban on the FN's bat, by the way, as well.
Yep.
And that made Oracle second phase ban. In terms of core bans, though, compared to previous game, it's not that much. Like, there's a lot of options still there for both Dream and Skeeter.
I think that really favors Gambit because how scary some of those heroes are with Slaughter. Like, the Slaughter last game, it felt like there wasn't a great partner for it. With you just want that corrosive haze partner. And with Lifestealer and Riki still in the pool, you've got carries, you've got the TA mid. I feel like whichever physical damage core you go for is going to have a fantastic time.
One combo that I really liked was Windranger and Slaughter. That's just sick. Not sure if it's doable here. They still need to wait a little bit to see if it's a good pick. Not sure if they even play Windranger. FN, kind of new player, even though he's old school, but was taking a break for some time.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of combination they'll end up getting with it.
I want to see Barania having a good matchup, good early game. I feel like he can't play from behind. He feels a bit lost. The same thing happened during European qualifiers. They were just 2 wins away from qualifying to a major, but after that, it seems like everything fell apart for them.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, that was rough. After those losses, they didn't win a single game anymore during the minor qualifiers, of course. Ancient Separation will cement Slaughter as a position 3 for Gambit, so that will be Shaklow's hero, or at least as a core. You know, there's still this off chance that it's a Dream Slaughter, but you know, I've never really assumed that's going to be the case. And another Frosty hero on the side of aggressive mode, it is the Lich.
There's the Slaughter partner, Riki Maru.
You like it?
I love it.
Yeah.
Ricky always,
good.
it feels like you need that 1-2 extra hits to get a kill. With Corrosive Haze, it's a guaranteed kill. Once he gets that Diffusal Blade, no one is safe, and they don't have any kind of like save besides the Frost Armor from Ledge, which I don't think it's enough in this situation.
The Ricky, I mean, I haven't played this or seen it, but it feels like it should be really good against Darkseer in lane. You've got the high base HP regen, very easy denies. To me, in my head, it just seems like a lane where Ricky should do just fine.
Yeah, I mean, Darkseer is not going to contest the lane. You want a creep skip, which gives Nyx Assassin ability to gank the other lanes. And this is Ember Spirit into Ricky.
10 seconds remaining.
So he's not going to have an easy time casting his spells.
No.
5 seconds.
That's a questionable. That's some question marks coming out for you guys.
Even for me.
I mean, sort of. I mean, the Ricky doesn't normally get the smoke cloud till pretty late, but yeah, once it comes online with Diffusal Blade, Ember has to play very cautiously. So
going into an early BKB is not something Ember wants to do, right?
No.
Like you want to have early Force Staff on one of the supports.
Yeah.
These heroes don't really
out of the focus.
They don't really go Force Staff either. Like Nyx kind of can.
Nyx can.
He's going to have to, but it's not really your ideal first item.
And it is, it looks like a Lich position 5, which means even though he kind of does want to get a Force Stab, it will take a longer time since he is the 5 and Nyx most likely the 4. We do have an Ursa coming out though, and that is one of Skyder's heroes that he played yesterday and very successful. That they ban out Viper last.
Yeah. This Lich Ursa sounds like a very scary lane that can actually go head-to-head with the Slaughter lane. Ursa versus Ricky isn't necessarily a good matchup, though. I feel like fighting Ricky with these melee heroes where you're inside the smoke cloud is very tricky, and Ricky can always, if he's fighting a losing fight, he's just going to jump away and kite you. So I feel like the Ricky isn't afraid of this Ursa pick at all.
Yeah. I feel like aggressive mode is not utilizing their, not last pick in general, not the 10th pick, but what they pick for their 5th pick. They had Lina in the previous game. Now they have Ursa into Slardar, into Ricky. It's not a good matchup for Ursa. I guess they just want to go with comfortable heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, not really the gotcha pick you kind of want to get at a point like this. Last pick is the Kunkka for Gambit. FN, we saw him play that earlier against B8. Looked very comfortable, but we also mentioned that he might not have been that much tested in that game specifically. You like the final pick? Like, is that a 10?
Yeah, I love it.
Great.
It's a really sick lineup from Gambit.
Yeah, I mean, the Kunkka, the issue with these Slaughter drafts where you get a physical damage carry is that you have no team fight, because the heroes like the Ricky, the Life Stealer, they have no team fight, Slaughter has no team fight, so you need a mid that fits that gap. Kunkka gives you catch with the X, gives you this big team fight with the boat. It just fills out everything that was missing in this draft. It's also a hero that buys Heaven's Halberd against the Ursa. Ursa doesn't feel great playing into the Kunkka Halberd. I think Gambit have a big outdraft here.
So what needs to happen for aggressive mode to do well with the draft that they have? Like, are there any timings, any items, any lanes that you are going to particularly focus on?
Stealing Roche from the enemy team with Ursa always feels good because there's a Slaughter on the enemy team. I think this Nyx Assassin needs to be really active early on, and once again, Baranya needs to be careful about his positioning. Having too many deaths could be an issue again.
Yeah, I think they kind of need to crush the lanes or like play very aggressive, go for a lot of kills. The Darkseer can help the Nyx just rotate around mid by playing alone, being self-sustainable. So it's not hopeless for aggressive mode, but they're going to have to play incredibly well.
All right. We're going to find out if they can play that well to force out the third game. Let's head over to Cap and Cow and hear from them.
Well, they played that well through some of the major qualifiers, but they're going to have to bring back that same kind of energy, and I've heard Spartan yelling already downstairs. He's done it twice now before a game in order to get themselves hyped up. A hard outdraft, Kyle. Do you agree?
We'll see. I think it's a bit better than the previous one. However, I would state that if he was yelling the first 2 games and they lost, I don't know if continuing that strategy is ideal. I feel like a little more composure could perhaps help this team, because you need something a little more complex than let's just run at him and kill him to take out Gambit.
Well, do you think they have something a little bit more complex here? The Ursa was certainly not something I was quite expecting from aggressive mode, and as the panel kind of pointed out, it's a little bit hard countered by a Kunkka, not just with the boat, but the Heaven's Halberd build as well.
And the X's as well. It just maybe I take it all back. I like Gambit's draft a lot.
Okay.
And
now that you've gotten a chance to really look at it, break it down.
This is also such a good Riki game. Like, oh my goodness, look at this. All of these heroes hate playing against Riki.
Very strong.
Limited catch.
Against the Ember Spirit in particular.
Darkseer as well. I hated playing against Riki as Darkseer. Still do. And this, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. But I think Skeeter is going to have a hell of a game if aggressive mode are going to take this one. Also, really happy to see FNG on his Ancient Apparition. I think this hero is still somehow underrated.
You know what's weird is that I'm pretty sure, not pretty sure, I know we watched a game in the Major, pretty sure it was in the playoffs, don't know who it was, but there was a Riki on the enemy side, and they said, we're going to counter that with a Darkseer. And they decided to, you know, just try and play aggressively into this Riki, and it didn't work at all because Riki, high armor, and high regen.
Yes.
Like, he's able to tank creeps, no problem, and honestly, level 1 and level 2 of Darkseer isn't that big of a threat.
Well, you also have the bounce away, right? So even if you go on him, if he doesn't want to get aggressive, he just hops away to his support, and you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Also, getting aggressive on AA is somewhat difficult. You can't kill clear creep waves up top, but you're not going to really be able to dive these guys either.
All right, well, last time around we saw the Nyx Assassin, they definitely started off by cutting creep waves and pretty much dodging the Riki lane. Looks like this time they're going to try and actually fight the Riki in lane. We'll see if that works out for them, though. So, other than that, our bottom lane, Slardar matchup. They do have a laning carry that might feel comfortable in a Slardar lane. I honestly don't know. I'm not sure if I've seen this matchup in the current meta, where Slardar is easily the best offlaner of the game. But I imagine any melee carry is going to have somewhat of a difficult time against Slardar.
Yeah.
Because you just trade CS, and then all of a sudden he gets his 4th hit, and he just bashes you, gets some good damage in.
Yeah. It's similar to Slark, right? You can't really lane against a hero that just always is going to deal more damage in a straight-up click war. And it'd be surprised. Ursa, like, if you don't win against a melee hero in lane, like, what is Ursa anymore?
Yeah.
Here got hit with the Nerf hammer quite a few times, but I think the game just sort of passed by. Like, Ursa used to be this hero that could, like, up the tempo, you get an early Roche, something like that, but nowadays that's kind of every hero that's good.
Like, you get any sort of lineup that has a medallion, you find a well-timed double damage rune. Like, in many ways, I just see TA as being like the superior mid-game hero that does Roshan for you.
It's also the utility and the spread damage, right? I think that's another thing, is that cores that solely deal single target damage are just weak nowadays when everything's got the built-in cleaves and you can farm ancients. Like, what does Ursa do even farming, right? You don't have a natural tool. You kind of just have to run at enemies. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe they know something we don't. You never know.
I mean, there is a lot of ways for them to run at enemies, especially with a little bit of a speed boost from the Darkseer. We've been seeing a lot more Darkseer recently, ever since the Surge change, right? That was the big change that happened to him recently, where they made level 1 Surge actually useful, because before it was just a very weak movement speed buff.
I remember playing that for the first time without reading the changes. I tried to surge myself away, and I'm like, what is what? Because
it was like barely worth casting the spell.
It was one of those quick moments of you feel the hubris, right? Because I'm like, oh, these idiots, they keep trying, they're not going to kill me, I'm a Darkseer. And then, guess what, Cat? They got me.
They definitely killed you, huh? 2-man stun from Shochlo, and the bash is built up. So that's going to be your first blood, and possibly second blood as another round of Crush lands on a Spartan. I'm not sure what aggressive mode thought they were going to do there, but just like Spartan somehow thought he was going to be able to kill Vampire.
Spartan move. I love the guy. He's got this thing about dying.
He just wants to die?
It's like he's playing Oracle at all times.
Just listen to that Logic song all day. Easy kill on Abora, but FN being body blocked and stunned just enough with an Ion Shell as well. Lil stay close to him. Stay close to him. You got him. Just stay on top of him. The Ion Shell will do its work. He is going to claim the last hit because it's Lil, and he wants that money.
That's really nice there from Lil. That's one of my favorite rotations to make. When you are the support with the Darkseer, just get a shell, TP in, and you almost always are going to get that return kill. Although, surprised, I think you can salve through that. I'm surprised he didn't try. I'm fairly certain you can salve through level 2. I think it's up to level 3 Ion Shell. And it was only level 2.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm surprised also no point in Q. I know this seems to be the play, but I've seen some Ursas go like for their Q, E, and skip W.
Yeah.
I feel like it's better here just because you get on top of the Rubik, you get Frost Shield, and you literally hop forwards.
Yeah.
That was the spell that really got improved, whereas everything else got significantly nerfed over time. And Dream up top, hit 6 soon, farming very nicely up top. A lot of this Darkseer CS is from the jungle, so not quite as valuable.
Yeah, and like we pointed out very early on, Riki, despite what your like preconceptions about Riki and like being a very poor laner, like no stats and stuff like that, he's a much different hero now. That massive amount of regen that he has in lane, coupled with the fact that he has naturally high armor, means that he really can deal with the pressure of a Darkseer lane almost no problem.
Oh, I'm
gonna try for it. Trying to make some moves here behind the tower. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Crush comes out. Skeeter taking a lot of damage. The bash has been built up, and he's going to lay it onto Spartan here. Might be able to finish him off as the Crush will do the trick. Meanwhile, Skeeter thought he could wrap around and maybe kill Vampire, but the two of them just stick together as much as possible, the 3 and the 4.
Yeah, you can see that cold feet forces the defensive posturing. From the Darkseer, he's got a buzz on out of there. Dream's going to eat a nice tree planted by FNG, who's now in some trouble. Oh, I gave him the Tango too. Now that's a support. It's something I'd like to see more 5s do. I know No-Tail really stresses this. It's part of the reason he's so good at Prophet, is you effectively act as a courier for your core.
Oh, yeah.
And buying them salves, right? Like, it not only saves the gold, but you also then increase their time on map. They don't have to heal, they don't have to regen, they don't have to go hide somewhere. They're just strong and in lane, which then also denies the enemy resources. Very, very valuable.
Means a lot of times that like just dying on a support in lane can actually be kind of good, just because your safe lane carry is going to get level 6 that much faster. For some heroes, that turns the laning phase around entirely.
Yeah, there's good deaths and bad deaths. The bad ones are when your demise inevitably leads to like losing creep waves. But if you die and then you just effectively get a free fountain trip, come back with items, and your carry doesn't have to leave the lane, like that's optimal.
Yeah. You'll see sometimes like supports just get really aggressive at times. Try and trade out kills just because it's time for that kind of rotation. They do manage to land that impale, but I don't think they really want to go on Shotchlo with Skeeter being so low. He's always low in this lane. Shotchlo is still going to be in trouble with the Ion Shell. The boat's coming in. It's going to land on a Spartan, instantly killing him and pushing Lil deeper into the enemy side. Now he's going to be pulled back in by an X where Shotchlo's set up. Hits the stun, double kill for FN. A nice rotation.
It just, once again, feels like Gambit, as we approach the mid-game, are going to just be significantly stronger. Just tankier cores, this Kunkka pick, love it. It's just not only active, it's going to provide the team fight.
Wow, that was enough.
That was sick.
Skylark thought he could TP away in time, but Dream, now level 7 on his Riki, has 2 Wraith Bands and Treads.
I am not feeling the love right now for aggressive mode. This is not looking good. Specifically, the Ursa, as we said, he needed to have a hell of a game to find impact here. He is currently sitting in 3rd place on his team, barely above his 4-position Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
Ember just got Treads. There's just, what's the spike, right? That's the issue for aggressive mode. They once again have a balanced lineup. They want to be playing around all of their cores, right? You have a Darkseer, Ember Spirit. But you can't do that if your cores aren't strong enough. Whereas Gambit, Riki's going to farm. Kunkka Slide are going to stand in lanes and eventually kill people with their stuns. And there's just no real recourse unless you out-rotate, which is difficult when you don't have towers and you don't have enough items on your Ursa to make him relevant.
I mean, FN, he won the lane. He made a better rotation into bottom, and now he's even got stacks thanks to FNG, clearing them in time to get the neutral items as well, so they're going to get almost all their neutral items right away.
Interesting. You know, FNG did this last game, too, when he was playing Batrider. This is really cool. This is the 2nd time now. And as you said, like
just stacking for FN, yeah.
And notably, they don't take the stacks ever until after 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So they effectively just farmed all of their neutral items, and now suddenly, you know, it's +1 item your entire team.
Yeah, and if your 5 position gets enough experience, then maybe he doesn't need the tome. You give that over to your 4. He gets a fast, maybe level 6, maybe even level 7.
Yep. That's cool. You can see it's 4 neutral items to 1.
Yep. And that's a significant power spike. They do have Ion Shell time. Both of these cores are very strong with an Ion Shell on them, but...
Is Ursa laning here, or was this
know.
the gank? This is just what happens, I guess, if you're up against a Slardar and you get bullied so hard.
I mean, yeah, Skeeter decided he didn't want to be in that bottom lane anymore, but I'm surprised the Darkseer still came up here after Skeeter made that rotation. Now they're going to swap over.
Man, playing Darkseer in the safe lane always feels bad, man. You apply pressure, but what inevitably happens is some support TPs in, collects 3 free waves, and you just kind of go to the jungle.
Yeah.
You want to be applying pressure to the enemy side to force them to remain on their half of the map. And instead, it's just, Shackle's just going to like pull creep waves too. He just doesn't mind.
It's like a bit like a Beastmaster in that your laning phase, your successful laning phase needs to turn into enough pressure that you take the tower, and then that is really how you get an advantage with that offlaner. But once you're not able to do that, okay, a kill on a Dream would be massive, but he does have a way to be able to jump into the high ground. They have an impale. Looks like there is going to be a Torrent boat coming in, but they had the range to be able to bring down that Riki on the cliff. Here comes the Ice Blast. Spartan maybe sniped out here. In fact, he is, and these heroes don't have a stun to be able to stop the TP wave from the Kunkka.
That is most unfortunate. And yeah, it's 5K gold.
You got to be careful with that bashes. Skylark, he's just going to have to force to rotate out of base here.
I love Ocean Heart on Slardar as well.
Yeah.
You just super speed through the river, and then it also acts as a mini fountain.
Yeah, the Ocean Heart was probably one of the worst items on the initial release of neutral items, and they buffed up the regen a decent amount. So now it becomes such a value item for just anytime you spend in the water.
Yep, I watched Topson get one on a troll mid and just made it look incredibly overpowered.
Just always in the water. And so he's always regenning up, always max HP.
And it's
a big smoke coming in from aggressive mode.
But again, it's the same as the previous game. The plan is effectively just smoke at them and run. Just go get them, guys.
And once again, there are some heroes that are significantly hard to track down. As a sprint away from Shachlo, now he's going to turn back on a Spartan here. Fortunately, there's the stun, but Dream, who escaped away into the trees, pops back out to finish off that Lich. Now going to look at the Ember Spirit as well. Corrosive Haze on him. Dream has another Blink Strike up. That's so much damage, man. But there is going to be that Impale, allowing him to escape. But again, this all started with a 4-man smoke. You lost the support. Your cores are forced away from the lane. You didn't do anything to stop Gambit. Gambit continued to farm your lane, your jungle. All that's really happening is Skeeter is farming top.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, obviously GPK not here, FN standing in for Gambit, but so far it feels like they've just adopted him seamlessly. No real change in the play style, and much like GPK was, he's top of the net worth in both games.
What did he manage to steal there? Vendetta, so if he can actually get it off away from the chains, he might be able to escape, but they still had the vision down. Laid out a sentry. Trade out supports though. Bora, a little bit low, has to jump himself away. Skeeter starts laying some damage on FN, pops his Enrage. With the Surge, he's able to get away from the boat, but you could see how tanky FN is to these assassin-type heroes like this Ursa. Wants to quickly kill somebody. Shachlo getting caught here, goes into the river, sprints out. He's going to be fine. Pulled back in on a Darkseer, who's cold-feeted as well. Aggressive mode. Are left with just nothing in their hands here. They want to be able to run at the enemy, but they don't feel super confident about the fight. They're going to be able to get a really good chance here with the Chain Frost as well. Bouncing back on an FNG, finishing him off, but there's still Dream alive, and he's doing so much damage to Skeeter. Skeeter going to turn and fight him. A nice 2-man Torrent, though, landing onto the two of them. Looks like Dream will be able to get away. The stolen Chain Frost lands on a Skeeter, finishing him off. Meanwhile, Skylark going to be chased by that Riki, who's able to play the fights on just 200, 300 HP, but still output tons of damage.
Oh, yeah, you just shred things. When that Corrosive goes on, the backstab is based on your physical. It's just physical damage, so it's damage galore. Stolen Chain Frost, as you said, and it just doesn't feel like aggressive mode has a plan developed further than their team name. It's just effectively go aggressive and hope that it works out. But you can't run at Kunkka AA Riki route. Like, this is not going to work out for you. You got to try and catch him off guard. We saw that with the smoke bottom, right? They got wise. The moment Slardar turns and looks like he's ready to fight you, well, you've got it back. You're not going to win on 5-on-5. You got to play away from this Kunkka somehow and make moves independently. But
And they're losing this very critical timing where Ember Spirit is very strong with Flame Guard and Ion Shell maxed out.
Yeah.
It's just this lawnmower of damage. You just output so much, but they're losing all these fights right now.
The thing is, it's the same reason I've always loved Kunkka against Leshrac. Hang on a second. Is he? He's fine.
Almost hit him with the Torrent.
When you have purely like spell-based damage, notably the Ion Shell shield combo, you can't really. There's nothing you can do to do more damage. So the Kunkka Rum effectively makes they know that you're not going to be able to kill them. It's very easy to tell when you're in danger or not, and you just kind of stand and fight them, and it's not enough DPS. So to your point, there really isn't that power spike that he's hoping for. Dream's got a Diffusal, and now the Cloud finally leveled up, so that's the sure kill.
And if they get out of the Cloud, they still can be pulled back in by the X. So they take the Darkseer's life after they take his stack.
Yeah, I've picked Ursa in a couple pubs. I'm never gonna do that again. Yeah. This is the problem with these heroes nowadays that can't recover. We saw it with the Lina in the previous game. We see it now with this Ursa. If your only hope is to be ahead of the enemy and you fall behind, it just kind of feels bad. There's really no other way to put it. I've been in this game before.
I think I saw Nip pick in Ursa at this tournament. They used to for when Skeeter was on the team as well. But just hasn't really been winning a whole lot here. Shotch, though. Sprint. Okay, there's going to be chains. Nice pickoff. They need something like that, but Shotch is still alive. He managed to pop his one. He's going to be okay. Now the boat's going to come in, controlling up that Ursa. The stolen Chain Frost in the back lines, bouncing out of Spartan 4 different times and actually killing him in the end. Meanwhile, Chain stolen by the Rubik now puts it onto the Ember Spirit, allowing Shotchlo to be able to get the bash to finish him off. Now let's turn to Skylark. Double kill for Dream, 4 dead on the side of aggressive mode, while Skeeter limps away, the last alive for this team that is now down 12K net worth, 5-20. This is just a massacre, Kyle.
It is indeed, Cap. Whole series this far feels very one-sided. Gambit coming out of the gates incredibly strong. Like the way they've drafted, like the way they've been playing, but I will say aggressive mode, it does feel like both games, they just simply aren't playing with the same level of Dota IQ. Gambit just reading their movements like a book, and I haven't seen Gambit make a move that's failed, with the exception of diving the fountain, which traditionally does not work out well.
Yeah, it's a hard strategy to execute, I would say.
Yeah. It's another just a remark on like the discipline of the squad. If your moves are always working, it means you're making the right ones. A lot of teams have the tendency to just try and do too much.
Dude, nobody wants to fight this Slardar right now.
No.
The difference is, you know, last game, aggressive mode had a Slardar as well, and nobody really wanted to fight into him at this point in time either, but Gambit actually have the catch to ensure fights around that Slardar.
Yep. And once again, they're in control of the vision too, right? They have an Invis hero, you have a Slardar, and I want to just talk about vision as a concept because these tanky high-strength heroes are tools that provide vision, and if you don't have one, it's much harder to play the game. If you think about the aggressive mode heroes, right? Who can actually just be in a lane, right? And see an enemy hero and stay there. You know, just the presence of enemies makes you afraid because you're all these elusive survival types, whereas Gambit, you're just 2 strength heroes in your side lanes, and then the other core is invisible. So it's just easier to play Dota. You don't have to be as afraid, and that's the key to surviving in any horror.
Not being afraid?
Actually, I'd say it's the argument. I think a lot of those movies went a lot faster. People got scared and were like, hey, let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Pretty sure fear is a survival mechanism.
It's a really good book about that, The Gift of Fear. It's cool. Don't ignore your instincts is kind of the whole book, though. So, you know, if you just do that, the idea being that, like, you ever feel like really uneasy, like something bad's about to happen? It probably is, and there's something in you that's just, that knows subconsciously. It's a long book, never mind.
I told you that story about that woman showing up to my house at 3 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
I had an uneasy feeling about that one.
You want to tell the stream? Now they're all on the edge of their seats.
The TLDR is that somebody showed up at my apartment at 3 a.m. in the morning asking to be let in. Said they were running from a group of men. Turns out the group of men were cops.
Hey, she wasn't lying.
But yeah, she wasn't lying. You're right.
And you call the police, and they're like, what's your funny story about her, actually? Where you looking? Oh, man.
Well, aggressive mode. They've been doing a lot of running this game. First half, it was running at Gambit. Then they lost a lot of fights, and now they're running away from Gambit at all times. As you could see, Bora, who's just trying to cut creep waves as much as possible and find farm where he can, but as soon as too many heroes show up, he has to run away.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, like, when they can reach a power spike that turns this game around, because these heroes were momentum.
I almost want to pause right here. Look at the map. Look at the mini-map. Gambit, 5 heroes in a line throughout the map. And then you have aggressive mode, effectively using the lanes as their only method of travel.
Yeah.
All on their side of the river. Now, of course, they're moving out because of the smoke. They're going to try and sneak a rush. You got to make this kind of play when you're behind. But you can just see Gambit are playing in so many different places at once with no fear, both because of the advantage and just the way that draft works. We'll see if they're going to AA ult.
Hey, this is cool, right? So they're being really aggressive. Oh, no, the courier. Oh, no. It showed off the Roshan.
Uh-oh.
And now they're going to have to leave.
Oh, Spartan. No.
The man likes to fight. You got to give him that much.
I want him in my corner. I ever get in trouble in some bar.
Yeah. Spartan won't back down.
No way.
No matter how big the other guy is. As you could see with that Lich versus Roshan 1v1. The funny part is that aggressive mode was playing really aggressive on the bottom lane, showing their Nyx assassin and such. This is what Lil does. Lil's literally hitting the tower saying, hey, come bottom lane, come kill me, come kill me. Because he's like, my team's gonna take Roshan. Worst part is, he does this, feeding in order to open up Roshan for them, and they don't even take it.
Yeah, and just to tell the tale of how this game's gone, it's 6 minutes past tier 2 neutral.
Is Riki trying to solo Roshan right now? I think with his Manta, he's trying to solo Roshan. Can he? I mean, oh, Jesus, it's looking like it. The Corrosive Haze will make it a lot easier.
Goodness. That's really cool, though. I love the Manta Diffusal build. This is nice, especially against Ember or Darkseer.
Yeah. I mean, Manta, just always nice if you don't have any sort of cleanse against Dust. But then on top of that, if you got something like Chains to be able to remove. Even sicker. While they were doing that Roshan, FN was just boldly hitting the tier 2 because he's got Heaven's Halberd, Bracers, Strength Treads, and an AC. So he's damn near impossible to bring down unless it's 5 heroes focusing on him for like 10 seconds. And again, aggressive mode have no other big timing.
Yeah, and it's, again, like, just look at where they're standing. 3 in the base, 1 hiding in trees, and Skeeter just farming bottom desperately.
They're literally just waiting for Gambit to throw somehow.
Well, hey, to be fair, they have proven that they're willing to do that.
Okay, yeah, true. So the next play is just to leave like a line of heroes. You know, like a trail of breadcrumbs leading back to the fountain?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hansel and Gretel them.
Yeah. Just that last breadcrumb needs to be Skeeter inside of his fountain. Ready to go within rage. Well, Boris almost got Crystallis.
There you go.
And Boris going to die here. Oh, never mind. Eul Scepter actually onto the Riki will allow him to get out of the smoke cloud and away to his remnant.
It's much
still kind of close.
Comfort, but it's like Riki.
Oh, no, the Ice Blast. No!
Just a little over.
He just saw his life flash before his eyes. This icy explosion in front of him. Bottom lane, they're going to go on this Darkseer telekinesis. They wait for the telekinesis reposition before Xing him just to get the maximum amount of repositioning on Skylark here. They're going to be able to burst him down pretty easily with that combination. Meanwhile, FNG is not so easy to bring down as the Ember Spirit being controlled up. Fortunately, is going to be able to Eul's and Sleight of Fist until he jumps away to his Remnant. Still, though, nothing to stop Gambit in their full 5-man as they approach the high ground.
Hey, they do not have much base damage, though, and Lil, he's getting top creep wave.
That is a dead creep wave right there. Okay, it's not actually.
No, it's dead.
Couldn't even kill the creep wave.
Hey,
Bora, okay, hit by the Ice Blast, don't care. Oh, he should start caring, though. Eul Scepter on himself, Dream doesn't care. He's just going to stand there with the Cloak and Dagger, ready to kill the Ember Spirit as soon as he goes back to the
it's just no beef on this draft. They just throw out spells, and anyone targeted has to run away because no one's got the survivability to stand in front.
Yeah, the only real beef they have is this Ursa, but as soon as he loses his Enrage, he is so squishy. Chain Frost bouncing between the two cores. Dream doesn't really seem to care that it keeps on hitting FN After all, Dream, he has the Aegis, and FN, well, he's got enough HP for 3 heroes, so.
That Ursa's not beef, Cap. He's tofu.
And he's not much of a bear either.
That's a tier 3. It's going to be a Rax. Stolen wall green. Ooh, looks like the Felgate.
Nice.
I've been playing a lot from Warcraft 3.
Ah, okay. I heard it wasn't great.
It's terrible. It's a typical Blizzard just trying to make money so that they can have more money. Shout out to Activision. However, if you want to hire me for something in the future, I never said that.
Some Blizzard exec listen to that, and then Kyle says, I never said, oh, okay, well.
Hey, it works for politicians.
We never said that.
And if
Did Dream throw away his Aegis? He may have, diving tier 4s and such, but oh, nice hit from FN. Gets a double kill, and Skeeter, who still remains stunned, will die outside of his fountain as well. Okay, the trail of breadcrumbs was almost complete. 4 heroes leading back into the fountain. The problem is their 5th hero is not here. Skylark is not in the fountain. He's in the neutral.
Yeah,
He's in the jungle.
31-5. This is a shellacking, and it's over. The throne's dying, guys. Get in there.
Go fight! FNG, he's a little bit low. Maybe they can actually kill him. 4 tries, but until the telekinesis, and then a boat easily taking him down. The boat landing on 3 heroes. Dream, FN, having a heyday here. Clean up. Let's see another rampage, shall we? Dream just needs 1 more. Easy way to clean up the series. 2-0 against aggressive mode.
And you know the home crowd liked that one. I heard FNG pop off a little bit. Got a smile on his face. Really nice plays from them. One of those teams, I just got so much respect for FNG to come back out of a semi-retirement as a caster, now to be arguably the best captain in CIS, leading his team now to an upper bracket match against Virtus Pro, the hometown heroes. Wait, no he's not. I'm wrong. That's not who they're going to play, I don't think. But they won.
Meanwhile, aggressive mode, if I think you were on that panel, right? If you were talking about, oh, maybe aggressive mode, maybe they don't want to play on the same side of the bracket as Secret. Well, they're playing in the part of the bracket that no one wants to be in now. They're playing in the lower bracket from here on out.
But hey, if they had to play, you know, they're not going to lose to Secret.
They don't lose to Secret. That's true. Instead, they'll lose to Gambit. Gambit looking good, though, man. I feel like they're just kind of picking up some steam. These were very clean games that they had against both aggressive mode.
Yeah. I really like this, like the uniforms. They're just unique. I want a varsity jacket. I never got one in high school.
You didn't play any sports, Kyle?
I did. No. Actually, no. I think I could have got one, but it wouldn't have been. It wasn't cool anymore. I was like a junior or senior, and like no one. It's like come on. And it was
Kyle couldn't have got one.
Huh?
Kyle couldn't have.
We were also terrible. That's so long. Let's not get into it.
Let's be honest. If you can get one, you would have gotten one. Let's go back to the panel where they've got something.
Thank you. All right, let's break this second game down. It was Gambit out of the gate, and we laid out some options where aggressive mode potentially would have a shot in this game, but it was going to be difficult for them, and it proved to be too difficult for them, gods. Yeah. Yeah.
It's easy to say when you lose, or if you're just a spectator, they lost because of the bad draft, but this one they definitely lost because of it. I don't want to sound too harsh, but if I had a blindfold over my eyes and randomly click, maybe I could have ended up with a better draft. I mean, you're playing Ursa into Slardar, into Riki. Same goes for Ember Spirit. It's a no-no for me.
Yeah, like how to break a game like that down as well, because it just like they were not given an opportunity to basically play Dota, execute their plan, and like was there a way for them to like stop the bleeding, or once they started bleeding it was kind of like dead in the water?
There's a huge wombo combo if they can do it, but I mean Gambit, they're not scrubs, you know, they're not gonna group up in those clutch positions, get chain frosted, impaled, vacuumed. Also itemization on Gambit, FN with that early Heaven's Halberd against Ursa. You can't really just play the game.
Okay, now we see the stats on screen. 6-37 on the kill score. I actually, you know, it was fairly early on that Lacoste actually went back to the panel thinking aggressive mode is going to call GG any second now, and I don't believe there was a tier 2 tower that was even dead at that point. It was just that convincing for Gambit.
It was, because as Parker said, there's no real like comeback mechanic. Ember Spirit had a, once again, really bad laning stage. FN's just doing, he's a much better player. We can say that after this series. There was like no rotation from Ember. He just kept farming, got the Yule Scepter. It's not a damage item. He was forced to go into this item so he can have some kind of a save against Ricky, who had a great timing on the Fusel Blade. Once they get that, they instantly move to the mid lane. They understand the connection between the item timings, the catapult timings, and how they deal with that, especially when they're limited once again on the tower damage.
Yeah. Ursa basically had no game whatsoever. It feels like if you're not snowballing as Ursa, that's really where like your core hero, that your carry is meant to kind of win you the game, and it's not a comeback hero. You get crushed in lanes. Hard countered by this first item Halberd on Kunkka. Often an item you see maybe second, he just rushes it, knowing that then the Ursa can do even less. Everyone's happy. Nothing aggressive mode can do. Once they're losing the game, 5 minutes in, the game was over. Like,
these are just mistakes from the draft. You see Slaughter early on, you pick a melee hero against him, he gets crushed in the lane. I get it, crushed. Slaughter has a crush.
The fact that you had to point that out, Lacoste, is very bad. But no, we get it.
I'm gonna bash you later, Lacoste.
All right.
You get it, because yes.
I mean, Spartan did not have boots for like 18 minutes. It's not 2015 anymore. You can't just play Dota like that.
You also can't go 0-14.
Yeah.
The excuse, oh, I missed the point, it doesn't matter. No, that doesn't work.
It does not work. We saw him, like the first death he had, it was like the second kill overall. We thought he was safe after his Ursa got first blooded. And then he just walks back in to get Fate Bolted, thinking, oh yeah, I'll die here as well, like that.
Don't get me wrong, Ursa and Darkseer are extremely good paired up together, but Ursa needs to have early basher, so he can just run at people. But against this kind of a lineup, you don't want to run into Ricky, into Rubik, Slaughter. There's a ton of control for you, so it's pretty pointless, and there's no real follow-up, especially if Ember is not joining the team fights.
Yeah, you kind of talked about how you feel like Gambit's picks, not Gambit, sorry, aggressive mode, they're not using their last picks well.
Yeah.
That was a last pick Ricky and Ember and Ursa, because they picked the Ursa after seeing the Ricky, and then they picked the Ember, and it didn't feel like a good game for either of these two heroes.
Well, you don't have to have the 10th pick if the enemy is drafting bad. It feels like you have it.
So after the first game, we said that it felt like aggressive mode didn't have a plan, right? That was kind of like the end thought of that series, of that first game. It felt like this game, they came in with the plan, and then they wanted to execute it regardless of how much it was counterpicked. Like, they had this plan of having the Darkseer Ursa once again.
Yeah.
And it, like, they kind of felt like it didn't matter what was going to get picked against it.
The Darkseer was on the other team, though, right? Oh, no, sorry, they had the Darkseer with the...
Yeah, Darkseer Ursa. They had the Darkseer Ursa. Yeah, so it felt like they had a plan, but they just...
Yeah, they want to have this Ursa that can just charge in with Surge and stuff.
Yeah.
And like you say, it felt like they wanted to pick this regardless of what was coming their way. And they give up all these really powerful combos, these heroes like Slada, the Ricky, the combo with it.
When you're drafting, I don't mind having a plan, like having two heroes who can play together, but then when you see the enemy heroes, you need to adjust accordingly. This is my favorite part of Dota, just drafting, because it feels like chess. I do this, then you're forced to do something else. If you don't have, if you're not thinking like three moves ahead, you're done.
Yeah, and we can see these comparisons, but we can't really learn too much from this. Like, this second game was kind of, oh, you said it, Parker, it was over after 5 minutes. Like, maybe not even that. Like, once we saw Ember die, we saw Ursa die, that's it. You can't really afford to have that happen. Game's over. What does aggressive mode? Because yeah, they're down. You know, they're knocked out, but they're not out. So they are going to be playing another best of 3 this tournament. What lessons can you even learn from that game other than the draft? Is there anything?
Quick. I'm going to pass this one over to you. You want to answer this on the cost? Because
there's always something you can learn, especially the draft, how to address it. They need
Other than the draft.
Other than the draft.
Wait.
I guess how strong mentally you are after this loss, knowing some of these players and their history.
Yeah.
I don't think the atmosphere is good in the team right now.
It's a team with Spartan. How can the atmosphere not be good?
Yeah, but, you know, two bads cancel the good one. That's how it is.
Wow. Okay. That's pretty harsh. Who is the other bad?
You choose one.
I feel like there's some flames going on here, guys.
Nah, it's not flames. It's just knowing these buffs, you know, the mentality.
Yeah.
Well, that does mean that aggressive mode still unable to get a single win in any playoff they've ever played. Doesn't that sound depressing? Like, mentally speaking, that is a tough roadblock to overcome. How do you overcome that mentally?
By winning tomorrow. I don't know if they play tomorrow, but
I don't know
they play again.
They will play again. We don't know who they'll play yet. It depends on what happens, well, later today, I believe, but mostly what happens tomorrow morning. We'll see. I think they'll play in the second series against the loser of Nigma versus Bait, but I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. It's not done for the day though yet. Gambit victorious, and we can talk a lot about aggressive mode and how they had a bad draft that game and didn't win, but Gambit did win, and they executed their draft perfectly. They're on a roll. I kind of feel like it's the same as this earlier best of one we saw with Bait and Gambit, where in the second game at least they weren't really tested. The first game they were more tested. Like they are working their way up to fight against Virtus.pro in a second. How do you feel like that's gonna go?
That's juicy. You know?
It is.
To see Solo versus FNG, two great captains in the CIS scene, probably like maybe the two most well known at the current time. And I think Gambit's playing better and better each game, and VP look like a completely different team than they did at the previous big LANs.
Yeah.
I think VP right now are actually on the up and up. They're maybe getting closer to be back in their old form.
There was always like Virtus.pro as the best CIS team in the past season and everyone else behind them. Now it's a tough challenge. Like there's a huge competition between Gambit, Na'Vi, and Virtus.pro now that they assembled a good lineup to see who actually is the best in CIS.
Yeah, there's like a clear top three, but no one's emerged yet.
Any final words on Gambit's performance in the series we just saw?
I'd say FN is back. Glad to see him playing well, and he, after a long time, he found himself in a successful team, and I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, I want to kind of double down on that because he came in to replace GPK, who's obviously had a ton of hype around him. So I think there was a lot of pressure on FN to perform, and he's delivered.
All right, well, we're going to find out if they can deliver again, if they can end the day without any losses, perhaps. We'll see, though. I'm sure Virtus.pro is going to make them work for it for sure, but that is our upcoming matchup, Gambit versus Virtus.pro. Stay tuned.
But have no fear.
There's something inside you. It's hard to explain. They're talking about you, boy, but you're still the same. There's something inside you. It's hard to explain. They're talking about you, boy, but you're still the same.
I'm giving you a night call to tell you how I feel. I want to drive you through the night, down the hills. I gotta tell you something you don't want to hear. I'm gonna show you where it's dark, but have no fear. Fearless, powerful, no sense in individual will. It is my will that guided you here. It is my will that gave you your cybernetic implants. The only beauty in that meat you call a body. If you value that meat, you will do I have created a new form of life. Fearless, powerful, with no sense of individual will.
This works. So many people are counting on me. Let's try this.
System initializer. Stand by. Stand by. Software version 3.784. System online. System online.
It is upper bracket time. Tug of War, Mad Moon by WePlay. We're live from Kiev with our final series of the day, and we are going to see Virtus.pro taking on Gambit. We've already seen Gambit a couple of times today. This will be their biggest test of them all, at least for today. We're going to find out if they can take a good shot at Virtus.pro. A lot of stories there to talk about, and I'm not going to talk about them alone. I'm going to talk about them, or about those stories, with Gods, with Kyle. Guys, which kind of story do you want to pick on first? Which kind of drama you want to pull on?
Oh, I mean,
there's
a lot.
I mean, there is a particularly good one though.
Is that? Can we talk about that though?
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know.
I say yes.
I think we might have found that in confidence.
No, I have actually specifically asked, as long as we don't say the source, we're fine.
Oh, okay, cool. So basically, VP just tried to poach GPK. They're like, hey, and GPK went to his team, and he's like, I'm gonna go play with VP. No one in solo are really good. And then,
which, by the way, that's from GPK's standpoint, you know, no one is solo are these big names. Like, I don't blame him for thinking that would be the right decision. But continue.
building.
I just want to put it out there.
So then Gambit and VP, sit down. The VP guy goes and he wants to buy GPK, and Gambit effectively said, "Go fuck yourself." So GPK is benched. He is under contract, and before I see any incredible Reddit threads, that's how it works, boys and girls.
That's the right way of doing it.
If you sign a contract to play for a team, you can't just, say, you know what, actually, I don't want to do this. That's how contracts work.
So you can't Nancy Pelosi and just rip it up.
Correct.
Correct.
That doesn't work?
No.
Generally, no. You can try it, but then it would still be, that's just a piece of paper waste, that the contract still stands.
Okay. So now, of course, the mid player of Gambit is kind of up in there. Maybe GPK comes back. Maybe they stick with FN. Who knows? I imagine if they were to replace him, they would end up selling him off. But there's definitely a strong rivalry between the two teams, which is possibly why they also didn't want to fulfill that request. But I don't blame them, because it's something I had to deal with a lot as well when I was playing. It made it very difficult. And this kind of goes back to that whole idea of trying to win, you got to prove yourself first. But the problem is that on the way up, when you finally get those guys that look like they might be gems, diamonds in the rough, so to speak, someone else is like, hey, they're good, and my team's better than his, so come join it.
Welcome on stage, Team Gambit Esports.
All right, for the third time today, Gambit Esports will take the stage. They've already beaten Bait. They've already beaten aggressive mode. And now they will soon be face-to-face against Virtus.pro. And of all the series that we're going to have this weekend, if you're talking about Garage Match or drama or stories, this is the biggest one.
Welcome on stage, Team Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro. We have not seen Virtus.pro on the big stage just yet because they topped their group. They have made it look fairly easy. They did drop one game against Nigma, but other than that, they have been steamrolling through and deserve their spot in the upper bracket straight off their results in the groups. They also did very well in the CIS qualifiers for the LA Major, which also granted them a spot, a second seed out of CIS. They were in the same group as Gambit, actually, at that time, and it was a easy 2-0. Gambit didn't drop a single game in the group stages for the Major, and that included Gambit as one of their victims. Is that going to happen again? Did Gambit... Because I feel like Gambit grew more during this period, because they were not playing with FN for that long, right?
For sure. Yeah, I mean, that's where I feel like Gambit gained this slang experience with a new mid player is really helping them. As we see them on stage, the two captains. Maybe not in the friendliest terms at this current time.
No.
Gonna have to go face-to-face with them.
But both of these guys are so good with words. We know, FNG has been on multiple panels. Solo has done so many interviews for his team that he is really good on camera as well. They'll be polite with an edge to it.
It's time to let their play do the talking.
Yes, exactly that.
I will say I like that. I've been advocating for years to do coin flips on stage, but I like that there's a little interaction before the teams go into the booth.
I like that too.
Yeah, it's just, to me, it's like TI, right? And when teams walk onto the booth, just have the captains walk center stage, do a quick coin toss, takes all 20 seconds, and boom, back in the booth. Because it's just cool, right? Like, we don't get to see it, and it is an actual pretty important part of drafting. Most of the times, people at home don't even know who got what choice, right? You don't know if they wanted first pick or Radiant.
That's
and,
true.
You don't know if they picked.
I don't think they talked about that though.
What do you mean?
Just now on stage.
Well, we don't know what they talked about, Sheaves. We can't hear it.
I don't think it was a coin flip.
It did not look like a coin
No, I was
flip.
gonna say they didn't.
Oh, yeah.
No, but you like
that was
seeing
better
them
than a
just-
coin flip, if
Yes.
anything. I like that. It's because you get both teams as 5 up there. Like, the only interaction is going to be a handshake, but you get an individual player from each team, and it's like you're pitting them against each other as individuals.
Yeah. I remember they did that at Epicenter the first time, too. And it was funny because we were playing as FNG. And I remember we were talking smack to each other.
Was the analyst over the casters versus casters?
No, I was a player there.
You were playing. There you go.
I also
forgot about that.
Yeah, that was the event. Oh, it's crazy. We beat EG at that event. Wild, yeah. Didn't remember that one.
Oh, how times change.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, again, every time we succeeded, it kind of just hurt us because that was when they had Aoi and Bulba. So Peter's like, okay, this isn't working, so I'm going to cut those guys. And then their team got much better, and they finished third at TI.
So you made them finish third at TI.
Yes.
Yes.
Also,
did you get a cut?
No, I don't. This is such a dark time for me. We lost in the qualifiers for TI6 to DC at like 4 a.m. Limp had not had his visa, so he was playing from Sweden at like 9 a.m. We threw the game. DCEG finished second and third at TI. We didn't even play at TI. Wildcard doesn't get any money. It's like, what? Like, damn.
Why does it feel like every time I have you on a panel today, you're going down a trip down memory lane?
Because there's a lot of bad memories.
Well, I must say, where are the good memories, Kyle?
Yeah, I thought you had a great time.
The times I get to spend with my friends that I used to have.
Now you've got us, Kyle.
Yeah. Do I, though, Gods? I haven't been at a summit in a long time. You've thrown 4 events, Gods.
All right, guys,
I
so
don't
we
know what
can
you're
talk
talking
politics some other
That's not
time.
me.
You can grill him about that. Let's talk Dota. Let's talk Virtus Pro and Gambit. We're in the draft, and we have the first phase bans already. And, we have a little bit of a change-up. Because Oracle's still in the pool, Snapfire's still in the pool. Which heroes am I missing? I feel like I'm missing some heroes.
maybe?
Enchantress still in the pool as well.
Batrider was banned.
Yeah, and as said, we didn't really see Virtus Pro play that often, but they have been really liking the Treant. So we talked about Virtus Pro in the drama sense, but in the just team composition sense, they did change 2 players. They're playing with Kuman because GPK benched, and they're playing with Zayach as their new addition since the Major. Major, you might remember, they were the ones coming back from a 60k lead, and they were the ones not ending the game then as well against Team Liquid that time. So they ended last at the Major, and they weren't even in the Chengdu Major at all. It was actually Gambit that represented CIS in the Chengdu Major, and Gambit that came last at that one. But this iteration of Virtus Pro seems a lot stronger. They seem to do a lot better than what they did before.
I think they also have the benefit of time, right? I'm really close with Resolution. I know he had a really rocky transition to the off lane because that entire hero pool was new to him, right? So the style of the offlane has also changed a bit. So it went from like these, now you're brawling, previously like you're pulling creep waves, now there's stuff like perhaps like the Enigma coming meta. So he does a lot better on cores like Enchantress because they're like traditional heroes for him in a way, and you lane in a traditional manner. Heroes like Darkseer, Tidehunter, these require a little more practice to then just plug and play.
You need the offlane specialist to do the weird stuff that some of those heroes require.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he's getting better. I'm still not sold on him as an offlaner.
Neither am I. I tell him that, and he says, yeah, me too.
But you get to play with solo and no one, so he's not going to turn it down maybe.
Hey man, as long as he's not replaced, you know he's doing something right. That's how things like that work. He's got to keep trying. It's not like he is not the type of player that's just gonna give up or anything like that. So he's gonna keep working. He is a hard-working player, if nothing else, and he will continue to improve.
He has one of the best attitudes as well of a player that I'm a bit biased, of course, because I am his friend, but. He's done a lot of personal growth. I feel like a lot of people forget. I forget sometimes about the age of a lot of these guys. Like Rezo is still like what 22, 23. I've forgotten. There you go. And then there's other players like Insania who, because I played with and against him, 8, 9 years ago, I still see him as like, the 17-year-old kid. In reality, it's like he's an adult. It's weird. He's got facial hair.
How did it came to Insania? What point are you trying to
10
make?
seconds remaining.
Oh, Resolution's just young. He was young, all right? He became a superstar overnight. He had to iron out some stuff. His English also improved drastically.
Like that was a crazy transformation.
Playing on these Western teams, like, kind of really opened that up a lot.
Yeah, and you know why he initially started learning English, right?
To play Dota.
He didn't want to play in a CIS.
He did. He wanted to play in a puppy squad.
Oh.
So he's like, if you want to be in a puppy squad, you're gonna be, internationally covered. So he's like, I'm gonna learn English so that I can get to be on a team.
That's what I mean. How
like that was
he
with
learned
him
language. To pursue the career. Like, come on, that's a man with dedication.
10 seconds remaining.
I'll never forget. It's crazy how things might have been different, but at TI5, he had approached me to come play because he wanted to come into NA, and we had set up a meeting, and we had miscommunicated or something, never actually met. And then, nothing came of it, and we ended up with not Resolution, so we lost.
Who did you have instead?
I don't want to. I was way too sexy and MJW.
Ah.
Those are names that like 95% of our viewers are just like, what?
What?
Who?
Yeah. we went through a phase. Well, I still think, like, no matter what happens the rest of my life, man, made it to TI5. That was a shit show. 44 different players over a 5-month period. We had BSJ and IX Mike poached from our team.
Oh no.
Like, think about that. Think about that.
That was my first thought. I was like, all right, I thought that the punchline was going to be you had them on your team.
We did. Well, and they didn't think we were good enough. No, sorry. It was IX Mike said in a few years we might be good, and he didn't want to play with us. And then he made a team, and BSJ was playing with us, and IX Mike poached BSJ, and he picked IX Mike and Jimmy.
Yeah. There was a time where, BSJ was that next big star of NA. Like, not even making any jokes about him. He was looking like the next big star.
True.
February 2015,
okay.
Sumail won the North American NEL. You know who won in March? And he was then picked up by EG. BSJ won in March.
There you go.
Did he end up getting picked up by anything else?
His ego grew significantly.
He was playing on
his
Summer's Rift, remember, with Jimmy? Oh, they were top 2, top 3 NA team at one point, maybe.
All right,
Not
guys.
for long.
I am enjoying the trip down memory lane for sure. I'm also enjoying the draft. We have seen Gambit have the Rubik Witch Doctor combination before. FNG, but that was one of the games that they weren't really tested. So I'm curious how Virtus Pro is going to react to this. Because they played this against Bait. With the Pango as well. They had Pango and Shaklo that time. It was a Ricky as well. Ricky is banned. But that was this is a very familiar draft for them.
Yep. And VP would have watched those games, so they kind of know what's coming. They have seen how the Witch Doctor plays. Very good hero against the Enchantress with how Death Ward works. Doesn't care about the Untouchable. Very strong laner with that second point in Maledict at level 3. You just suddenly get a ton of kill potential. So I think it's okay Gambit to stick with this because the way it looked when they ran it, it seemed incredibly solid.
They also, for Virtus Pro, they played Doom yesterday. That was the only game they lost yesterday. They played Doom mid. It was no one playing Doom. Are we is that something that you think they're gonna do again?
Probably not.
Probably not. But they
never know.
They never know. I guess Rezo can play it too, so it's fine.
It's flex. It can even be a support.
Yes.
VP have run as a 5 even. It's one of those heroes that solo will randomly play when he feels like it suits the game.
You know what? Yeah, we were asking if the crowd was going to be backing Virtus Pro with the recent drama, being the bad guy, and the Virtus Pro chants have just begun. So I think we got our answer.
Hey, they're bad, not evil, though. It could be EG.
Centaur already revealing early that this Doom is not an offlaner because you want Centaur to be that offlaner.
Who are they louder for, Gambit or VP?
VP.
VP. Not surprised.
I mean, VP has been the household name in CIS Dota for the last 3 years, basically.
Yep.
They've been holding it up since Navi's decline.
Took the torch straight from Navi, and it's curious to see who will be the ones to take it up, because the whole scene really has faltered. Like, VP really propped up the scene. Without them on top, it just seems like a much weaker region.
Yeah.
then you've got Europe.
We could be entering an era where there's multiple strong CIS teams because VP were propping it up, but the second best CIS team over the last couple of years, I mean, it kind of fluctuated between Gambit, Na'Vi, Empire, etc. They were never competitive. I don't think there was like a major where a second CIS team ever got top 8.
That's true. I think, yeah, you're correct.
And that is a really cool snap pick. Morphling from VP. It is a comfort hero. It is an incredible matchup here. And you've got a Doom Centaur in front of it. It's really sick here. Hard counter to Lifestealer. I think VP certainly took the lead.
Comfort hero for Ramses, right?
Yes. Well, shit. I answered yes because yes, it is for Ramses, but I know Ramses isn't playing for VP. Who is it a comfort hero for? Gods, who's playing carry for VP?
Kuman?
You sure?
I don't know if it's I actually don't know if it's a comfort hero for Kuman. That's why I'm asking you, because I'm like, is it a comfort hero for Kuman?
It's Morphling. If you're a carry player and you can't play, Blitz can play
but
Morphling.
is it a comfort hero? Is it like his bread and butter?
I don't know if that's actually his hero. I'm being totally honest.
It might not be bread and butter. It's at least cereal. It's close.
Yes, but that's not the question, though. The question is, but
so when you said it was a comfort hero for VP, you were just talking out of your ass, Kyle, just to clarify.
No, it's Morphling. It's VP. It's one of their most picked carry heroes.
Yeah, when they have Ramses.
It's solo and no one still. It's the same people, and no one could play at mid. He's done it before.
That is true.
Hero
coming at me.
When no one played more, it was not one of the best Virtus Pros results, by the way. Just pointing that out there as well. We got a final ban. It is a Zayach Treant that gets removed on the side of Gambit, and a Queen of Pain ban into a Razor pick for Virtus Pro.
Yep, there's another counter to the Lifestealer. Excellent matchups in lane as well. And if you look at the way a team fight's going to play out from VP, right? You've got Centaur to both engage or disengage. Razor links with Lifestealer, and someone gets doomed. Now what? Their team fight is unbelievable right now. Lane's quite strong as well.
Yeah. The Lifesteal does a tiny bit better against Razor these days. I feel you get all these proc items, so you can still do stuff while you have no damage. You got the Maelstrom, you get the Basher. You're not totally useless, but it's not great.
So what does Gambit need to solve the problems that Virtus Pro has thrown at them?
A mid that does damage? Since Lifesteal, you can't rely on this Lifesteal to do damage in these fights.
Is a Mars an answer?
Pengo, maybe? Is Pengo versus Razor a matchup? Perhaps you can just swashbuckle away
yeah,
when it's static links?
That's a mid-Mars. That's the CIS special.
Okay.
I almost guarantee it. And I love the hero. It's similar in a lot of ways to old Tiny Mid, how that used to be played. You just kill, strong laner, you kill stuff. Same idea. You put down the ring. Its only weakness, of course, is that you don't have anything against BKBs, and you really don't now, because Mars is completely worthless. You just run straight out of the arena. What's up?
Mars will be played by Shaklo, and FN will be the Pango.
As I was saying, the Pengo mid matchup versus the Razor. Running Mars mid versus Razor, Kyle, probably not a good idea.
That's a good point.
But that's also why you ended up in wildcards at TI not getting any prize money. So, you know.
That's true.
We're all coming full circle here.
A good one.
Do you need anybody else, like any other heroes that you're curious about who's playing what? Because I got some info for you if you do.
Sure.
Yep.
It will be Rezo on the center, Zayach Doom.
Oh yeah.
So no one Doom,
So
no one will
5
be the
position
Razor, but I guess with the Razor
okay.
pickup we already knew that. Solo Enchantress, 5 Enchantress. The rest is as you would expect it to be. That does lead me to one final question. What is important for this game? We're thinking, the way that you guys were talking about the draft, you're giving Virtus Pro the edge from the get-go. But what does Gambit need to do in order to have a good game here?
They've got to beat the BKB timings and get a distinct advantage before the Razors and Morphling come online. In addition, take good fights around the arena and ensure Lifestealer gets off to a really good start. You need Lifestealer to be an item ahead of Morph. If he ever catches up or surpasses him once they hit like 20-25k net worth, it's real rough.
Anything to add?
I also want to see like more of what we had in the last series from FN. He was the stand-up player.
Yeah.
He's playing this mid Pengo. That's a hero that can get very active, make a lot of rotations around the map. Look to FN to win this game for Gambit if they do in fact win it.
All right, let's find out what's going to happen in the first game of the series with OD Pixel and Lizard.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, quite an exciting one to end the day off, of course. The CIS Showdown, Gambit versus Virtus.pro. I'm ODPixel, joined by Lizard for this this great series ahead of us. We've had a few sort of one-sided stomps, some sort of off games so far today, but surely this series is going to deliver.
I'm pretty sure this series should be the longest one of the day, maybe even go all the 3-game stretch, because not only do we have two teams that are similarly matched in skill, there's so much drama as well involved, right? There's that spiciness, and they have so much energy to play each other.
And we saw, on stage, they kept it all very cool, very nice. There were smiles, there were handshakes, but both of these teams are going to try the hardest to beat the other. There's a lot to sort of be said here for who's able to prove themselves the best on sort of a land tour. We saw it on like qualifiers, groups. This is them on the main stage and ready to go head-to-head in a best-of-3.
Yeah, I suspect Virtus.pro might use some hashtag free GPK if they win and just spam it. But what do you think about these drafts? So far, I feel that both of these teams, they have like some good winning potential and winning scenarios, right? On one side, you have the Snikes and FN on his Pango. They've done fairly well. But on the other hand, you're playing into your counters, aren't you? You're playing Morphling versus Nikes. That's not good for Nikes. And you're playing Razor versus Pango mid.
No.
Yeah, you can swashbuckle away, but it's not a great lane.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree. I'm looking at them more for the Razor, and I'm feeling that down the line, if these heroes don't get crushed early on, they're just going to be able to outcarry the cause of Gambit. Gambit's got to make sure that they have that edge early on. They are going to hit their timings at a better pace, I feel. You sort of look towards this Pango. If he's able to start moving around with his first offensive item, FN is able to make those sort of plays, as the panel says. Gambit can start to roll over them. But if this game gets to any sort of passive territory, if VP come out of the lanes in a strong position, you're right. This Morph Razor, it's going to be hot going into the later portion of the game.
One good thing that Gambit have done in the drafting stage is this Mars versus the Centaur. It's considered one of the better heroes, versus him Shachlo can definitely play a mean Mars. So perhaps if this lane goes well for them, they stand a chance. But for me, it's looking like a rough matchup overall.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how well he is able to play this lane against the Morph. I feel that the Mars should have that edge, right, in the lane. You're this very sort of strong hero. Anytime Morph steps up, there is that threat of being nuked pretty heavily by the two of them, even with the Fade-Bot and such. And especially if Shashlo's ever able to get that angle, catch Kuman out before he shifts. Killing it does feel hard because the Morph should most of the time be able to react. Maybe once like the level 2's there, Vampire can try and get in, set up with a telekinesis from the tree line, and that's followed up by a spear, giving no chance for the shift to start on the Morph. But we'll see. Gambit's definitely got that synergy, that ability to make plays on the Morph. If anything, you're just going to expect to see Kuman never get too heavily shifted into Agi. He's going to make sure he's got a decent amount of strength so he doesn't get burst by that combo in lane.
I think the Zayats as well, we saw him right now on that Doom. He ate a lot of damage from the Maledict, but he has a lot of regen from level 2, and also he ate the Wolf. This guy found a really good creep. I think some Doom players might prefer the Ogre Frost Mage for that armor, but man, Zayat, he's so aggressive, and if he finds that Wolf, he's going to be rotating across the map, making a lot of moves, and he starts with boots as well, as you can see, not your usual, a lot of regen on your position for Doom. He really wants to get in there, wants to dive.
Yeah, I like it. You consider how we saw Zayats play yesterday. He had some amazing movements during the laning stages in Game 1 and Game 3 of their series against, I believe it was Nigma. Yeah, Nigma in that series, of course. Playing his disruptors, his shakers. Heroes, I'd say, probably a little easier to sort of have that impact in the lanes, but you're right. With the right sort of auras he has, he can certainly pack quite a punch and keep Gambit on their toes, depending on where he wants to head in the laning stage of this game.
I would expect something like Phase Boots drums on him, Phase Boots buckler. I think you get a lot of armor on this Doom, and suddenly you can dive the tower. Those two chainmails are really amazing on this hero. Now again, there is a Nikes versus Centaur, and that's Nikes' favorite lane. So because of that, he's having a few CSs more, but still is an offlane Centaur, and Rezo is fine with that.
Yeah, pretty much lanes going even just the mid lane where there's that edge for the Razor as you expected, right? Sure, it's easy to say the swashbuckle, he can break the link, but Razor, he's still such a strong laner in these 1v1s, you are going to be able to come out on top, even though there's that mechanic for FN to play around with.
That was a good play. Did you see that? He uses the Divine Protection on the creeps, and now FN, even though he used Swashbuckle, he didn't get that range creep, and then because of that usage of Swashbuckle, he can't approach the lane any longer, so a lot of denies go the way of No One.
Yeah, he's playing the lane very nicely, No One, and I mean, yesterday we saw him play the lane spectacularly in those mid matchups against Weeha. He was consistently sort of coming out on top in these 1v1s. Anytime you put him on this hero where there is that capability to have that edge, he's gonna execute it. He's getting himself really back on that top form that we've seen from No One in the previous VP past.
Yeah. I mean, it's No One after all. It's been ages since whatever mid laner you ask who you don't want to play against, they will definitely mention No One solo.
And try and burst him down, not quite enough fire in the tank between the two of them to get the kill. He will be fine. And in this lane continues to be a bit of a trade farm. Shashlo 25 for 5, but there's 23 for 1 on Kuman. You know, it's still great farm for the Morph early on. Mid lane, you see No One posturing very aggressively, getting behind the tower, really forcing FN back, making sure that some creeps are lost to the tower, and FN is entirely out of XP range. So No One, he's playing beautifully aggressive in this matchup.
And he maxed out the nuke, right? Dream? Let's just see this. Yeah, he should be fine. He maxed out the nuke, and because of that, he just dives the tower, does not even use the link, forces FN completely out of that experience range.
Dream will be able to push him away from the bounty rune, so VP won't be able to claim the two on that top half, and Gambit are at least able to grab that one for themselves.
I think overall the laning stage right now has been all right for Gambit. They haven't lost it at all. They're winning when it comes to net worth. I think this Mars did quite all right, but FN is their shining star so far.
Yeah, we've got to see what he can do, because he's not at a, it's been a tough lane for him, as expected, because of the matchup, but he's still getting something.
Yeah,
and he can still make plays. He hits that 6, he starts moving around the map, he gets sort of that first item, whether it be the Javelin that he wants to rush, and you have a lot of killing potential and a lot of ways to really keep the pressure on these heroes like Morphling, who are going to need time before they become scary themselves.
My only question is, you are on a timer, right? You don't want to really go late game versus a Morph.
Not at all.
And how do you take these objectives early on? Maybe with a rotation like this one.
Let's see if they can burst him down. They've got the Maledict, and with the Swashbuckle should easily be enough damage to take down No One. Bringing in supports. FNG may go down for it. In fact, No One. Oh, he'll take that. 1 versus 3. He claims the first blood. He does die, but he takes the lion's share of the gold there. As you can see, 325 for that first blood going the way of No One. So, yeah, a successful gag, not really for Gambit.
Yeah.
They get a kill, but they give up first blood. No One's fine with it. It gets a free lane reset as well.
Free lane reset, 325 gold.
Yeah.
That's more than they got for that kill, and it was 3 of them. Mars might fall, however, on that other lane as well.
I do. I mean, I've got to be honest, this is not great for Gambit. It's sure the numbers are even, but as we say, with these drafts, with the course that VP have, they're going to be pretty happy. If they can do this the second time, this would be pretty nice. They're going to have TP backup coming in, but is there really any sort of help that can be there for No One? There is not. He will fall, and now FN, he can roll over and look for a second kill as he's straight over to Zayas, picks that up as well. Gambit this time, it's clean. 2 kills, no casualties on their half. FN, he's the man you've got to watch. He's the one that's going to be setting the tempo for Gambit and starting to amp it up and make sure that VP's playing on the back foot.
And it's so good that they get 2 kills successively on that Razor, because you talked about that earlier. It is that Razor that's supposed to be carrying this team throughout the mid-game, right? It's not Morphling that's about to join these fights around 10 to 15-minute mark. It's No One that's supposed to be just rallying the forces around him, pushing for objectives, creating space. And if you take him down a couple of times like this, you definitely make him a much weaker foe in the mid game.
We'll see down bottom once the 6 is online, it's still very hard to really make plays, at least on the Morph alone for Shashlo. Obviously, other heroes very much vulnerable. Solo's got to be careful. If Shashlo wants to step up with the arena and just take a kill, he'll be able to kill the ENG, no problems at all, especially with the backup of Excess Vampire. Still very much the Morph that's going to require an additional rotation if they want to try and knock Kuman off his game early. It's going to need to sort of see FN head over. FN,
instantly.
Exactly. He notices no one's coming in with a haste rune and knows that there's no chance of escaping that. So back to base he goes.
You talked about this bottom lane. I don't think they have any chances of killing Morph.
No.
Unless they have some really big rotations happening here. Perhaps another additional core or some level 6. Oh, No One, however.
He's coming in with the wraparound. Shashlo's getting a little bit low. There's straight up the nuke from Kuman. Dives under the tower, gets the kill.
You could see No One, as soon as he forces that TP from from FN, he just continues going bottom.
Yeah,
Wraps around them, gets a good kill.
Yeah, very smart. Because he knows that mid's TP back to base, there's no way that FN can come in and react to my sort of moves. So rather than sort of going for what a lot of mid laners would have done, I feel like, you know, you force the enemy mid out the lane, you're like, okay, I'm just going to farm mid now, it's safe. No one knows his presence elsewhere on the map is going to be much more impactful for his team.
And it's so impactful as well as they get down that Mars. They also free up that lane much more for the Morphling. I said before though, Kuman, if he's playing this game right, after you can see 2 Braid Bands, Magic Wand, Raindrop, he is a very difficult kill. They don't have enough cash for him.
Yeah, and it's even if you sort of bring your carry, Gambit, if they bring the Lifestealer down here, it's still... It's not really enough to kill a Morphling. Lifestealer, it'll be interesting to see how Dream's able to sort of get his game going in the mid-game. Of course, his farm is fine. You can see top net worth, him and FN, they're up there holding the lead. But the question is, what can Gambit do with it? They have to team up. Dream and FN, you're going to sort of see these Rolling Thunder plays into jumping out from the Infest and killing off a target. That's the way that they've got to put that pressure on VP and not give VP the chance to keep this game open, push it on late, and allow Kuman to reach maximum potential.
They're just playing around the shrines right now. Rezo might have overdone it here, but he has stampede.
Yeah, and he's also got backup by his side. Kuman's actually shifted over to this half of the map. I mean, he knows, you know, he can farm aggressively in the face of the Lifestealer. This is not a lane that threatens him at all. Dream, he's straight out of there. Actually, TP's out of this area, straight down to bottom. Knows that contesting a morph in lane is not something he wants to be doing this early on. Top, they will try and make a move on to Kuman. FN leads him with a swashbuckle. The bounces are out a couple of times, but he's already shifting into strength. He's got the waveform. Rolling Thunder's coming out. They do have the additional control. Is it going to be anywhere near close enough to kill him, though? The Maledict will continue to tick him down low. There's a little bit of backup here. Kuman pops the stick. He will get killed off. A very tough kill for Gambit to pull off, but they do it. They knock Kuman out of the game.
And Chance is one of the fastest heroes in the game. If that spear didn't connect, Solo would have definitely gotten him. But yeah, they get the big kill. They kill off Kuman. I was just praising how he's super difficult to kill at the moment, but they find all the right spells that they needed, and there was absolutely no backup.
Yeah, very nicely done. They knew that VP couldn't bring TP back up into help, and they also knew that Resolution had obviously just been forced to use Stampede, so there wasn't that defensive maneuver available to get Kuman back to safety. And Gambit, they punish it.
Dream is going for a good build here as well. Maelstrom first. Sometimes we see some Nyxes just rush it instantly, but if you go for phase boots, it's a little bit easier to zone Rezo out of the lane. And also, once you get that Maelstrom, you will farm well.
Here we have a good bit of setup. Shashlo straight in with the spear. They're looking to burst Resolution down low. Pop the stick charges. Dream's in trouble. Jumps into the creep. Infests up. He tries to heal up, but he's in trouble as the Ayats drops down the Doom. They kill off the Nakes, and now they look for more. Shashlo and FNG, can they turn this? There's the Maledict, the Death Ward down. FNG is going to be able to make Zayats pop by the looks of it. Now the rotation in as well from Vampire with the stolen plasma field, nuking them down. Finally, the kill on Zayats. He does tick out to the Maledict. FN's now had time to turn up, and he's going to go straight for no one. Over he goes with the Rolling Thunder. Another bounce back. They're surrounding him. Shashlo's looking to line up the spear. Straight into the cliff he goes. Jump forward with the shield crash. They'll burst down no one. They'll take another. It's the 3 for 3 at the moment in this engagement. Is there going to be any more? Solo, can he get Vampire in time? He can. Solo with the cleanup. The triple kill ENG support. He gets the job done and makes sure the VP do come out slightly on top of that.
So he's a kind of a position 5 that really likes to be playing on these heroes that have the capability of scaling and becoming a core, you know?
Yeah.
Even though he's 5, he just got 1,000 gold. He instantly spends it.
Look at the XP. He's pretty much level 9. And the other cores like Dream on his Lifestealer, Resolution on his Sender, you know, these cores are level 8.
Yep.
He's just bumped right up there in the world, Solo, managing to sort of clean up those kills, get that Solo XP as the rest of his team are already dead. And as you say, this is not a bad hero. It's not like, oh, well, it's a little scary. I mean, this is a hero that really can transition to sort of having some sort of comparable core impact. It does a lot of damage.
It does a lot of damage, but at the same time, it's not the best Enchantress game. You have Maledict, you have Death Ward that you have to worry about, Nyx with his Rage, also there is Mars with the Arena, obviously, so you won't be able to deal the damage inside of it. Not the best hero to get all the kills and all that experience we talked about, because you'd much rather see that on no one if he lived through the fight, right?
Ideally, you want it on your carry in the mid.
It's still all right.
But I mean,
he feels good.
I was going to say, Solo's not complaining. He's like, right, boys, step aside. It's time for me to come through. And a few spronks here and a few spronks there.
What do you think about the Aghanims, by the way, about Sproink?
I don't think I've ever seen it being built.
I built it.
You did, and
awful. It's so
What is
bad.
it? You just sproink backwards?
You're just sproing backwards, and you know, like if you can imagine sproing, that's exactly what you do in the game. You literally move an inch. You don't. It's like half a four staff. It's so bad.
Well, maybe, if we see some sort of 80-minute game, Roshan being killed 6 times, Agnums being dropped, then maybe one day we will see the ENG Agnums in a pro game. But no, definitely one of those Ags that you sort of forget exists, as it's just never ever built. Top lane Shashlo's laying down the arena. Resolution and Zayas will quickly just turn. Zayas does have the Doom available if he wants to drop it down for this one, as they'll surround him. In fact, Zayas, he's got more in his mind. He's actually running down FNG as well, knowing that he can leave Shashlo to be killed off by Rezo and Solo. Now FN turns up, but there's the Doom straight down. He needs help, and he's going to get it, because the lift up's there as well as the Death Ward. FNG, again, finding these opportunities to line up the ult and kill off the heroes and make sure the space is there for FN to back off safely, and the Doom will not result on a kill on the mid.
If you're watching that whole engagement from some, I don't know, maybe a lower skill perspective, and you're seeing that...
Oh, that sounds like me, yeah.
No, just zoning them away. It might look that way, but he had to be on Witch Doctor there. He couldn't help. First and foremost, they went on the Centaur. The reason why they didn't kill him is because even though they dropped the Maledict, Doom zoned the Witch Doctor away. Witch Doctor cannot commit the Death Ward, right? But then on, he knows that the cask is off cooldown again, and he can't commit onto the Mars. So he chases Witch Doctor instead. Then Pango goes in a bit too deep, Doom gets baited, he dooms the Pango, and Witch Doctor finally has his opportunity to use that cast, Maledict, and Death Ward again.
Yeah, interesting here to see the vision here from both teams. You saw sort of from Radiant's perspective from VP, they do see people showing in their jungle and top and mid and bottom, whereas for Gambit, they only see a hero showing up top at the moment. They didn't see any of the activity mid or bottom, but still though, they were able to move in. They were able to predict whereabouts they're hanging around VP, and they'll go straight for Solo. Solo did get the heal off, so we'll be able to counteract some of the damage from Maledict, and in fact, he will be fine. Now it looks like Gambit are deciding they've got to get out of it. VP's been given time to TP in, backups inbound, unless they can find a good arena opportunity.
They have some good wards.
He wants to drop the ult here, see who he can catch out. He's heading straight for no one. Will manage to catch him, but no, the dodge is there. The Yule Scepter is complete, so no one, he can break that combo, avoid it. A stolen Doom is thrown down by Vampire onto no one, but no one is tanky enough that he can wait it out, back off. And in fact, he's already starting to move back in as he knows that his team, they can continue to fight through this. There's no arena now, as he's just walking straight forward. You can tell that this man was doomed, as he's showing no fear whatsoever, as no one just charges over straight towards FNG. FNG does get the cast out and another spear. The setup's there into Shashlo lockdown, and no one will fall. He went too far, but now there's the extra core backup. Kuman zips across with a waveform, and VP will clean up too for the loss of their mid.
You could really think that they charged in as that Arena was used, that word was used as well, Maledict, and they thought, all right, we have Stampede, we can go in and out easily. But you have to respect the nuke potential on the side of Gambit. FN on that Pango is just killing them easily. So even though you're a Razor, you're tanky, you can't really rush in the way he did.
Now, we're still yet to really see the full potential of FN's damage output of the Swashbuckle, because he didn't go the Javelin, he's going for that straight Diffusal Blade rush, and he's pretty much got it. 200 gold away, Diffusal's going to be out. You said it, already just with the Rolling Thunder capabilities, FN's been doing a lot in the fights. You add a Swashbuckle with the Diffusal effect, it hurts super badly. Anytime that FNG gets a Maledict down, FN's able to clip someone with a Swashbuckle, that's going to be the majority of your health pool gone over the duration of the fight, unless Solo's able to get in and offer those heals to sort of offset that damage that's been done. Mid lane, Kuman getting aggressive, zips over, looks towards excess Vampire. Vampire's got the movement speed though, he's into the fog, into the trees, he'll be fine.
However,
no one does find FNG on the side of things. He's got a cast to throw out. It'll buy space for Kuman to just zip past, though, and get immediately into the face of the Witch Doctors. Kuman, he's getting involved, and he's pushing in on this tier 2, 17 minutes in. This Morphling is not afraid to fight. He's 3-1-2, very active this match.
You don't need wards when Solo is so tanky on this Enchantress. He invested that 1,000 gold that he got in that first engagement, that triple kill, into 2 bracers and a wand. And now, all he's doing, I don't know if you notice his positioning, he's just in front. He's just baiting spells. They use 1 or 2 spells and they reveal themselves. Instantly after Morphling, it's easy for him to go in as he knows there's no lift. If there's no lift, they don't have control.
We'll see VP starting to slowly climb ahead in that lead, and that Morph sitting at the top, it is very scary for Gambit. They're heroes. There's still kill potential if they can somehow chain stun Kuman up. In terms of defensive plays, it is just the Stampede, the heal from Solo, no sort of hard dispel that his team can offer him to get him out of sort of some chain stun situation. But Gambit's got to find the opportunity to execute that, and it's not easy. For VP, as long as they can make sure that Kuman never gets sort of caught out alone, this morph, it's a very free morph game.
Also thinking about Rubik right now and how much he can do. Obviously, Nyx is almost on top of Network. They're neck and neck with the Morphling, right? He's doing fine, he's farming well, but he's not the preferred hero when it comes to this matchup, Morphling versus Nyx. Now, I'm looking at supports. You have Witch Doctor, you have Rubik. And XS Vampire, he's been amazing today, at least on this Rubik. He's done a lot in other series. Perhaps he can do as much in this game, because later on he offers a lot of control, especially versus the Morphling, and they're gonna need it.
Around mid, Gambit getting deep. No one in Rezo. Hiding by the tower. In fact, Rezo's going to jump in and look to start things off. They'll turn towards him, drop down the arena. Shashlo's scared, though. Zayats is coming in with the wraparound. He does have the Doom available if he wants to drop it, but if FNG again just lays down the Maledict, the Death Ward, it kills Zayats off before he gets the chance to throw down the ultimate. Now FN's turn up, goes in with the swashbuckle. Kuman's trying to get in there along with Resolution, gets the two-man stun into the double edge. Dream turns towards Rezo. Vampire will fall. Kuman has been disarmed for now by Dream's halberd. Solo finally gets clipped out of the game by the swashbuckle. Dream staying on the target onto Rezo. Rezo's trying to run away. Dream, he needs a few more hits to really push him off the edge. Meanwhile, Kuman's just killing off the squishy heroes on the backline. Dream will finally be able to kill off that Centaur.
That's a
2
great,
for 2,
yeah.
and it's great moves and great kills for Dream. Being able to get in, kill off that Centaur. Not the easiest of kills, but it really is. Every single fight, I'm seeing FNG, he's always getting the Maledicts off, and he's always getting some fantastic Death Wards down. This Witch Doctor is doing so much for them as a team, and the cast as well. It's very hard for VP to sort of fight into it the way that they want to.
No, I completely agree with you. I think this Witch Doctor did a lot more than, let's say, FN on the side of Gambit. However, that whole fight was so misdirected by Virtus.pro. The way they go in, they had vision on them. Centaur jumps in, he's on top of two heroes, but he doesn't pop that stomp instantly. Razor goes in, links Nyx, but Nyx just runs away because of the arena. So they already wasted two heroes. Centaur can't really accomplish much there. At the same time, Zayats is coming from the opposite direction, but he doesn't commit with that Doom onto the Witch Doctor. Because of that, he eats the cast, eats the Maledict, and he just dies before that Doom is ever utilized.
I mean, I think you've got to... You're right. You know, this game, the Witch Doctor's doing so much, he would not feel bad dropping a Doom down on him. Shashlo gets nuked immediately. Tries to step near the pit. VP head out, kill him off. Roshan is down to half HP, so VP are going to want to stick around and make sure they finish this off. And without Shashlo, it's hard for Gambit to do anything about it, and they know they can't. They're going to back away, allow VP the space to finish this. So now VP's lineup, they've got an Aegis on that Morphling, and a Morphling that's incredibly close to having E-Blade done on top of the Manta style.
Once he gets that E-Blade, the Witch Doctor and Rubik, they're in a world of problems, and they won't feel as good as they did up to that point. If you're Gambit, you have to be feeling so bad about that objective that you just lost that big Roshan, because look, your team is so decent around the pit. You have Mars, you have Pango. Pango is arguably the best hero around the Rosh pit, and you just gave away that Rosh without even putting up a fight.
Rezo. He's looking a bit of a solo kill here. They're popping the Stampede to get that extra bit of damage, but it's not enough. Kuman can't quite close the gap to help out for the kill. Down bottom, Zayats, he's been found alone as the three of Gambit move in. FNG, another Death Ward down. I sort of lost count of the times that FNG's been killing people with this Death Ward. It seems like he's really got it out for Zayats. There's been sort of like the third or fourth time where Death Ward's just been dropped down on the Doom and knocked Zayats out of the game. As you see here on the KDA, 6-5-4. You know, FNG, he's hungry for blood this game.
Man,
you know?
he has resurrected Witch Doctor on his own, pretty much. This hero has been dead for a really long time, and FNG is making him work again. It's also the fact that you don't see a lot of Witch Doctors right now, maybe some in qualifiers, and in this tournament we have seen a couple, but overall the hero isn't the most popular support. And it does catch you off guard a little bit. Like when you don't play versus something, even in pubs, when's the last time you saw the Witch Doctor,
No,
right?
exactly, not
so
much.
you get caught off guard a little bit. Your positioning isn't as crisp, and the damage, once it hits, you're like, oh yeah, that's what Maledict does. It doesn't feel great.
No, not at all. Yeah, FNG doing some great movements, some great plays on a hero, as you say, that's not too easy to do so. Now we're seeing the big items out. E-Blade's done for Kuman. Basher is now there for FN, so he can himself look to try and trip up maybe even the Morph. You sort of clip him with a bash on the swashbuckle, and suddenly you're able to snowball the rest of the team on top of him. But this E-Blade Morph only is looking scary. It's 14, 23 minutes in. 1K lead for VP. But I really feel that with Gambit's lineup, they were hoping to have come out on top of the laning stage, and they didn't. It came out even, and if anything, maybe slightly ahead for VP. So it is scary for Gambit as this game goes on. They cannot allow any mistakes to happen, otherwise this morph will just take over the game.
I think they might have hoped to get on top of the laning stage because of this morphling pick, but it wasn't really realistic considering what they were up against. Nyx maybe could get out ahead because he's versus Centaur, but Pango versus Razor and Mars in that lane, they got the... I think maybe they played the lanes the best that they could.
On the river. Quick pick here for VP. They were smoked up. Maybe we would have hoped for something bigger. They'll settle for excess Vampire showing in the river. See what the rest of Gambit want to do. They are still in the neighborhood, and they could still potentially try and fight. Kuman, he is now going to start moving over to this top half of the map as he TPs over, pots the Manta, pushes out the lane. No one pots its BKB. The arena's been dropped, but with the BKB, of course, no one can simply step out of there. He'll start to force back Shashlo. FNG's going to try and go for the TP, escape, and he'll make it away from the two of them. FNG will live. Shashlo also goes for the TP out, and he'll also make it away. A great disengage from Gambit keeps their heroes safe.
Yeah, sometimes they're too eager to use the Stampede, sometimes they just don't want to use it. If Rezo uses that Stampede in this engagement, they got 2 kills at least.
I feel
they kill FNG, and also they take down Mars, because he TP'd just as Doom was raising his hands to Doom him.
Absolutely, yeah, that extra sort of movement speed would have allowed Zayas to close the gap, but choosing to save it, maybe for more defensive maneuvers, they feel strong, they know that they'd rather just save Stampede for situations when their heroes are in trouble. As Kuman starting to show off the power that he's built up on this morph this game, just burst out Shashlo straight from the game. It didn't matter that they didn't kill him top, because they're killing him very easily in the mid. Now, that's happening to the Mars, a pretty beefy hero. You got to be worried if you're Gambit. If anyone steps a foot out of position, Kuman will nuke you out of the game with the C-Blade.
Yeah, it just feels bad if you're Mars, because you really want to be indestructible. You want to be that hero that's up front and just tanking, right? But you can't do that versus Kuman.
Up to the high ground they go. VP know they have this edge. It's got to the point where the morph is very strong. No one's going to be dragged into the base. Pops the BKB. It's back and available. FNG drops the Death Ward, trying to kill off no one. Will bring him quite low, but they're just rolling over them. This morph, he's got to this point. It's the point we were worried about. We said in the draft, this morph Razor was always going to hit this timing. I mean, this, to be fair, is a little earlier than I thought it was. We're only 26 minutes in, and Kuman is just playing so perfectly aggressive. 8-1-3. I feel like VP with this lineup, they could have sort of just sat back, waited for extra items. They didn't need to do this, but they are just playing it brutally and really forcing this power of the Morphling as soon as they can. There's no hesitation. They know that they have the edge in the fights. They know how strong Kuman is, and they're not going to wait around and waste any time on it.
Once they got that edges, they just flew away pretty much. They can do whatever they want in this game, and they're doing that right now. You could see Gambit, they understand in what difficult situation they are, and they're thinking out of the box. Let's lift this Razor up onto the high ground. Let's try to kill him there. But no, you just lifted the Razor with BKB and Stampede behind him, and you just die.
No FNG. He's able to force up to the high ground. He will live this time. Zayas, he's managed to find the Doom opportunity onto FN, so he's forcing FN entirely away from the rest of the team. Shashlo does drop down the arena in an attempt to try and escape, but the Link and Yule's combos there for no one to start building up the damage. Shashlo trying to walk off. He goes into the Mars form, Kuman, to try and spear him to a tree. It doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter. He's got the nuke damage again. VP, they are just killing whoever they want right now. 3 dead on Gambit, and it's very hard to see how Gambit's lineup can slow this down now.
Aegis is out. They have 2 buybacks, and I believe XS Vampire, he has Doom. He stole it. So maybe with this play on Kuman, if he isn't shifting...
He's got to find Kuman. Tries, but instant Yules there. It's the 2-man Who's Dream got caught in this as well. He will turn and start a lifesteal off Resolution, but the Force and the Stampede gets Rezo back out to safety. Zayas has been caught in the base, but Solo and no one, they're coming in to help out. Zayas has got the Scorched Earth movement speed to get out of there. Shashlo will fall. They'll head over to Dream. The lifesteal is dead. There's 4 gone on Gambit. VP, they'll take the mid-rank, and it is. It's over. They know it. They cannot play their draft from this point onwards. VP, they'll take this game on win. 28 minutes in. Gambit, they just couldn't slow it down in time.
You know what? We said that there's a lot of drama between these 2 teams. There's a lot of spice, and that Gambit might put up a fight. But they played like 5 players that knew their draft sucked, or at least they felt like they were yeah, they were at a disadvantage from the get-go. You're playing Nyx into Razor, into Morphling, and your mid laner is also suffering versus that Razor. Yeah, he can get kinda even on that mid lane, but that's not what you want from FN on his Pango. You want this beast that starts rotating. You could see how much he did with the low farm that he got. If he had a good laning stage, perhaps he could have carried them through that mid game.
It was a very smart draft from VP. This morph, they were able to set it up in a fashion that this morph was set up for success. And the thing was, I really felt that Kuman, he sort of outdid himself. You know, this wasn't just him riding an easy draft. He was playing it fantastically.
Yeah.
He was getting involved so early on. As I said, he could have played it safe and they probably would have still won, but he was ready. He knew exactly how aggressive he could get away with. I think he only ended up dying the once.
Yep.
He had a very, very high kill participation for a 26-minute morph game. Very impressive morph.
Yeah, so many Morphling players would have just chilled.
Yeah.
Wait, that Skadi, guys. When you get that Skadi on Morphling versus Nyx, you're pretty much set. The game is already done. You won. But no, he just wanted that Aegis. After he got it, he just started fighting Manta and Pupil's Gift. That's all he needed to join in there and start wreaking havoc on.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, now that morph's been shown here in front of the faces of Gambit, I don't think Gambit's going to sort of let themselves open to being Morphlings like they were here in this game one in the rest of this series. At least you'd hope so. You know, FNG and the boys, they've definitely got some better ideas about how to approach VP, because this game 1-1, it just didn't work at all.
Maybe they tested some things out. Right now they need to turn a different paper and just go with something else, something different.
Well, we'll see what they have in store, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue the series. But as it stands, VP take a pretty dominant 26-minute victory here in game one.
Yeah, 26 minutes in which Kuman was able to get loads of farm and be that scary Morphling that we kind of warned Gambit about. I mean, obviously they can't hear us, but during the draft we already thought that it was going to be an easier game to execute for Virtus.pro. We had some plans for how Gambit could try to put Virtus.pro in their place. But there were a lot of ifs and buts, and they needed to do really well starting from the lanes and even lanes. And it kind of was even lanes, I thought, Gods. And maybe Gambit came out maybe even a little bit ahead, but they needed to be way further ahead.
Yeah, they probably, like most games, would have been happy with how it started, but going kind of evenish against a Morphling that is VP's win condition. You have no answers for this Morphling. It's kind of like those AM games, Morphling, whatever. These games where you have this super hard carry that's going to win the game. You can't go even.
No.
Yeah, and you also don't have an answer for the Razor. You even saw that one of the last fights up top. The Mars ult goes down, he just pops BKB, links him, and like, shit, and just Gambit has to run away. It's just not a matchup you're going to win when you're counted so hard in your win conditions.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was a bit odd they went for that last pick Mars. I think they should have just picked a ranged mid that was a better matchup or better hero for the game. Like an SF type hero that would give you damage to kill the Morphling and also just lane okay against a Razor. You just needed something with more firepower.
Yeah, it feels like that's the right term. If you even look at this lineup, I feel like it's the exact same issue we saw with the previous series, where you have one team, the VP, they have natural heroes that run in, right? You've got 3 of them, Centaur, Doom, Razor. It's an easy game for Kuman to play Morph. He always has information. He's always got people between him and his enemies. And then Gambit, it's like, well, who's running in, right? Lifestealer in theory, but that's your hard carry. Your 2 supports are super squishy.
Maybe Pango?
Sure, but then they have BKBs, and they just run away from your ulti.
Yeah.
Like, you need supports to be able to land lockdown as an assist, and that's just not feasible against this massive, beefy lineup of VP.
FN played super well in that Pengo. I was impressed by him, but it's like, he can't win the game on a Pengo.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's like, he can't do what we saw him do in that last series where he's just controlling the tempo of the game, because the second they get those BKBs, his game's kind of over.
Yeah, it kind of was, because Gambit actually was able to win some fights, or at least they looked like they were taking the fights and they were getting ahead, but Kyle, you warned us.
I did, yeah.
Lifestealer has to stay 1 item ahead of Morphling at all times, and I mean, he couldn't even get 1 item, like even at the start. He didn't get it.
Minute 0, he was even.
Yeah.
You know, that's a problem.
Yes.
It was a problem.
I can confirm. I did say that. I would say it again.
Kyle was right. You know,
always right.
Always
you
right.
were right about the signature hero being
You were.
I was too. Yeah.
Yeah. Insane. Yeah, confirming that for you. So we're looking forward to the second game of this series. This plan for Gambit didn't work out. Was it the plan that was the problem? Was it the play that was the problem? It was mostly the plan, I felt.
Yeah, I would agree. I think there's something we talked about, or we worked with this competition coach like way back in the day, but there's a big difference between strategy and tactics. Strategy means like your overall, a strategy is your draft, the tactics are the individual like moves you make. Strategy is what you were going to do to win the game. And in that, tactically, they weren't worse than VP. It's just that they're super outmatched in terms of how do we win this game. It's a significantly harder path for Gambit to find a W.
Yeah, I think we talked about it either yesterday or today, where if you are going up against a team that is on paper just better than you, like straight up, right? Better in the rankings. Virtus.pro qualified for a major. Gambit did not. Better at this moment. Like, what ways of victory do you have? And you kind of have to start with having a better draft. Yep. It is that simple. And for Gambit, I feel like that definitely is an option. Even if you're going to be outmatched maybe in some positions where no one is a better mid than FN, doesn't matter if you have a better strategy. Because the tactics will then fall behind. I don't know how to work the tactics in, but you know what I mean.
I get it.
Like there is a way back, and we know FNG can draft like the best of them, and they can definitely have a better plan going into the next game.
I mean, that game, it was this kind of trap that Solar laid with the Lifestealer into Razor pick. Like we've seen a lot of Lifestealer bans at this tournament. I think Cap was saying this morning on the bus that Lifestealer hadn't been picked yet this tournament, maybe, and. It comes out. It's been banned a lot though. It's like this second phase here that teams don't really want to go against. But VP say we're going to let it through and have an immediate answer for it. And then Queen of Pain, the best hero to lane mid against the Razor, they ban out. So it was very well. I imagine a lot of that draft was kind of planned out in advance by VP.
Yeah, we'll see if they have a good plan for the second game of the series, which will happen after the break.
What keeps you going when all goes to hell? What separates a good player from a champion? How do you overcome the odds? How do you make the impossible? It's a secret.
What will they say about you?
That you don't belong here.
That you're not prepared.
That you don't have the skill for it.
Or maybe they will say
that you're not human.
That you cannot be stopped.
That you make it look easy.
But no matter what they say, you just have to follow your dream.
Be initiative.
Get mad!
Make a comeback.
trust your teammates.
Control your emotions.
Make the right call.
Don't be afraid to lose.
But do everything to win.
So how do you make the impossible? It's a secret for everyone, except for you.
Resist the beat.
Game 2 of Gambit versus Virtus.pro here in this upper bracket for Tug of War. Mad Moon by WePlay is ready to come your way from Kiev. I'm here with Kyle and Gods, and we're gonna talk about what both teams can improve for the second game going forward, because Virtus.pro victorious in the first game of the series, and that's great, but they were like keeping it even at the start, and you can only imagine that they kind of want to be ahead the whole game. They ended in 26 minutes, which is very good. I realize that, but could they have done better?
You can always do better, Sheaves.
Always.
That's the trick to life. You're good enough, but you can be better. So to answer your question,
right.
That's all I've got.
That's all you got?
That was the earlier Seb quote about Dota. You're as good as the best game of Dota you've ever played.
Yes.
That's your peak.
Kyle's just punching out one-liners.
I still remember the best game I played.
Which one?
What was the best game you ever... What?
In Han? Oh, okay.
Well,
that's when I peaked, boys and girls.
A little bit too early for...
Better days are ahead of us.
Better days are ahead of Gambit, you think?
Probably not.
Wow. But we've just talked about how they have potential and how they can outdraft, perhaps.
The thing is, Sheaves, a lot of times when it comes down to it, in games of Dota 2, the team that's playing better is going to win, and in that game, Virtus.pro is playing better.
Sure, but often it's also the case that the team that has the better draft wins.
That's true.
Are you going to give us something more to work with? What do you think, God? So we can take over the panel. We can cut off Kyle on that end. Yeah.
Wall in place.
We have a draft ahead of us as well. Let's see if Gambit can come up with a different strategy, different plan. I actually really did like Vampire's Rubik. We heard Skeeter say that he thinks is the best Rubik at the moment in the world.
To be fair, though, Skeeter is excessively positive.
Okay. Well, you also just lost to the Rubik of XS Vampire, so he would then credit it a little bit higher because of that as well.
Yeah, this guy's better than FY.
Yeah.
This guy's better than all these other legends.
Whoa! That went real fast. We do have another Rubik by XS Vampire, so there's that. We have a Centaur coming out for most likely Shacklo. Virtus.pro goes for the Enchantress again, which we can only imagine is going to be Solo's hero once more. And in advance, there's not really been any big changes.
Yeah, I like the Rubik. I like the Centaur. My only concern is you're sort of playing into VP's hands.
Why do you like the Centaur? I'm not sold on this being a first 2 hero.
I mean, that would be the issue I'd have. I would have much preferred a Rubik plus open core. I feel like when you open with a hero that's locked into its role, it's very your draft already looks weak because you already know that, okay, that's the 3 and 4. This Enchantress, sure, could be solo. That could be a 3 as well. And it's something that if you watch these top teams, notably OG, they always open with these open cores unless there's something they think is just so broken, such as the Wisp. They'll just pick it immediately.
Yeah. And that's why I'm not a big fan of Gambit's draft, because like you say, you're just giving away one of your lanes from the get-go. And it makes banning in that next stage so much easier because there's no question marks about, is this Bat Rider going to be a support or a core? Is this, where's this other hero going? It's very clearly laid out what Gambit is going to do. And then you know exactly what kind of cores Dream likes to play. You know the 5 positions that FNG likes to play. It's very telegraphed.
And it's surprising how the game has changed so much. Like now you've just got Earthshakers being picked into Rubik. This is the relationship to watch already, to tell you, because the Fissure, now that Rubik's spells deal bonus damage and have bonus duration, if you get that Fissure, it's like 2.6348 seconds. That is quite a stun.
And the downside of a Shaker Fissure is normally that, he has that whole cast point where he lays on the Fissure. Rubik does not have that. He's just boom.
True.
He's the best wizard of them all.
You did it too slow, Sheaves. Boom! Like it already happened. Before,
it already happened. There you go.
It's like it's like the what's it called? The poison they went to hunt the T-Rex with in second Jurassic Park.
Okay.
In theory, it would have worked. Like remember the scene where like they're getting the guy in the Jeep? Sorry.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. And it's stuck in the net, and it's a poison that it hits you. Since it works faster than you can think, you don't even realize it, and then you're gone.
All right, Rubik, no cast points on abilities that Rubik gets. That's the bottom line, aka better Fissure than Shaker's Fissure. Aka interesting to pick because that is one of the best best things to steal. Like Rubik is gonna already have a great game. Ancient Apparition coming out there as well. That's probably gonna be the position 5. That being said, I do think Shaker can have a lot more impact in the first 10 minutes of the game compared to Rubik, right? That's why you pick it.
I love this Beastmaster pick. It is right on brand. You look at AA Centaur Rubik, the big flaw, they really can't deal with creeps quite well. And the supports are so squishy, and they can't clear creep waves. So you're just going to run at them with this Beastmaster. And you pick something else that can go in. I'd love to see a BKB hero, or built-in BKB, or something like an Ember Spirit. You just jump these supports.
10 seconds.
Way back when AA was really popular as a fight, everyone would just pick Nature's Prophet against it. You just bully him in lane. I feel like Beastmaster, similar idea. You have the Boars. We've seen a lot of these 3-position Beastmasters get Orb of Venom on top of that. You kill the AA anytime you get that slow on him.
And I've played both ends of that matchup. Beastmaster wins. In addition, you've got an ENG Shaker, which are my favorite sort of supports to play around, because as a Beastmaster, it's not like the past, if you remember people just dual laning off with like Dazzle BM. You want Beastmaster to get bonus experience, and he's self-sufficient, so you want these supports that play around him, but don't have to stand there. So they can go roam, they can play enemy jungle as a Shaker, and you're keeping him protected and also threatening mid, and this is how you want to play with him.
This is the first time these teams are actually taking a breather this draft. I feel like this draft has been going super fast. Like, I normally write everything down. I'm not able to keep up at this point because the draft is so fast. Why is this point in the draft, why is this 4th pick for Gambit so important?
This is your game. These first 3 heroes are easy. They're like, I want Rubik. All right, you want Centaur? Okay, the opener's canned, and FNG's picking his AA because that's what he thinks is best for the game. But this is what defines your lineup. Plus, VP have 2 answers coming. You got to think about what are they going to be picking up here to synergize with the Beast. You're very exposed right now if you misstep as Gambit. If you look at this lineup right now, and Medusa just destroys them as an example. But at the same time, perhaps they're susceptible to, say, like a Life Stealer Ember. So, and those are completely different hero concepts. So you're trying to prep for both scenarios and make sure you don't get trapped.
Yeah. Now, we obviously don't know our mid matchup yet. I figure that Virtus Pro is the one that is going to be able to get... Virtus Pro is the one getting not last pick, as in Gambit gets last pick. Gods, you said before the series that you were going to keep an eye out specifically for FN because he has impressed you thus far. What do you think about him previous game, and would you like to see him play Pango again, or what would you like to see him on?
I think Pango didn't fit the draft because they weren't going to win the game with the Life Stealer and the Pango mid. Void Spirit, though, I like him on these playmakers. Like, obviously, the Bat Rider was great. I think Pango's fine for him, but it didn't work because their hard carry was so hard cannoned by Razor.
Yep.
So if they're actually, it looks like, going to use their last pick of the draft for their safe lane carry, which is kind of unusual. Usually it's your mid lane, but I think that's fine because it means they guarantee, like, FN can be on that playmaking whatever hero because their safe lane carry is going to be able to win them the game.
Yeah.
Last game, that wasn't possible.
They feel like there's enough options still in the pool for Dream that they can warrant just picking.
A lot of carries have been banned, though.
They have.
We could see some unconventional carries come into play.
Lifestealer's still in the pool. And actually, this is one of the few games where Troll is ignored.
You don't want to play it into AA because you just get ice blasted in your ultimate and you die.
But unless you're on the same team as the AA.
Sure. It's a potential last pick. The relationship against Beastmaster is kind of weird, though, because you get that BKB piercing ultimate. At the same time, though, Troll lanes well against them. You can kill Boars easily, and the miss chance is very good against the creep army.
Anti-mage.
Anti-mage gets picked.
Oh, God.
I'm not a fan of this hero.
It's
This
terrible
hero seems
hero.
very weak, except for those, like, okay, it's a perfect AM game, and it's maybe, like, 10th pick, so they can't counterpick it.
Well,
they get to pick a carry that... There's a lot of carries that match up well against AM.
Yes.
And this is not exactly the perfect AM game.
Correct, but the thing is you don't have tools to win the game right now in Gambit. You've got to address this AM now, and you don't have tower push. So it's effectively just like the Centaur that's going to be leading the charge on towers. So you need something that matches up well, that also threatens structures and Roche.
Yeah.
Now,
go ahead, Chief.
Well, the draft that they had in the first game against Nigma yesterday had an Enchantress, it had a Shaker, it had an Anti-Mage, and as their mid, it had a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
There you go.
I really like this.
Same one. Apart from Timbersaw, it replaced by Beastmaster in this case.
I really like this draft personally because both their safe or their off laner and their mid laner benefit from the Shaker's presence. You can threaten both of those lanes, and they're just super strong heroes. And TB, that's your anti-mage counter, super hard counter to the Beastmaster, but to pick it into SF Shaker with no save. This is the concern I had because, yeah, sure, you can pick a matchup against the AM, but you had too many holes in the draft. So this Anti-Mage pick is like this now just gaping line that you've got to fix. You've got to address him, but now you just have a weaker draft.
And even this mid lane feels like a weak point because this SF versus Void Spirit matchup was the exact one we saw yesterday as well, I think, where Weeha on the... Yeah, Weeha's Void Spirit got dumpstered by an SF.
Yeah, because it's the magic damage that's the true threat, not the... And the shields are not effective.
And no one is like one of the top 3 SFs in the world. This guy is insane on this hero.
I had the misfortune of queuing into him a while back. I was a little rusty. He was on a Smurf, didn't know it was him. I played TA, counterpicked a Shadow Fiend. Yeah, I got absolutely rolled. That man is a beast on the SF.
He really is. We're going to see if he can deliver again. We saw him win twice with that Shadow Fiend yesterday. Can he do it against FN's Void Spirit? And we're going to find out with ODPixel and Lizard.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yeah, looking at this one, this draft, I got to be honest, Lizard, I'm really liking what VP's got once again. As the panel said, they've got 4 of the same heroes when they ran a similar draft the other day. They have some great straight-up counters. SF versus the Void Spirit should be an easy lane for no one. And even the Anti-Mage, I think they're going to get away with it. There's a lot of focus on sort of the magical effects to sort of kill him. Late game, they're not going to be able to touch him. It's going to be tough for Gambit, but I am excited because they are trying the Terror Blade. As Parker picked up upon, it is very good against AM, but this hero, it still has a lot of other issues, right? Terror Blade is not in a great place right now.
He's not in a great place, but what they're trying to do, what they're attempting to do at least, is just have the ball and play make all the time and set the tempo of the game. With Terror Blade does allow you to do that. It allows you to start pushing, but I have to completely agree with you. Owen was saying during the draft, we were sitting here, we were watching them, the moment Void Spirit was picked, he was like, why don't they go SF?
I mean,
and they did.
Like, you've got to imagine that Gambit knew the SF was coming, because there's no way, unless you just didn't watch yesterday's games, that you're like, well, we're going to pick Void Spirit. They're not going to pick SF. Of course they're going to pick SF. They're going to pick SF every single time that you sort of present a Void Spirit mid as your 4th pick.
They have multiple reasons why it's good. Not only does it crush a Void Spirit in the lane, not only that you can itemize in many different ways to complement your AM and his power spikes, it's also that you're playing with this Shaker, you're playing with the Beastmaster, you have so many things that are going in your favor. You have, obviously, Beastmaster with the aura that's going to benefit you, but also Shaker with any rotation, with that fissure, can threaten Void Spirit. He is very elusive, but versus that SF, I have a feeling that FN is playing an unfavorable matchup once again.
We'll see what he can do with it. Obviously, we're sort of going very much... I mean, even sort of ignoring the No One versus Weeha game where the SF destroyed the Void Spirit, I still think overall the hero... no one is going to have a good lane against you. You've got to try and make it up by making the plays happen. Something that Weeha was unable to do on the Void Spirit. Let's see if FN can do it in this game, as he's going to have to really step it up. He's not going to have an easy start to the match. So the potential of him coming out the laning stage with sort of those early items is pretty low. He's going to have to find them in the kills, or at least get some ganks coming in on the mid lane. He's got to look for sort of excess Vampire to come in, maybe set up with a telekinesis, and see if between that and the pull of the Remnant, they can burst no one down.
It's not going to be easy, but at the same time, Void Spirit is that sort of a hero that can just dominate after he gets that level 6, if he gets it fast enough. So if you're FN right now, it's kind of the same feeling like in that first game. Just get your level 6 as soon as possible and start making moves on the map.
We'll see. Kuman did opt to take the level 1 blink there to try and grab the bounty rune. Wasn't able to do so. Shashlo still picks it up, so I think Shashlo's going to be quite happy with that. Knows that he's not necessarily going to have his mana burn early on. I guess at the same time, at level 1, he's not really going to be using that mana anyway. So we'll see sort of how this lane goes on, and if Solo is able to make this sort of a safe space for Kuman. I feel against the two of these heroes, it's... I mean, how do you sort of see this? Obviously, Shashlo, he can give him a good beat here. If he steps up, pops to retaliate, he is going to punch that anti-mage pretty hard.
Yeah, I think this lane is much, much harder for VP than that first one with Morphling. I think this lane, Rubik and Centaur overall are just so strong. And then you're playing into an anti-mage who isn't truly that great in the lane. He never was a great laner. One lift into stun, into retaliate, he can drop very low. Maybe not kill potential. Maybe they don't have a lot of kill potential on the side of Gambit, but they definitely will threaten. And Excess Vampire here.
Oh, he's been chased by Solo. Solo's got enough impetus. It is. That's first blood for Solo. He was killing it last game, and he's killing it already this game. 1 minute in, first blood for the ENG.
All right, that's not something that should happen. That was a solo kill from the Enchantress.
Oh, and a good block off here. They'll be able to do quite a bit of damage to Dream. He's got to take that long walk around the fissure. He's being slowed by the boar. They'll stay on top of them now and turn their attention towards FNG, but already we're seeing the threat of this dual lane. Zayas and Resolution getting aggressive very early on. He's going to have Fisher back up again in a second, but FNG and Dream will be able to get underneath the tower. Still, though, you're seeing, these heroes, they're going to be ready to run you down. This is not an easy lane for Dream to farm in.
That Fissure did break the creep wave in half, and because of that, Gambit does have 2 ways pushing in, but he's going to eat a lot of damage here because of that, actually. I thought that it might be good for him, but now he's on 50% again after using that salve.
And it just feels like an AA is how much can FNG do to sort of help Dream in this lane. It feels like, as Carl was saying on the panel, once the boars are up, Resolution's going to be just diving and running this poor old AA out of the lane.
Bottom lane, you can see them diving behind the tower a little bit, creep skipping, while the creeps are dying under the tower. So Kuman needs to get there immediately.
He's going to head over. Does miss a couple of them, but we'll be able to pick up the main ones and make sure that he's there back in time to secure the range creep. Mid lane matchup at the moment, 11 for 2, 11 for 1. I've got to say this is impressive stuff from FN. He's using the nukes very nicely, using that pulse to secure CS when he can, but he's got to be aware of these raises.
So far he has been, and 13-1, it's in even matchup so far. Yeah, he has 2 more denies, but FN has done exceptionally well in this second game. In that first one as well, he's playing versus a Razor, but he uses his swashbuckle well, and he finds CS. This game around, it seems like he's doing a very similar thing.
On top lane, I mean, this is the threat of the Beastmaster, just running them down. AA is gone. Dream is also going to take a severe beating from the two of them. This is not sort of a happy place to be. He's still managing to CS in that top lane, but his life's being threatened bottom. Chase down onto Vampire, tries to back up to get that impetus damage distance, but it's not enough to kill him.
He's going to suicide. Or just run back, yeah. He's just going to run back.
Shashlo doing quite a bit of damage with the retaliate, but Kuman's able to keep it safe. The big creep wave's going to be coming in underneath his tower, so Kuman should be able to pick this one up quite nicely. Top lane, again getting aggressive. The Fissure blocking off Dream. Rezo's trying to chase him down. Dream's trying to run. One more hit will do it. Rezo this time finds the big one.
They kill the carry on the top lane. They might take down FNG if the blocks are good. And they also killed Centaur on that safe lane.
And the blocks, maybe with the Fairy Fire. No, Rezo, he's diving this one. He's definitely going for that double kill for Rezo.
You can really see that he understands what he needs to do on this lane. He bought an Orb of Venom, and because of that and the board slows, he's able to run these heroes down. Even though Dream has a lot of armor, he still can't sustain that amount of damage. But let's be real. Instant plus Terrorblade.
He's come back into the lane. I mean, Rezo's just immediately going to start chasing him down again. He's going to need sort of all the regen in the world to help sustain himself against this aggression from VP. I mean, he may even be dead with Zayas. He's clarity up. Dream, he's blocked him off a little bit with the illusion, and that will actually be enough to keep him safe, but he's still being forced right away from the lane, or maybe it won't. The Hawk's out. Rezo's got the vision. Zayas can lay down the Fissure, and they are just bullying the hell out of this Terrorblade. Dream's trying to run, cut his way to safety. He will live, but VP, they're forcing him so far away from the lane.
Exactly. That's so much time wasted for Dream. He might have just as well been dead for this whole time. As he didn't approach the creep wave, he got 0 experience and 0 CS.
And look at where Rezo's standing. He's just making sure that Dream cannot get back towards the tower and soak up the XP from those creeps dying to it. FN's now starting to make the movements. So Remnant, it wasn't in an attempt to kill, it was just making sure that the bounty rune would be secured. And it will work in that sense. FN's able to bottle up the bounty rune, but definitely all eyes on FN. He's bottom lane, Kuman does have the salve, will blink out at the last minute. But yeah, FN, I really feel in this matchup, he's done well for what the matchup is. This is, as we've seen before, Void Spirit can get absolutely destroyed in this lane. He's kept it even, so he has had this start where he will be able to make moves and try and help out his team in these side lanes and look for action.
He just needs to get that level 7 as soon as possible so that he has that max out nuke and also his ulti so that he can perhaps threaten the AM or the top lane. Taking down that Beastmaster and alleviating that pain that's coming on the top lane could help out the Terrorblade quite a lot. The thing is, when you're playing Terrorblade versus Anti-Mage, you want Terrorblade to have a decent laning stage so that he can start pushing lanes. But so far, that has not been the case.
They've got to do something about no one, because this is the point where you really start to see the offset. 40-11 against 26 for 2. The gap's being created. This is not a gap that FN's going to be able to close just by laning against the SF. No one's going to be able to bully him out of the lane single-handedly right now. He needs support backup. Bottom lane, bit of a play being made onto Shashlo. His mana's been burnt. He's trading back hits with the retaliate. Kuman does have to be a bit careful. One more hit, and he would have been dead, but Kuman pushes himself to the limits perfectly, allows the time for Solo to continue to beat down on that Centaur and kill him off once again.
That was all enabled by the Wildkin and the Tornado that was all over that Centaur. He wasn't really able to run back because it slows him so much. Anti-Mage baited him in for a couple of extra hits and they take down the kill. Such a perfect way to kill him. They've done that twice now. It's not only about understanding the hero and its mechanics, it's also about understanding the player that's on that hero and what he's about to do if he senses that he can kill you.
Zayat, he's going to get a smoke sent out, as we may be about to see Zayat start to get active, may look to head over, sort of help no one find a kill. You know, no one's very strong right now. Any sort of lockdown on his opponent in the mid lane if FN's still hanging around, which is for now. FN's still focusing around the mid lane. Does now start to shift towards top. Maybe sees if he can catch someone out, maybe potentially find one of the supports alone, but...
This ward should have scouted him. Yeah, the Radiant ward on those stairs, and now they back off instantly.
And this is, you know, time potentially wasted. FN's going to have trouble really getting a hold onto either of these heroes with themselves.
He has to go back
under the tower.
He has to go back mid because of no one. He's just pushing in.
Well, now Vampire's... Vampire was starting to come across to maybe help if something was going to be there from FN. They're a little scared of going on it because FN does actually stick around. He was TPing back to mid but cancelled it. But when he saw Excess Vampire being gone upon, we'll keep his Rubik safe, but still, and now he's got to walk back to mid, so it's even more painful really for FN.
It is. Then again, if you're FNG, you might be satisfied with that time that you just got on the mid lane to get some solo experience. I think for Gambit, these two supports do a lot when they're ahead, and when you're behind, you need to create some space for them to get those level 6s, right? Your Rubik is level 3, minute 8. It's not great. He needs something more. Same goes for AA. AA comes online once he gets that level 6. So just giving them some more space, some more experience is a good thing.
See mid starting to play around with the Zenzor Solo, leading in, see if he can catch out FN. FN will keep himself safe. Just trying to poke back at them, but you're seeing now at 8 minutes in, early on, the 3 cores of VP taking the lead. They've come out on top of these lanes. And quite like game 1, it's going to be hard for Gambit to pull off plays from behind. That's Kuman, of course, with the Ring of Health, and those Wraith Bands now very much safe to be left alone. We saw there, you know, Solo starting to move towards mid. He knows that this anti-mage against the center alone, he's fine to be left here. Kuman can continue to soak up the farm.
He knows that they can't take him down until that minute 10. Once that minute 10 comes, you will have a Tome, you'll probably have AA with 6, and then perhaps Anti-Mage can die. Before that happens, you're just free to do whatever you want on that Enchantress. You can farm, you can zone, you can just stay in the jungle. Another thing that people like to forget about Ench is her second spell adds so much damage on that creep that you can just take one creep and send him in the woods and he can clear camps on his own. Look at that, 19 plus 30 damage. Yeah. If you take a big creep, that's a lot of it's easy to last it with them.
On top. Fishes out, still continue to just mess with them, making all the space in the world for no one to have a dream time as his SF just hovering around that mid lane, the neutral camps around it, continue to maximize his farming.
Forces the meta as well. They're just cleaning the Necros up.
Now sort of again secure this bounty rune here. FN, well, I say secure, he doesn't want to step forward, he feels a little scared, lets it go. They lose themselves their AA, FNG will fall. As FN, he's got to back out. He should still have extra mobility, and he does. W's up, doesn't get him up to the high ground, but will get him far enough away to keep himself safe. But still, it's rough, right? You've got this Void Spirit, it's 10 minutes in, FN still hasn't been able to find any sort of impact anywhere on the map.
He found the bounty rune there, that's why he zipped in. He zips in, steals the bounty rune and just dissimulates away. So it's not really great, he's not finding a lot of things to do on the map, but that's not only because of him, it's because of these supports that were weak before. Now when AA is 6, perhaps Void Spirit can set up some things on the map.
Let's see what Gambit can do here. They smoke up, they've got to find something with this. They've got to find some sort of way of breaking down VP's strengths. No one in the mid lane. He's the focus. Zayats is going to be there to back him up behind. Fishes out as soon as they jump in. They're popping the Stampede. The Remnant will grab him back, but Zayats, he just walks in. He's set up perfectly for a two-man slam. The Requiem pushes them away. Zayats is still alive, gets the stick out, and now backups in. The Ice Blast is flying over, will not clip onto Zayats. Zayats will live. Shashlo was full, as well as FNG. Excess Ramper is able to pick up solo, but is Gambit trying to make a play, and it does not end up in a good trade at all for them, especially with Kuman heading over and helping No One clean up a double kill. A 3-for-1 trade in favor of VP off the back of a Gambit smoke. Gambit, they are struggling to slow VP down once again.
Yeah, before we break that fight down, let's just speak about Kuman and this guy. He's playing an anti-mage. How many players do you see join a fight this early on with an AM? And for a good cause, he gives his SF another kill. They clean the Rubik up as well. Very well played by him.
Yeah.
But that whole team fight, I was saying they need to do these moves, they need to start rotating, but at one point it becomes telegraphed because it's too slow. And you see these two supports, they're missing on the lanes, you know it's a 10-minute mark, you know AA got his 6 because of that, and you just set up Zayat near that SF. He doesn't have to be that close. As long as he can break the fight with Fissure, that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
He saves SF, saves himself as well, and it was easy.
Ice Blast is thrown out. FM, I mean, neither of them able to connect, neither FN or FNG onto Zayat, so he'll just TP out of there. Not even a scratch on him. As he leaves the area. Gambit, they brought 4 heroes down. They've got to find something. They will find a tier 1 tower, but it still, it just feels slow. And every minute that this game goes on, VP's lead just continues to grow greater.
They're one step ahead. Look. You know, Solo understands that this tower is about to fall. That's why he plans that ward. He has another one next to the shrine, and he will have that deeper jungle, Radiant jungle secured for whoever wants to be there. Most likely, it will be Solo, because the rest of them can split push. Anti-Mage farming the jungle, Beastmaster with the Necros, and SF just pushing harder than the whole team of
taking tier 2 towers here at 13 minutes. VP... They're just sort of masters of getting away with these heroes that, especially like an anti-mage lineup, in an incredible fashion. I mean, this game, it really was down to the fact that their mid lane and top lane was so solid. Having this pressure being put on by the Beastmaster, Shaker top, they played that dual lane perfectly, Rezo and Zayats, and mid lane. I mean, we knew it as soon as we saw the Void Spirit. SF was going to be picked, and No One was going to have a great opening 10 minutes to the game because of that easy matchup for him to play.
I'm just standing here. Yeah, they have Hawks, yeah, they have these wards, but I'm amazed by the ease of execution from Virtus.pro when it comes to playing this strategy. And these wards are just allowing them to play the map the way they want to. Solo, he's here, but he has 2 bracers, Raindrop, Magic Wand. Even if you go on him, even if you get this kill, he's fine with it. You might kill him, but he knew exactly what he was running into. There's so much space created by the side of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, it's, as you say, it's a kill on the Enchantress, but not a kill that feels good. They need way more than a solo kill right now. They've got to find No One, they've got to find Kuman. I mean, all 3 cores are just spiraling out of control, and Gambit seem unable to make any sort of move onto them. No One, Resolution, and Kuman are continuing to have an entirely unhindered game.
FNG is a great captain, but he's maybe not as strong as Solo in this matchup, and he needs to think outside of the box, how to get to this SF, how to get to anti-mage, because just taking control of the Radiant jungle, then rotating to mid-tier 1, it just didn't work out. Okay. Those normal plays, they don't work.
I mean, it feels like for the most part of this game, we've just seen Gambit, the 3 or the 4 of them, just trying to run at heroes. It's not working. They're not getting these kills. No One. And they've got the Fissure block out. No One's trying to get in a position to knock him back, but Shashlo will escape with the Stampede. They'll turn towards Zayats, try for the Shaker instead. He's frozen up by the cold feet and will fall. They'll get the Shaker. Again, it's a support kill.
Even though Enchantress was coming from the other side, they just understand. Also, one of the raises missed on the Centaur. So, good defense by Gambit, at least.
Maybe they can catch Rezo here. It's been a while since they've been able to take down a core, but now Rezo will be found alone. They will finally manage to take one of these big old cores out of the game as Rezo is isolated and killed off. Now that is one that Gambit can celebrate, but that is certainly not. No One kills off Dream.
On his own.
On his own, the Yule's combo, it does it. It blows up the Terrorblade. Of course, Terrorblade very, very weak to magic damage with that low HP. And SF with a Yule's, it's going to do that. And that's the worry. You know, Terrorblade is the only hero really that's farming decently on Gambit's side, and he's getting solo killed.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation to be in if you're Gambit. Like, you want to be making these aggressive moves, but if you're making these aggressive moves, you can't commit an extra hero to babysit Terrorblade, right? You can't have this Rubik just sitting around him, waiting to lift the SF if he initiates. And because of that, Dream just falls. He farms a little bit out of position, and it's an easy pickoff for no one.
And with that blink, Yule's finished at an incredibly quick timing, 16 minutes. You know that no one, he's feeling himself right now. He knows the strength that he has. He is ready to sort of style and dance around Gambit's heroes.
All these big items are coming together for Virtus Pro. You can also see that Shaker is just 200 gold away from his blink. Actually, he just got it with that one fissure and the creep wave committed. Like, he'll
be able to use the stolen raw to get himself back to safety. So we'll stop no one from being able to execute the combo. It does now mean they don't have that raw to use aggressively. In the jungle, FN will burst and nuke down solo. Know how strong they are right now, and they know that Gambit is nowhere near prepared for VP running at them.
Yeah, you really don't want to be running after the Enchantress. Solo is just so defenseless, sproinking about the dire jungle, you know, dying to the obviously.
And they're found by Gambit as they will take the SF out of the game.
And that's really what they needed. Also another good pickup from XS Vampire. That was a fissure there that helped them out. I think this is a pretty good Rubik game when you think about it. There's a lot of spells, like a Blink from AM is easy to steal and it's super good for you. There's also the fissure, the roar.
See, in the river, Solo, he tries to poker this outside of Invis, but there's backup there for FNG. Solo still alive, actually. They don't quite kill him off. A Fisher's out. Solo is still living. He's backing away. He's going to survive this, and now VP, they could turn on them. They're trapped in as well. The Fishers block them in. Vampire tries to TP out. They've got the damage to kill him off before he gets away. As they'll chase on. FNG is in trouble. Zayats has got Fisher back up once more. Shashlo does jump in, goes for the two-man hook stop to try and save them, but the Echo Slam's available. He's only just gone and killed himself as well. FN will slide across to try and get something in return, but he gets nothing. VP, everybody lives. Gambit lose 3. And Solo survives. I mean, they saw it, and you can't blame them, right? Solo reveals himself. They feel that they could just get a quick kill on the Enchantress. At this point, they're not even killing the ENG.
Especially because they had that fissure on Rubik as well. You have the A ulti, you can commit onto her, but they don't use every single spell. Because of that, there is the follow-up from the Shaker. He blocks them out with fissure. He resets the fight once again, and then it's much easier for VP to just chase them down. That stomp into Ice Blast was also pretty good imagined by Gambit, but it didn't work because AA also didn't have enough mana to follow up with anything else, so they didn't even have enough damage to kill off the Shake.
Ice Blast comes in a little late. Roshan's already dead and Kuman's already grabbed the Aegis. They couldn't get there in time, Gambit.
Yep.
16-7, 6k ahead, Aegis in their hands. VP's game just continues to right itself in a very, very nice way.
In one of the previous games, the panel also talked about Terrorblade and why he's weaker against all these illusion heroes that like to buy Diffusal Blade. And even though he is a natural counter to AM in a way that Reflection used to be very strong against him and you could push earlier, it's not the same anymore. And if he gets on top of you, and if you lose all your mana, you won't even be able to use your ulti.
And with Mount Battle Fury done on Kuman, I don't know how you trap this man down. He's going to be able to blink out pretty much every single time if they go on him. And it really just is the fact that it's not just one core that you're worried about. If you're Gambit, it's both the SF and AM that are looking incredibly scary right now.
And no one did itemize in this pick-off kind of a way, right? He has Yules, he has Blink Dagger, so he won't be that super right-clicking, crazy SF. It comes later game, but still, he is a big pressure right now. He is a hero that just dominates the map, and you have to hide and run from him.
Deso is done on FN, so now that additional potential with the combo. There's a lot of physical damage there from the Astral Step, but that alongside the Crystallis. He he can do the damage, but to do so, he has to kind of get in on the front lines, and that's when he's in danger of Zayat sort of appearing and chain stunning him down with the combo.
Yeah, the thing is, he went for that insta-crit and dazzle, like you just mentioned, but no Yules, no resetting tools, and because of that, if he gets clipped by any disable, he's dead.
You're gonna stampede to try and lean in. Solo's there on the front lines, they'll jump across, they will find resolution. BKB's out on Dream, so he can pot the BKB in the meta, commits for the kill on the Beastmaster, and will find it. The rest of VP, they'll wait it out, kite out Dream's BKB. Solo is running away. FN's going to try and chase Solo, goes for the TP out. He's not going to make it away. FN able to lay down the Remnant in time. Solo pops the Essence Ring. He'll take a bit of a beating, but they'll finally be able to push him over the edge. Vampire takes the kill with the Fade Bolt. Gambit, they'll get two.
I think they committed that BKB as well as the meta, and because of that, perhaps VP is all right with this. Once the meta is down from Dream, you should expect a comeback attack from Virtus.pro. Zayat, you can see he's already hiding in the woods there.
Yeah, if there was anyone else nearby, you know that he would have loved to jump that. He has that level 2 echo, and Terrorblade was hovering around the creep wave, but he was entirely on his own at the moment. The rest of VP continue to make space. The map, Kuman's farm. He's getting further and further ahead.
He's getting tankier and tankier. He's not going for Butterfly Basher, nothing like that. He's going for that Manta Battle Fury Skadi. He also has the Pupils gift, so such a good item to get on an Agile hero. They gave the Imp's Claw to Zayat for that crit on the totem on the first
very nice.
Yeah.
Having that guaranteed percentage buff on the already buffed up totem damage, it hurts. Maybe not so much towards the TB because he's got a lot of armor, but any other hero is going to take quite a beating from the Shaker.
Some support, perhaps an AA. If you can get on top of FNG, you can pretty much blow him up as a Shaker.
Not easily, yeah. With the Imp Claw, no questions asked.
You can see this smoke is well read by Gambit because they're sending these TB illusions around. They're also hiding around that safe space of theirs, this ward. They're scanning the other cliff that's closest to them around that shop. So they know exactly what Virtus.pro is doing. Very well read.
Just a creep wave away from his BKB, no one. They're looking towards Kuman, but the prospects of killing him once and let alone twice aren't great.
Also, you don't know where everyone else is, and because of that, you're like, we can jump him, but we know that they smoked up before. They still aren't showing on the map. It's a difficult choice to go for, a difficult call, very.
Here's the focus. They'll try for the jump. See if they can take him down the once. They're bringing him low. Manta's popped. He tries to blink out, but the Remnant is there to control him. They'll kill off the Aegis. Can they do it again, though? It doesn't look like they feel that they can. They'll back away. They don't want to try and bite off more than they can chew. They'll just accept the Aegis kill. Maybe they can try and get on top of someone else. There's the block off from Zayat. Puts a stop to the chase. Now Solo, you see him just posturing aggressively. Starts to run into the faces of Gambit. Shashlo will attempt the jump forward and going for the hoof stomp, but he's been roared, stunned up. There's the jump from Zayat. He's locking down the Centaur and the Terrorblade. Shashlo will fall. Dream will pot the Metamorphosis in an attempt to turn things around, and with his BKB, he's stepping forward. They kill off Solo. They'll head towards Zayat. They'll get the two supports. Double kill for FN.
Two really, really good kills for Gambit. You did commit meta again without taking an objective.
And no one knows, straight in onto FN. Now that they know that they cannot fight on, the BKB's gone on Dream. Kuman blinks out once again to kite him up. There's 4 dead on Gambit. Dream's the last one alive. There's no BKB, no meta left for him to fight back, as it's a team wipe. VP, they are cruising through Gambit this series. Both games, their draft has just been uncontested. They've gotten away with everything. The lane execution's been perfect. And we're seeing, like, again, last game was a 26-minute victory. This one's going to be pushed a little longer, but it feels once again incredibly hard for Gambit to do anything right now with the lead VP have.
Yeah, I think that last team fight is just representative of the whole game and the matchup of these two teams. Shaker goes in, uses Echo on 2 heroes on Centaur and Terrorblade, and he baits out the lift, most importantly. The moment that lift and A ulti is used, Kuman instantly pounces on the backlines. He takes down the supports, he helps out with the Terrorblade as well, and the team fight looks very easy for Virtus.pro, when in fact they executed very well. Orb of Destruction as well for Anti-Mage, pretty good.
All right, yeah, take that on top of the Skadi, you know. That's, yeah, good luck trying to run away from that man when he's on top of you. Going for his butterfly next. I mean, it's not only just the farm that's incredible for Kuman, it's the experience as an anti-mage, just finding so much solo place to farm. Level 23 at 26 minutes in. There's no doubt about it. Kuman's carry performances here on VP have been spectacular. And this current VP squad, they made a lot of changes in some questionable ways, but overall it's looking pretty hot for them here on LAN. VP's current lineup, there's definitely some magic about it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of talking in the CIS scene. They're asking if, on the forums, you can see a lot of people asking if Kuman is going to stay or not. They understand that he's just a stand-in for now.
He's making a great case for himself.
Definitely.
He really is it. Sliding into sort of VP's lineup very, very nicely. The communication, the sort of the way that they approach the game, it seems to fit perfectly with Kuman's play style. The hero picks, he's showing to be incredibly comfortable on them as a carry play. As sort of Carl mentioned earlier, you would hope, Morph, AM, but he's playing them pretty flawlessly.
He's been around. He's been around for a while now, and people kind of forgotten about him as he's in the CIS in these stacks that aren't really working out that great, aren't really qualifying for anything, but yeah, he was always a really, really good carry player.
On Gambit.
Telescope on the Enchantress as well, such a great...
Oh, nice.
It's that and Enchanted Quiver, but that might not save her though.
All right, a quick kill. They are losing a bit of the base though. Tier 3 being pressured here.
Just a little bit of the base. That's that tier 3. Not important, right?
And all on the high ground. No one's there waiting. Fisher's out. Zeiss jumps in. He's locking them down perfectly here with the full combo and the Echo. There is the time for Dream to still get off the BKB. Immediate blink out for no one. Gets himself to safety. Zeiss, he's able to force away. That's the BKB forced out from Dream, and Dream cannot find a kill with it.
What about top?
The base
What's happening?
is still getting
dying,
hit.
Maybe?
Tier 3's gone. Kuman gets jumped upon silence, but Amanta removes it, and he's out.
Yeah, that whole fight there, Virtus.pro, they did commit a couple of big spells, but so did Gambit, and Gambit lost the tier 3 as well. So overall, you're happy with that. You're playing 4 versus 5, you're taking objectives, and you're forcing their rotations. You could see how impactful that telekinesis is, though. Like when people talk about Rubik, all they say is this laning stage. That Fade Bolt is just crazy. You're hit with that Fade Bolt as a carry, and you just want to cry. You have -1,000,000 damage. But later on in the game, the supremacy, right? Plus telekinesis, you're just stunned forever.
Yeah. You're lifted up and held there for quite some time.
He's got his blink as well, stolen from Anti-Mage, so he's able to just move around the map, doesn't even have to commit for that blink, can buy something different.
Gambit, they're trying to get over onto VP's half of the map once more. They're out hunting. I mean, it feels like so many of these movements have just resulted in sort of solo dying. VP have been very calculated with how they've lost their heroes this game. As there's the jump. Rezo will be found. That's certainly a bigger one. Straight back into the Ice Blast, but Rezo's actually able to turn, get the Raw off, and Rezo, he can walk away from this. They weren't able to commit. VP's been given time to get in. Shashlo gets destroyed by Kuman. As Gambit are just forced to back off once more. No one blinks in. Does get stunned up by the stolen Raw. FM with the BKB is trying to burst no one down, but the opportunity's there for no one to pop the BKB. Kuman, he's just cleaning them up on the backlines. It's a triple kill for him. Jumps over to Dream. It's over. It really is. This series, it was one big GG as VP, they're on another level. Gambit did not stand a chance, or I mean, maybe they didn't give themselves a chance. These drafts, they felt a little off, very rough to play. We saw it in this game too. They went in for this Void Spirit, revealing it. SF comes out. No one knows that he's going to have a free and easy game. And Kuman, he's given a beautiful playing ground to... he did it on the Morph, he does it on the AM, he makes it look easy.
I actually really love this last play from Gambit. This last play was really good, but it should have been done maybe 15 minutes earlier. That's how you play versus Anti-Mage. You have to go to their side, you have to be playing on their side of the map using those metamorphoses aggressively so that you can shrink the map for him. Take some towers, make his farming a living hell, hunt him down. But they were constantly hunted. They were the ones that were hiding on their side. They were the ones that popped that BKB and meta time after time in a defensive matter. And because of that, AM, Kuman, he's just chilling, farming, shows up with 6 slots and just owns them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it for the qualifiers, and we're seeing it here at Atlanta, here at the WePlay Tug of War, Mad Moon. The VP, they've now sort of, it feels like they've figured out the patch for themselves. They've found something that works really strong. They've got this lineup of players that they know sort of each of their individual strengths, and they're playing to it perfectly.
And it looks simple, right? Their draft, it's nothing out of the ordinary, it's nothing crazy. It's very simple. It's SF, AM, Beastmaster. That meta has been played for like 5 years straight.
And it works.
It works for them.
It works. It really does. Both of these games, VP looking to be on fire as they'll continue up at the top and will knock Gambit down to the lower bracket as the tournament continues. But VP, I felt it was going to be a close series. It wasn't. They clean up quick and easy tonight. 2-0 in their favor this series.
Yeah, it felt indeed like an easy time for Virtus Pro, and Gambit basically on recovery mode from the get-go. Not a place where you want to be with the lineup that they had here with Kyle and Gods to break that second game and the entire series and the entire day down. I'm going to start with the top lane, where it was Resolution on his Beastmaster, his best off-lane hero, I'd say, and Dream struggling hard to get any farm on that lane, Kyle.
Yeah, he was dreaming of a good time when he picked the Terrorblade, expecting that would be a nice counter. But again, we saw the strength of the Shaker roaming, that Oov build on Beastmaster you were raving about before. And you can see also where the Anti-Mage pick makes sense, because the hero is not even necessary, right? It's a 4-on-5 game, and you know AM will do the heavy lifting. A good AM game means that the hero, he shouldn't be top net worth until later in the game. And at a point, those 3 cores were 1, 2, 3 with AM with that bronze medal. Just really nice draft from VP, great play.
No, I don't think there's a whole lot more to add. I think ultimately Gambit, both games with the draft, found themselves in this tricky position. They probably didn't come into this game 2 wanting to pick a Terrorblade. Game 1, they maybe wanted the lifesteal, but once the Razor came out, they felt like they kind of just beat at that point, at least strategically. Yeah. The game, you know, they can still outplay him, but the game's difficult for them. And I think just both games were difficult based on the draft. So Solo just looked a lot more well-prepared. And a big part of that, VP, they just had one series today. They just sat back, they got to prepare. They didn't know who they're playing until last minute, but Gambit themselves had to, you know, draft and practice and prepare for 2 previous teams. And also that exhaustion kind of sets in. So I think Gambit had their work cut out for them because of the schedule. And VP, they just looked much more well-rested, much more prepared, and mostly with the draft.
Yeah, it was an upper bracket match. This is the advantage that Virtus Pro had gotten by being top of their group, of course, yesterday by getting 2 straight victories on best of 3s. But yeah, Gambit maybe a little bit outmatched on top of fatigue here in this third series for them today.
Like, the SF should have been banned last. Like, VP won both games against Enigma with it. One of those games was mid against a Void Spirit. It's a terrible matchup. And they didn't last ban it. Like, that to me is just maybe they didn't have time to look at those replays in past games of VP.
Yeah, we saw this Shadow Fiend coming, and we know that Gambit would have also seen it coming if they were better prepared, for sure.
Yep, I would agree. I think that that's a really good point to make. And VP also, the big thing for me is that in both games, their opener was open because that ENG first pick and Gambit's was closed. And I think that's a huge edge, and it's part of why it feels like maybe they got out-strategized in that 4th, 5th pick spot, because VP have all these options. Like, that 4th pick for Gambit in this game is so hard because you literally just don't know what you're going up against. It's a Beastmaster, a Shaker, and the ENG, right? You know what you're getting into to an extent, but those heroes just, you can do so much with them. Effectively, any of the cores remaining in the pool are going to mesh with those heroes.
Yeah, and I want to also give one extra shout out to Noah and Shadow Fiend, because that was, I don't know why it feels like the only one that is makes the hero look as good as he did in that game and in the games we saw him play yesterday as well. But he is able to make the hero look that good, and that is on itself an impressive feat.
I think Gambit also kind of went away from what was working for them. You remember that FN Bat game, a big point to stress was the rune control, and this time no one, he rushes the bottle and gets the 2-minute rune. That's the end of the lane. Shadow Fiend wins. You cannot allow that to happen, but that's the concern. You have this last big Terrorblade, he's got to be protected. There's a Shaker off the map, and truthfully, VP, how do you get active with Rubik AA? In the first 2 to 4 minutes of the game? It's just not a thing you're going to be able to do, and then your SF takes off. Still the king of the 1v1s. It's the reason he's the mid matchup when you're trying to test your metal.
And even though we said Rubik is great to have against a Shaker, as you said, doesn't matter. The first 10 minutes are all defining. At least for this game, it really was, and Zayas was able to help Resolution do really well on that off lane for him. Resolution actually being also top of, or one of the top of net worth on his core. Overall, just a great showing from Virtus.pro, and Gambit looking a little bit lost in the second game. Would you say second game was better for them than the first one? Because the first one ended in 26 minutes. Like, it was a bad first game as well. Obviously, we blame that a little bit more on the draft compared to this one, perhaps. But would you say that there's a little bit of a rising line?
I think the thing I like about the positive for Gambit watching these games is even when they're losing, they don't look lost, I would say. They have a game plan. They're playing from behind. They try and defend their bottom tier one. They hit an item timing, the BKB on Terrorblade. And they're like, we've got this item timing. Let's go as a team. They initiate well. The problem was the first 2 BKBs of Terrorblade, the times he used it, they just kill some supports, and they're on their side of the map. They don't take any towers objectives, but they have a game plan. So Gambit, to me, still plays as a team. They look like a solid team. They just weren't in a position to win these games.
I want to bring up, that's a really good sign if you're a fan of the team, because if you're still composed as you're losing, it means you've got a composed captain, most importantly, and the team is trusting him, right? Because I've been in this sort of scenario. When you're losing a game, right, I know in my heart of hearts, like, we're going to lose this game. We don't do something the next 5 minutes. But your teammates, like, they don't feel strong enough to make things happen because you're losing. So it'll most likely not work. But you've got to try, or you're just going to roll over and die.
You got to play to win.
They kind of lost while playing well. And I would contrast that to maybe teams like earlier today with aggressive mode and Team Bait. They lost, and they looked lost while they were losing. Individual players going off, playing by themselves, making these, like, you're like, what is this guy doing?
Oh, the same with aggressive mode, unfortunately. Like, they just started, in that Timbersaw game, they just, like, ended up chain feeding. They're just like, we can't, what do we do?
At no point did you really have that chain feeding going on, or people playing by themselves, trying to do weird things. It felt like at all points of this game, there was a clear purpose for Gambit, even as they're losing. So Gambit should bounce back.
Speaking of baited, she baited me. She's like looking over. I'm like, whoa, what's happening? There's nothing.
It went quiet very suddenly.
Well, this because they did their final applause because they're standing like on top of the ledge, and they said their goodbyes to the crowd that was still here. All right, look at this bracket though. Gambit, of course, making it to the upper bracket after beating aggressive mode. Now knocked down by Virtus.pro. To the lower bracket they go. Nigma and B8 still in that first round of the upper bracket, and they will.
Hey guys, wait, production. We're not supposed to
BA
show them the script. We're not supposed to show them that VP's going to make it all the way. We've still got to play the games. I know we're in the future.
Wait. What are you saying? Virtus.pro did just win. They are in the winners bracket finals?
No, they're in the semifinals.
No, we just had the semifinals?
You're right.
And this is the lower bracket.
And this is the lower bracket. Gambit is waiting for their opponent, which will be the loser of B8. And Nigma will be playing tomorrow. That will be our first matchup, by the way, tomorrow. And then Gambit will play against the loser of that straight after.
Oh, that makes sense, because you come from the loser bracket to go to the winner bracket. No, wait, no.
No, upper bracket goes to lower bracket.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, Kyle.
Upper goes to lower.
Woo!
You go back into the grand finals from the lower bracket.
Yeah, the grand finals is separate. They are not. It's not part of lower nor upper bracket.
I would say it's been a long day, but we just had 2-0, so it hasn't been a long day.
It's been a long.
I don't know what your excuse is.
It's been a long day. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
It's way past my bedtime.
I haven't been to an event in a while, but apparently you've gotten soft, Kyle. That's what I'm hearing.
I'm Charmin soft. That's how I like to be. There's no need to be harsh. It's Dota. We're here to spread love and cheer for
we are.
Enjoy.
And we will continue doing just that, but not today. Today, this was the end of today for Tug of War Mad Moon. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to kick it off with B8 or Bait taking on Enigma. So make sure you tune in then. It's going to be, I believe, 1 p.m. CET. We'll see you then.